Chapter 1 Chen Yao. Wuhun Hall. A slightly remote square. The sun is shining brightly at this moment. A young man with long hair like a waterfall, handsome face and extraordinary temperament is sitting on a reclining chair under the shade of a tree. From time to time, several young men dressed in Wuhun Hall errand uniforms pass by with heavy objects. When they come to the tree, they put down the things in their hands and greet the young man. "Hello, Deacon Chen." The young man nodded casually with an expressionless face. After these errands left, the young man sipped the teacup in his hand and looked at his pocket watch. Looking at the slow-moving second hand on the watch, the young man's eyes were full of impatience. The young man's name is Chen Yao. He was not from Douluo continent, but on his 30th birthday in his previous life. He spent a huge amount of money and called his sister, who he played well with on weekdays, to have a tense and exciting game of impa. As a result, he was lucky to be favored by the god of dirt trucks on the way. After waking up, he came here and became an embryo. When he was born and learned about this world, he was very excited at first. He planned to follow the example of his predecessors and finally become a god, obtain a godhood, ascend to the realm of gods, and gain eternal life. But this excitement came to an abrupt end after he awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. In fact, his martial soul was not weak, but very strange. It was a ball of pure black, similar to a certain energy, without a specific shape. After summoning the martial soul, the ball of darkness would condense under his feet. This ball of dark energy was full of evil and gloomy breath. That is, at this time, the evil soul master has not been defined, and only those who are extremely evil will be thrown into the killing city. Otherwise, Chen Yao might have been taken down by the spirit hall directly after awakening. After awakening, Chen Yao also found that he could summon 2 dark tentacles from the darkness, similar to octopus tentacles. These 2 tentacles are like another extension of his body, and they can move at his will, even more flexible than his hands. And the shape of the tentacles is between illusory energy and entity, hard or soft, all changing according to his thoughts. It is a very magical martial soul. At that time, this strange energy martial soul even alarmed the soul Douluo of the spirit hall, the ghost elder. Ghost thought that Chen Yao's martial soul was the same as his, and wanted to accept him as a disciple. He ordered people to bring Chen Yao back to the spirit city overnight. Although Chen Yao's initial soul power was only level 4, which was not amazing, it was good at being in the right place, and Ghost Douluo also taught Chen Yao carefully. However, Chen Yao's performance was always unsatisfactory. He didn't practice to level 10 until he was 12 years old and got his first soul ring. Maybe this is already a genius for others, but it is not satisfactory for Gui Mei, the soul Douluo. In the end, Gui Mei could only feel sorry for Chen Yao's martial soul and the efforts and countless precious medicinal materials he had put into Chen Yao over the years. He casually sent Chen Yao to the periphery of the spirit hall to serve as a small deacon, responsible for the chores of the spirit hall. In his previous life, he was a person who coveted pleasure. In this life, he insisted on practicing for so many years without a trace of slackness, but he did not see the desired results. The blood in his heart was also wiped out. He began to give up on himself and started to work directly, and became his own small official with peace of mind. Although he was simply a waste in Gui Mei's eyes, he was a genius in the periphery of the spirit hall. Relying on his dark martial soul and the soul power of up to level 11, he was domineering and accepted bribes in the periphery. He was drunk and dreaming every night in the prosperous streets of the spirit city, and he was very happy. This kind of life lasted until he was 20 years old, which is now. During this period, he hardly practiced seriously for a day, but relying on the natural growth of soul power of his martial soul, he is now a strong man who is about to break through to the 20th level of the Great Soul Master, which is simply terrifying. He doesn't know how long this happy life will last, but he hopes it can continue. As for whether the spirit hall will be destroyed by Tang San in the future, that is also a matter for the future. Tang Hao doesn't even know Ayan now. At worst, he can directly report Tang Hao to the spirit hall in the Holy Soul Village. He is now. What we need to do is to enjoy life in the present. People should live in the present. If we worry about the future every day, we will not live anymore. Just when Chen Yao was staring at the pocket watch in his hand, looking forward to the end of get off work, a figure quietly walked to the side of Chen Yao. "Hey, Chen Yao, you are staring at the time again. Are you eager to go to your mistress's house to have fun?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Yao raised his head and looked at the person who came. The person who came was an old man, wearing the same butler's clothes as Chen Yao, with wrinkles on his face, shifty eyebrows and a wretched face. When he smiled, he showed a mouth full of yellow teeth, and the stench was overwhelming. "Old Deng, what's the matter?" Chen Yao glanced at old Deng calmly, obviously not discussing with him the idea of a woman he had a friendly relationship with, and went straight to the point. "Chen Yao, my name is Huang Yi. You can call me Lao Huang. Why do you always call me Lao Deng? My last name is not Deng." Lao Huang asked curiously. "My hometown has a respectful name for old men like you. I'm leaving now." Chen Yao looked at his pocket watch and found that it was finally time to get off work. He was too lazy to argue with Lao Huang and pretended to get up and leave. "Hey, don't, do you plan to do a job today?" Lao Huang saw that Chen Yao was really going to leave, so he had no choice but to quickly tell his intention. Chen Yao also stopped when he heard this, and looked back at Lao Huang with surprise in his eyes. "I remember the salary I received a few days ago. You spent it all so quickly, and you want to make extra money." Lao Huang hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally laughed twice and told the truth. "Oh, I'm attracted to the top girl in Ziwa Shunlu, right? But that girl wants 20 gold soul coins in one night, just like gold inlaid. But I can't let her go, so I have to get some more." Chen Yao nodded in agreement. He had also seen the top girl, and she was indeed very pretty. No wonder she was so fascinated by the old man that she ran out to earn extra money at the beginning of the month. The so-called extra money is that they work together to select some weak and ugly guys on the only road outside Wuhan City to do a business without capital. Although it is difficult to get rich overnight, it is safe. Every penny earned is a penny earned, and there are occasional small surprises. After all, relying on the meager income of the outer deacons of Wuhan Hall, it is difficult to support Chen Yao and other Wuhan Hall parasites to eat, drink, gamble and whore every day in the prosperous area of Wuhan City. "Okay, let's meet outside the city after nightfall." Chen Yao thought for a moment and agreed. Although he didn't often go to the top prostitutes in the brothels, the monthly expenses for the mistresses he kept were not small, so it was always better to have more money to be prepared. Chapter 2 Men and Women in the restaurant. After Lao Huang left, Chen Yao saw that it was still early, so he didn't prepare immediately. Instead, he called a few familiar servants from the errands and walked towards the outside of the spirit hall. The group of people wore the uniforms of the spirit hall and walked swaggeringly on the streets of the spirit city. Even the servants following Chen Yao were majestic at this moment. When the crowded pedestrians on the street saw Chen Yao and his group, they all retreated and made way for them, and cast envious eyes on them. There was no way. In the spirit city, the spirit hall was the sky. Even the servants of the spirit hall were superior to the people in the city. Especially the leader of this small team, who was wearing a badge of the spirit hall's deacon, made people yearn for him even more. Feeling the envious eyes around him at this moment, the servants behind Chen Yao were all proud and arrogant. In this way, the group came to the nearest restaurant in a mighty manner. It would be a hard job in a while, so Chen Yao had to eat and drink enough first. As for the servants he brought with him, they were his money bags, and they came to pay for him. In exchange, Chen Yao turned a blind eye to their small actions of passive resistance on weekdays. As soon as he approached the restaurant, the strong aroma of food came to his face, which aroused Chen Yao's greed. And the servants had worked hard all day and could not bear such temptation, so they quickly found a table by the window and sat down. As soon as he sat down, a servant with a burly figure and thick eyebrows and big eyes started to shout loudly. "Waiter, bring me all the good wine and food. If our steward Chen is not happy, I will smash your store." If the strong man was alone, he would not dare to do so, but now Chen Yao is here. Chen Yao is the outer steward of the spirit hall. It is said that he has a master-disciple relationship with the legendary soul Douluo elder. He is also a soul master who is about to break through to level 20 at the age of 20. He has a bright future. With Chen Yao by his side, the strong man is full of confidence. And Chen Yao is not annoyed when he sees the big man taking advantage of him. He usually receives a lot of benefits from these chores, so it is not a big deal to let them satisfy their vanity. Besides, he has been in the spirit city for so many years, and he is familiar with the layout of the city. He knows where he can't be provoked. He can still cover this slightly remote restaurant. It turns out that several masters from the spirit hall have come to visit us. It really makes our store shine. Don't worry, I will serve you our specialty dishes right away. I guarantee you will enjoy the meal. Hearing the big man's shout, a young man dressed like a servant with a white scarf on his shoulders came up quickly and smiled flatteringly. "Hurry up, don't keep us waiting." The big man waved his hand and threw a silver soul coin to the servant. The benefits of the spirit hall are very good. Even for menial workers like them, they are guaranteed to have a gold soul coin every month. It is easy for them to pay for a table of luxurious meals. This is why so many people are trying their best to join the spirit hall. Yes. Yes. Please wait a moment, the food will be served soon. After taking the silver soul coin, the servant's smile became even brighter, and he hurried to the kitchen to serve wine and food. Neither Chen Yao nor the store owner had any objection to the big man's slightly ostentatious attitude. Instead, someone on the side was dissatisfied. "Ha, there are really a lot of termites in your spirit hall. They are so arrogant just for a meal. I really don't know what they are doing in secret." On a seat not far from Chen Yao and others, a man with simple clothes, not handsome, but decent features suddenly sneered and said to a woman with exquisite and gorgeous clothes across the table. Although he was talking to the woman, he did not lower his voice, and Chen Yao and others on the side could hear it clearly. Deng. At the table, Chen Yao and others turned their heads suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the slightly weird male and female combination. Chen Yao didn't care about the man. He looked ordinary, and relying on the dark spirit's keen sense of breath, Chen Yao could feel that the man was just a spirit master of about level 19. Such strength is usually the kind of stuff that provides him and Lao Huang with financial subsidies. What really attracted Chen Yao's attention was the woman. The woman was wearing a white robe, which was exquisite and gorgeous, highlighting her graceful figure. Her slightly curly purple hair fell to her waist, adding a touch of charm to her. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a scroll, and her crystal eyes seemed to contain stars, with a hint of majesty. Although there was a thin veil on her face, the faintly revealed hazy lines were telling how breathtaking and unparalleled her beauty was. Chen Yao, who was greedy for food and sex, naturally liked the beauty when he saw it, but at this moment he did not move, and even had a solemn look in his eyes. Because his experience told him that this woman was definitely not simple. And his martial soul could not sense the exact strength of this woman, which made Chen Yao unpredictable. But Chen Yao was cautious, and others did not have such a keen eye. Bang! The burly servant who had just yelled suddenly slammed the table, stood up, glared at the man who had yelled, and said, "Asshole! What are you talking about?" The man said, "I'm just being disrespectful, so what? I'm just telling the truth." The man said with a sneer. After this, all the servants could not sit still. They jumped up from their positions and looked at the man with a smile in their eyes. Even Chen Yao, who had intended to stop the burly servant from speaking, changed his expression and looked a little gloomy. This was almost pointing at the spirit hall and scolding him. He was now wearing the clothes of the spirit hall. If he ignored this matter and it got to the ears of the upper level, he would not be able to stay in the spirit hall. If Chen Yao was now extremely afraid of the woman next to him, he would have to stand up. "Friend, it sounds like you are quite dissatisfied with the spirit hall." Chen Yao stood up and said with a fake smile. At the same time, he glanced at the woman with his peripheral vision and found that her eyes were calm and she didn't seem to care. "Friend? You and I are not friends. And, I am not dissatisfied with the spirit hall, but with you, the termites of the spirit hall," the man said disdainfully. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yao's face suddenly darkened. "Deacon Chen, why should we be so polite to him? Let's just beat him. He dared to speak nonsense to the spirit hall in the spirit city. I think he doesn't want to live." At this time, the sturdy servant behind Chen Yao couldn't sit still and said angrily. Chen Yao did not refute this, and even a faint soul power rose from his body. His eyes became cold and dangerous. "Enough." As if seeing the conflict imminent, the woman finally spoke. Her voice was as smooth as silk, like the notes played accurately by the strings, pleasant to the ears, but with a majesty that could not be refused. "This matter ends here, you go." As the voice fell, a faint soul power wave rose from the woman's body. Under the effect of this soul power, Chen Yao was shocked to find that his soul power was suppressed, as if it was dead in his body, and there was no response no matter how he urged it. This woman is at least a soul master. Suddenly, Chen Yao broke out in a cold sweat, and an ugly smile was squeezed on his face. Yes, sorry to bother you two with your meal, we'll leave now." At the same time, he was thinking about reporting the matter when he returned, not seeking merit, but seeking no fault. The upper level knew about this, and naturally would not embarrass him, a 19th level little soul master, and would send people of the corresponding level to find trouble with these two people. Some people really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. They dare to be arrogant in Wuhun City, and don't know how to write the word death. While smiling, Chen Yao saw that the woman did not move anymore, so he wanted to take a few servants away. But when he turned around, the sturdy servant actually muttered, "You are so arrogant, but you are still a guy hiding behind a woman." All the people present were soul masters, so his words naturally fell clearly on the table over there. The man who had said something before suddenly changed color, as if this remark had touched his sore spot. And Chen Yao's face also changed greatly, and he turned his head suddenly to look at the servant, his eyes almost wanted to kill. But at this moment he could no longer care about the servant, and hurriedly wanted to turn around to apologize and explain, but before he turned around, he felt a mountain-like pressure sweeping over him. Several people present were directly suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Chen Yao raised his head with difficulty and met the cold and indifferent eyes of the woman, looking down from a high place, as if looking down at ants in the dust. At the same time, Chen Yao was also shocked to find that behind the woman, 6 soul rings of the best configuration of yellow, purple and black had already appeared. Soul Emperor. Chen Yao swallowed his saliva and said bitterly. But fortunately, the woman did not seem to want to kill them, but just shouted, "Get out!" After the voice fell, Chen Yao felt the pressure on his body disappear at the same time. He didn't care about anything else, and ran out without saying a word, using the fastest speed in his life. After Chen Yao and these annoying people completely disappeared, the woman slowly sat down and looked at the unhappy man beside her, with a soft look in her eyes. "Xiao Gang, don't care what others say. In my heart, you will always be the most talented martial soul theory master." When the man heard it, his frown eased a little, looked at the woman, and smiled. "Donger, thank you." As night fell, Chen Yao separated from the servants because he had to go to Lao Wang's appointment, and let them go back on their own. However, there was one person missing from the servants, that is, the muscular servant. But the others kept silent about it, as if this person had never existed, and they all walked quickly towards the Wuhan Hall, as if there was a ghost chasing them behind them. On the other side, Chen Yao, who was walking towards the city gate with a gloomy face, suddenly recalled the scene in the restaurant just now, and seemed to associate with something, and his face suddenly changed. Are there not a pair of mediocre men and powerful women in Wuhan City now? It was the useless theoretical master Yus Yao Gang and their Wuhan Hall Saint Bibi Dong. And it happened that in order to show the saint's strong talent, the Wuhan Hall did not hide the saint's strength. It was just that at the age of 23, she had reached the terrifying strength of the Soul Emperor. It just happened to match the strength of the woman today. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Yao took a breath of cold air and sighed that he had walked through the gates of hell for no reason. Fortunately, their saint lady was not so crazy as to kill the people from the spirit hall because of a small conflict with her man, otherwise he would have been in trouble today. "Okay. You are awesome, I can't afford to offend you, but your good days are about to end, just wait." Chen Yao thought about the future encounters of the two of them sinisterly, and walked out of the city while cursing. Chapter 3 Rainy Night, Bibi Dong. Rainy night, Spirit City. Because of the arrival of night and the bad weather, this prosperous city fell into silence early today, and only a few lights of pubs and hotels were flickering on the streets. At this moment, in a dark and silent alley, a burst of click, click footsteps suddenly came. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a figure walked out of the alley. He was wearing a dark robe and a hood on his head, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, from the faint soul power emanating from him, it can be judged that this person is a distinguished soul master on the Douluo continent. But this soul master was slightly hunched at the moment, and his robe was a little torn, with traces of being cut by a sharp weapon. The deep red blood stains seeped out from the inside, and it can be seen that his condition was not very good. Who? He panted heavily, then looked up at the street with a few lights, and pulled off the hood on his head. The weak light shone on his cheek, making his face gradually clear. This was a very young face, with red lips and white teeth, sword eyebrows and star eyes, looking very handsome. It was Chen Yao. Looking at Chen Yao's face, he didn't show the kind of sickly paleness due to the injury, but a strange ruddy color. At this time, Chen Yao's face was slightly distorted, he gritted his teeth, spat and cursed inwardly. Damn Lao Deng, you didn't put poison on the knife, but you put I love a piece of firewood? You guys who throw hidden weapons really deserve to die. Chen Yao looked at the series of antidotes in his hand, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Obviously, the antidotes he prepared when he was traveling in the world were all for poisons, and I love a piece of firewood was not in this category. He never expected that someone would actually use I love a piece of firewood as poison. But it must be said that this effect is really good. It directly led to Chen Yao almost capsizing in the gutter and having a fight with Lao Huang. When the thieves are robbing each other, their hearts surge, their bodies burn with fire, their soul power is unstable, and even their soul skills are crooked. Although Chen Yao finally killed the old and soulless Lao Deng with his youth and the special characteristics of his martial soul, he was not feeling well at the moment. This trick is really sinister. I have to prepare some next time. Chen Yao thought secretly, and then looked around hurriedly. When he found that there were no familiar signs with ambiguous lights on the buildings, his eyes gradually became a little desperate. The people in this martial soul city really don't know how to do business. There are no brothels outside. Don't the civilians here deserve cheap love? Finally, he had no place to vent his anger, so he could only cast his eyes on a seemingly simple hotel next to him and walk towards it dejectedly. Now he can only hope that the cold bath in the novel can really relieve the effect of the medicine that burns the body. Walking into the hotel, what caught my eye was a female giant that almost filled the entire reception desk, chewing an unknown object in its mouth, with grease all over its face, almost enough to fill a 2L oil barrel. But the miracle was that after seeing this giant, Chen Yao's lust subsided a lot. Oh, if a cold shower doesn't work, maybe I can come down and look at this lady for a night and it might work. Chen Yao was somewhat relieved that he had found another way to save himself. Of course, unless he had no choice, he didn't want to wrong himself like this. Trembling, he took out a silver soul coin from his arms and threw it on the table. Chen Yao ignored the passionate gaze in the turbid eyes of the female giant, took the room key, and stumbled upstairs. At the same time, in a room on the attic of the hotel, a girl was leaning on the edge of the bed. The girl was very beautiful, with a delicate face, fine eyebrows, white skin as crystal as jade, and a little childishness, making her look like a newly blooming flower, extremely beautiful. Her long violet hair fell softly into her eyes, looking so noble, which was very out of place compared with the simple decorations in the surrounding rooms. If there were outsiders here, they would be surprised to find that the woman in this simple hotel was none other than one of the most distinguished figures in this Wuhan city. The saint of the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong, the saint, was a little restless, with a pair of slender jade hands resting on her knees helplessly, and a pair of eyes as crystal as purple gems, revealing a strong sense of sadness. She looked towards the door from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Today, because of the conflict in the restaurant, she exposed her strength and identity. This led to the fact that her love affair with a useless soul master had been discovered by her teacher, Kyung Sunji, the current master of the Spirit Hall. Kyung Sunji was furious when he found out, sealed her strength, and confined her to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong knew that it was difficult to disobey her teacher's orders, but she was still worried about Yus Yao Gang, so she took the risk to run out of the Spirit Hall, wanting to say goodbye to Yus Yao Gang and see him for the last time. In order to avoid being discovered, Bibi Dong also deliberately chose this hotel near the slums. Bang! Suddenly, a collision sound came from outside the door, which made Bibi Dong, who was a little absent-minded, startled. Then she felt the breath of the 19th level soul power outside the door, which was not concealed at all. It was almost the same level as that of the useless theoretical soul master now. She quickly got up from the bed and asked, "Xiao Gang, is that you?" Outside the door, Chen Yao, who was stumbling, was already somewhat unconscious. Suddenly, he heard a pleasant female voice coming into his ears, just like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the desert encountered a pool of sweet spring water. Chen Yao instantly ran to the door of the room where the voice came from. Although he felt that the voice seemed a little familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago, he was now burning with desire. How could he think so much? "Yes, Xiao Gang, I am Xiao Gang." Chen Yao followed the woman's call and spoke hoarsely, his hand still twisting the door handle. Bibi Dong heard that the voice outside the door was not her lover, and she instantly became alert, her hands clenched quietly, and her heart was nervous. If it was before, she would not be like this, because her strength could help her deal with most troubles. But now, her strength is sealed, she can't mobilize any soul power, and she can't even beat an ordinary person. This time, she sneaked out without telling the spirit hall, and there was no one around to protect her. With no confidence, she faced the unknown person outside the door, and a trace of fear flashed through Bibi Dong's heart. I'm not Xiao Gang? Okay, then I'm Da Gong. The obscene laughter outside the door came into the room, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door lock being twisted by a huge force. Bibi Dong's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley at this moment. She looked around the room and couldn't even find a sharp weapon to protect herself. Bang! In the end, the old hotel door was still unable to stop the strong 19th level young spirit master. The door lock was broken, and a figure broke into Bibi Dong's sight. Although it was not the same as the wretched drunkard that Bibi Dong had expected, it turned out to be the one who came at dusk today. The leader of the spirit hall who was suppressed by her in the conflict. At the same time, Bibi Dong noticed the man's flushed cheeks and heavy breathing at this moment, and vaguely understood what was going on. Although she had not experienced it, as a saint of the spirit hall, some teachings were very necessary to prevent the saint of noble status from capsizing in the gutter. However, it was precisely because of this confirmation that Bibi Dong's heart became more desperate, because she knew that men in this state had nothing to stop them. Especially the most beautiful woman in the spirit city like her. At this moment, in this room, there was no distinction between the status of a downtrodden low-level little soul master and the noble saint of the spirit hall. There was only a hungry man and a gorgeous woman. When Chen Yao, who couldn't wait to open the door, entered the room, he saw Bibi Dong, whose delicate body was trembling, her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she was staring at him vigilantly. His eyes turned green in an instant. He couldn't help but look up and murmured. Old Deng, now it seems that I really have to thank you. I hope you have a good journey. Bibi Dong was relieved when she saw that Chen Yao did not rush over immediately. It seemed that this man had not completely lost his mind. She quickly made a majestic gesture and spoke. I suggest you get out immediately, otherwise you will regret it. Chen Yao came back to his senses after hearing the voice, looked at Bibi Dong's serious but beautiful face, and then his eyes slid down to her graceful figure. I like this tune. Chen Yao raised the corner of his mouth, and then walked towards Bibi Dong. Feeling Chen Yao's naked gaze, Bibi Dong felt that her skin was burning, as if it was directly pierced, which made her feel terrified. She subconsciously retreated, but touched the foot of the bed, staggered, and fell directly on the bed behind her. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who had nowhere to retreat, looked at Chen Yao, who was approaching with red eyes like a hungry wolf, wanting to tear her apart and swallow her into his stomach. The serious expression on her face finally collapsed, becoming fragile and helpless. You don't come over. Do you know that I am? Bibi Dong shouted in panic, wanting to report her identity. This made Chen Yao wary. But at this moment, Chen Yao would not care what Bibi Dong was saying. Before Bibi Dong finished speaking, he had already come to the bed. Looking at Chen Yao who was so close, feeling the heavy breathing that came and slapped her cheek, Bibi Dong was extremely desperate. She was about to resist desperately, but suddenly found that the man did not move. She raised her eyes slightly, but found that Chen Yao was staring at her eyes at this moment, smiling evilly. I just realized that your eyes are really similar to that bitch today. Not bad, not bad. Bibi Dong naturally knew who the bitch Chen Yao was referring to, and she was furious. No one had ever dared to say that to her. However, just when Bibi Dong was unable to suppress her anger, Chen Yao made another move. He fumbled in his arms for a while, and finally took out 2 gold soul coins and smashed them on Bibi Dong's beautiful face. Reward for you. The meaning of these 2 gold soul coins was self-evident. Coupled with Chen Yao's words, he simply regarded her as the most despicable prostitutes, which made the proud Bibi Dong feel endless humiliation. Instantly, Bibi Dong forgot the fear in her heart and cursed directly. Asshole, what do you think of me? Get out of here. However, before she finished speaking, Bibi Dong felt a sudden weight on her body and her eyes went black. Then came the violent storm and the heaviness and darkness like the abyss. Chapter 4 The Magical Use of the Martial Soul. The next day, Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the white ceiling of the hotel. I felt like I had a good dream yesterday. Chen Yao murmured, and at this moment when he woke up, he felt that both his body and mind seemed to have undergone a sacred cleansing, and he felt unusually light, which made him feel very good. But suddenly, his sense of smell was restored, and he smelled a strange smell coming from his side. His brows could not help but frown slightly, and his eyes moved away from the ceiling and looked to his side. He saw a bright red blood stain on the bad bed, and 2 red gold coins were lying in the blood stain. And, she was curled up on her side, snoring faintly, leaving Chen Yao with only a smooth and beautiful back. It seems that last night was not just a beautiful dream. After retracting his gaze, Chen Yao slowly stood up, rubbed his face vigorously, and began to desperately recall what happened yesterday. Yesterday, he and Lao Huang, who was also a peripheral deacon of the Spirit Hall, worked together to make extra money. But who knew that the fish caught yesterday, the fat man in simple clothes, actually carried a storage soul guide with him. In this era, soul guides are a symbol of wealth and nobility. Low-level soul masters like them have never seen one, let alone have one. This also led to the complete breakup between Lao Deng and Chen Yao, who had sincerely cooperated with Chen Yao many times. Chen Yao remembered that after he killed the insidious Lao Deng and snatched the soul guide, he returned directly to the spirit city, but he was already burning with lust. It was difficult to run from the outskirts to the brothels in the city center. So he could only find a hotel at random, and then. Recalling this, Chen Yao's memory was finally gradually straightened out, and Bibi Dong's beautiful face was completely clear in Chen Yao's mind. No wonder I said it was like a beautiful dream, it turned out that I had encountered such a good thing. An evil smile appeared on Chen Yao's handsome face, and then he used his hand to turn Bibi Dong, who was sleeping on her side, over and carefully looked at her beautiful face. Bibi Dong felt the touch, and because of the torture of a night of darkness, her heart was extremely fragile, and she woke up slowly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face with an evil smile, but at this moment, this face was so hateful in her eyes. Asshole! Beast! Beast! Instantly, Bibi Dong's eyes turned red, her face was hideous, and she cursed loudly, pouring out all the curse words she knew in her life. This sudden scolding made Chen Yao a little confused. What happened? Did he not give enough gold soul coins? Or was it because he didn't show his true level in his days yesterday? However, when Chen Yao's eyes met Bibi Dong's resentful and hateful eyes, the confusion in his heart was instantly suppressed, replaced by a nameless fire. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle a slum girl? Instantly, Chen Yao's soul power surged in front of him, and a deep yellow light circle appeared behind him. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was immediately startled, thinking that she had angered him and was going to kill him. But then came a moment of relaxation. It was fine. She was too embarrassed to see Xiao Gang now. She might as well die. But soon, Bibi Dong found that Chen Yao was not angry and wanted to kill her. At this moment, a dark mass had spread out from under Chen Yao's feet, covering the entire bed. A cold and eerie atmosphere instantly filled the entire room. Is this his martial soul? As the saint of the spirit hall, she naturally had a great interest in martial soul cultivation. Looking at Chen Yao's unusual martial soul, she forgot her current situation for a moment, and a trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Under Bibi Dong's gaze, the darkness under Chen Yao's feet was like boiling water, steaming violently. Then, 2 thick and huge black tentacles jumped out of it. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank immediately. For some reason, after seeing these 2 tentacles, she felt a chill in her heart and her body trembled slightly, as if this was some kind of nemesis of her. At this moment, Chen Yao stepped on the darkness and stood in front of Bibi Dong, looking down at her, his eyes flashing with green light like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the 2 dark tentacles on his side, which were as high as a person, were also driven by Chen Yao, along Bibi Dong's body, climbed up her cheek, and slowly moved. Feeling the warm and sticky movement on her cheek, Bibi Dong had already vaguely guessed what this young soul master wanted to do. Her expression suddenly became extremely terrified, and the whole person began to struggle violently. Let me go, you damn bastard! Kill me if you have the guts! Bibi Dong roared and screamed, but was interrupted impatiently by Chen Yao. All right, it's just a small matter, why are you looking for death? I can't bear to let you die, Mei Panmo. Yesterday, I was under the influence of drugs and lost control, which gave you a bad experience. Now I am full of energy, and I will use my special moves again, and I will definitely not let you down. Amid Chen Yao's wanton evil smile and Bibi Dong's sharp roar, the tentacles that were originally gentle became violent and began to wriggle violently. As dusk approached, the noisy room finally died down. Hey! My soul power is exhausted. It seems that I can't use this special move blindly. Chen Yao fell on the completely broken and irreparable bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was very tired, he was also very refreshed. Then he looked at Bibi Dong, who was barely covering her delicate body with a thin gauze. Looking at her delicate face with a blush that had not faded and was still covered with obvious tear marks, Chen Yao's eyes curved slightly, with a knowing smile, and he was satisfied. This woman is definitely the most beautiful woman he has ever seen in his 2 lives, and he likes her very much. Especially the eyes of this woman, which are 90% similar to the Saint Bibi Dong who almost killed him yesterday. This is definitely a plus point. He can't take revenge on Bibi Dong, but he can vent his anger in another way. Although the two don't know much, and even because of some misunderstandings, the woman's initial impression of him is not good. But Chen Yao believes that after the battle just now, the woman's impression of him must have changed. In short, there is a long way to go, and he is definitely unwilling to let go of such a beautiful woman easily. On the other hand, Bibi Dong at this moment, lying flat on the bed, her face covered with tears, staring at the white ceiling, with a dull expression. The eyes that were originally as bright and beautiful as purple gems have long lost their luster and become extremely numb and empty. Her heart is completely shattered and filled with endless darkness. The terrible negative emotions are growing crazily. She hated Chen Yao for doing such a beastly thing to her, and she also hated herself. Just now, she felt like she was not herself. She actually became selfless under the torture of this demon? She made a voice that made her feel ashamed and cheered up the demon? She was disgusted with herself like this. If she was forced last night and felt ashamed of Yus Yao gang, then her behavior just now was a naked betrayal of Yus Yao gang. Just when Bibi Dong was discouraged, she heard the disgusting voice again. You will follow me in the future. I will give you 3 gold soul coins every month. Chen Yao did not feel any soul power from Bibi Dong. She was very different from the Bibi Dong he met yesterday. Even compared with those noble ladies in the city, she was far away. In addition to the current position, Chen Yao naturally regarded Bibi Dong as a commoner woman with beautiful appearance but poor life. Generally, such a commoner woman would cost a few silver soul coins, but Bibi Dong was so beautiful, and she had other extra points, which made Chen Yao willing to pay a high price. When Bibi Dong heard this, she suddenly supported the bed with one hand, clenched the gauze on her body with the other hand, and slowly sat up from the bed. After wiping the remaining tears on her cheeks, Bibi Dong looked at Chen Yao, with endless coldness in her eyes, and said expressionlessly. You want to keep me? You are from the spirit hall, right? Yes, I am from the spirit hall, serving as an external deacon inside. Although the position is not high, it is more than enough to support you, and after you follow me, the concubines of the rich merchants in the city will have to bow their heads when they see you. Chen Yao smiled and said quite complacently. In his opinion, money, material, and vanity were all satisfied by the beauty in front of him, and he really couldn't understand why she would refuse him. Just when Chen Yao thought Bibi Dong would happily agree, Bibi Dong spoke again. Then do you know my name? Hearing this, Chen Yao patted his forehead. Oh, yes, I forgot. Although it's a little late, it doesn't matter. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yao. This beautiful lady, may I know your name? Chen Yao smiled, and at the same time, he embraced Bibi Dong's smooth shoulders, which still had glaring red marks, and leaned his head close to her, greedily sucking a breath of her fragrance, and asked in an ambiguous tone. Bibi Dong did not resist, and let Chen Yao hug her, but she was still expressionless and sneered. Chen Yao, right? Okay, I remember it. Please remember my name, Bibi Dong. Haha, you are so beautiful, of course I will remember you. What's your name? Chapter 5 The Consequences of Revenge. Chen Yao's hands were not honest at first, playing with them wantonly, his attention was immersed, and he was a little absent-minded, responding subconsciously. But when he came to his senses, his hands froze, his eyes widened, and the smile on his face froze. Looking at Chen Yao's dull expression, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a trace of pleasure, and she did not break free from Chen Yao's hands that were still on her, and continued to sneer. Didn't you hear it clearly? Then I'll say it again, my name is Bibi Dong, the saint of the spirit hall in your cognition. Bibi Dong's words were sonorous and powerful, like a hammer hitting Chen Yao's heart one after another, shocking his mind. But soon, Chen Yao shook his head again. Impossible. Everyone knows that Saint Bibi Dong is the most dazzling prodigy of this generation of spirit hall. She has reached the soul emperor realm at the age of 23, but you don't have any soul power fluctuations. How could you be the saint of my spirit hall? Moreover, the saint is extremely noble, how could she stay here? Chen Yao said, staring at Bibi Dong's cheek, trying to see a trace of panic on her face to confirm his thoughts. However, Bibi Dong was not in a hurry, and her expressionless face shattered the last bit of luck in Chen Yao's heart. I did something wrong and my strength was temporarily banned by the Pope. As for why I came here, it was just because I had to do something. If you don't believe me, you can ask about some of my characteristics. I believe people who have seen it will confirm it for me. As she spoke, Bibi Dong reached out and dragged the violet, slightly curly hair on her shoulder. With the hazy spring color on her body and her flawless and delicate face, she was simply charming. But Chen Yao was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty in front of him. His brain was running fast, trying to recall the somewhat vague plot in his memory, so as to distinguish Bibi Dong's words. If the person in front of him was really Bibi Dong, then her strength was banned by Kyungsunji because her affair with Yus Yao gang was leaked. And the reason why Bibi Dong came to this slum hotel was probably because of the scene in the plot where Bibi Dong and Yus Yao gang said goodbye. Come to think of it, we actually met yesterday, in that restaurant. At that time, Mei Nenza was in a very bad state. Do you remember? Just as Chen Yao was trying hard to find some clues in his mind to prove that this woman was not Bibi Dong suddenly sneered. Hearing this, Chen Yao's face immediately turned green. Now it can be completely confirmed that it was determined that the person in front of him was indeed Bibi Dong. That is to say, this woman's eyes were not just like Bibi Dong's, but she was Bibi Dong herself. That is to say, the hatred that was suppressed by Bibi Dong yesterday was avenged that night? It was fun to take revenge, but the consequences of revenge were unbearable for Chen Yao. Thinking of what he had done to Bibi Dong last night and just now, Chen Yao felt that he might really be in big trouble this time. For a moment, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and his thoughts were extremely chaotic. Why, do you still want to keep me now? At this time, Bibi Dong raised a curve at the corner of her mouth, which was breathtakingly beautiful, with a smile like a flower, and a little teasing in her narrow eyes, staring at Chen Yao's cheek, and said. She wanted to see Chen Yao's expression of fear and regret to ease her hatred. At the same time, thousands of vicious thoughts flashed through her mind at this time. She swore that she would make this demon live a life worse than death. At this moment, Chen Yao saw Bibi Dong's beautiful smile. It is undeniable that she is indeed beautiful, but Chen Yao, who has read Douluo, knows what kind of terrifying murderous intention is hidden behind this beautiful smile. The seemingly flawless beauty at this moment has negative emotions such as hatred and disgust for Chen Yao in her heart, which is estimated to be enough to attract the Rakshasa god. However, it is useless to regret now. It is better to think about whether there is any way to deal with it. It is absolutely impossible to let Chen Yao sit and wait for death. Looking at Chen Yao's expression, which was just a little flustered but quickly calmed down, Bibi Dong felt a little disappointed and a little surprised. Could it be that this person is so bold that he is not afraid of death after knowing that he may face death after defiling the saint of the spirit hall? Just when Bibi Dong was puzzled, Chen Yao in front of her suddenly burst out with soul power, and the two black tentacles that made her feel like she was experiencing a nightmare appeared here. However, what Bibi Dong got this time was not humiliation, but real death. The tentacles surged quickly, wrapped around Bibi Dong's smooth neck, and then suddenly retracted. Suddenly, Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her neck, followed by a suffocating feeling like a tide, causing her face to become red and her eyes to roll up. Facing Chen Yao's response, she suddenly understood and smiled sadly. She didn't expect that this man would be so decisive and wanted to kill her directly to silence her. But he was still too naive. The saint was such a big deal for the spirit hall. Even if she died, this 19th level little spirit master would be dug out sooner or later. It was a pity that she couldn't see the tragic death of this demon with her own eyes. But Bibi Dong was still relatively relaxed at the moment. She felt that her reaction just now had completely betrayed Yus Yao gang. She had no face to see him again, so it would be better to die like this and put an end to it all. However, when Bibi Dong heard a buzzing sound in her ears and her vision was blurred, and she was about to fall into eternal darkness, the tentacles wrapped around her neck suddenly loosened. Cough cough. After losing control of the tentacles and falling on the bed, Bibi Dong regained consciousness and coughed violently. At the same time, she instinctively began to greedily absorb oxygen in the air with her mouth and nose. After a while, after recovering, Bibi Dong raised her head and looked at Chen Yao, with a mocking look on her delicate face. Aren't you going to kill me? Why did you stop again? Don't dare? Are you scared? Pa! Before Bibi Dong finished speaking, she was slapped off the bed by Chen Yao and fell to the ground. She rolled several times and bumped into the old furniture in the room before she stopped. After a while, Bibi Dong trembled and crawled out of the wreckage of the furniture, staring with her eyes, covering her swollen cheeks that were already oozing blood, and looked at Chen Yao in disbelief. A huge rage and hatred was brewing in her chest. She had been the center of attention since she was a child, and she had never expected that one day she would be treated like this, and she had suffered humiliation before. Her hatred for Chen Yao had already reached its peak. Just when she forgot everything and wanted to rush up to fight Chen Yao desperately, she met Chen Yao's cold, dark eyes without any emotion. Be quiet, here, you are no longer the noble saint you were yesterday, but just a prisoner. Chapter 6 Sending a Letter. Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong indifferently, but Bibi Dong was right. Just now, he wanted to kill Bibi Dong in an impulsive manner, but he calmed down at the last moment. If he had the strength of Tang Hao, it would be fine. But he was only a level 19. If he really killed Bibi Dong, there would be no place for him in this world. For a moment, Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong with a headache, not knowing what to do with her. Just then, Chen Yao seemed to remember something, walked past Bibi Dong, who was trembling with anger and clenched her fists, and went straight to the window, slowly pushing the window open a crack. Chen Yao immediately heard a commotion. The sound came from the city center in the distance, and it was obvious that there was a lot of noise. And there were already scattered Spirit Hall law enforcement teams walking around in the slums. For a moment, Chen Yao's face became ugly. It seemed that the Spirit Hall had begun to look for Bibi Dong's whereabouts. However, Chen Yao still reacted very quickly, closed the window, walked quickly to the wooden table in the room, took out a pen and paper, put it in front of Bibi Dong, and said, "Go. And tell the Pope that I'm safe." Observing Chen Yao's actions, Bibi Dong had guessed that the people from the Spirit Hall were looking for her, and she sneered. "You're dreaming." However, Chen Yao was not angry because of this, but looked calm. "It's okay not to write it. The man who was with the saint yesterday should be the famous, useless eldest son of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yus Yao gang, right? I guess this man is very important to the saint? If the saint is unwilling to cooperate, then I will have to kill the saint first and then go find this man to have a good talk. Even if I am exposed later, with 2 people buried with me, I, a level 19 little soul master, will die a worthy death." Bibi Dong was furious when she heard that it was about Yus Yao gang. "You dare to touch him? I dare to touch you, so how can I miss a useless person like him?" Chen Yao responded calmly. "Will you write?" When he spoke again, a chill spread all over Chen Yao. Chen Yao did not scare Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong said no again this time, he would kill Bibi Dong immediately, find Yus Yao gang in Wuhun City, and send him down together, so that the couple could reunite. Then he would flee Wuhun City. As for whether he would live or die, he could only leave it to fate. Clearly feeling Chen Yao's killing intention, Bibi Dong knew that it was not just talk. Suddenly, even though she was extremely unwilling and angry, she could only suppress it and compromise with Chen Yao. There was no other way. At this moment, she loved Yus Yao gang more than anything else in the world. She didn't want to see Yus Yao gang get hurt because of her. Otherwise, even if she died, she would not forgive herself. So, for Yus Yao gang, she could only wrong herself and temporarily bow to the devil Chen Yao. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, loosened her clenched jade hands, picked up the pen, and started writing on the paper. After a while, "It's done," Bibi Dong said. Chen Yao picked up the letter from Bibi Dong, studied it several times, and then threw the letter to Bibi Dong, pointing to a place and said, "Revise it. How to modify it? I'll teach you." Then, under Chen Yao's guidance, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and revised the letter. Chen Yao checked it several times again, and after finding no problems, he nodded and put it into an envelope. After doing this, Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong again. Chen Yao's sight made Bibi Dong very uncomfortable. She twisted her body and asked unnaturally, "I've done what you said. What else do you want to do?" "Nothing, just to make sure it's foolproof." Chen Yao replied, and as soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his martial soul, then reached into the darkness under his feet and took out a ball of squirming black liquid. As Chen Yao's mind moved, the ball of black liquid squirmed violently and turned into a long black rope. This is also a manifestation of Chen Yao's dark martial soul, which can be separated from the body and condensed into the desired form, including swords, spears, and halberds. And the weapons condensed by the dark martial soul are much stronger than ordinary weapon martial souls. If Chen Yao uses it properly, he can be regarded as an alternative weapon soul master. However, Chen Yao rarely studies this aspect. After all, he still prefers to use the two tentacles. Summoning the black rope, Chen Yao held the rope and began to manipulate Bibi Dong regardless of her struggle. I don't know if it was because Bibi Dong was naked at the moment, Chen Yao accidentally tied Bibi Dong into a tortoise shell. I still have this talent? It was obviously the first time I tied her. Looking at the perfect tortoise shell binding in front of him, which was made by himself and highlighted Bibi Dong's beauty to the fullest, Chen Yao's eyes lit up. If he was not in a hurry to deliver the letter, he really wanted to fall for a while. However, Chen Yao always felt that something was missing at this moment, and he couldn't remember it no matter what. Asshole! Bibi Dong felt Chen Yao's hot gaze, and hurriedly lowered her head to see her ugly appearance. She almost fainted with anger, and cursed without thinking. Hearing Bibi Dong's curse, Chen Yao was not annoyed, but his eyes lit up, he remembered. Then he quickly made a ball with a rope, and stuffed it into Bibi Dong's mouth in her horrified eyes. Pa, this is perfect! Chen Yao clapped his hands, looked at Bibi Dong, whose eyes were blazing and whose face was twisted, but who could only whimper constantly, and smiled with satisfaction, then simply walked out of the room. Walking to the corridor and closing the door, Chen Yao suddenly frowned. His martial soul is an energy martial soul, so he is also very sensitive to the breath of soul power. He could feel that outside the door, in addition to his soul power, there was also a breath of soul master that did not belong to him. But this breath was not strong, even a little weaker than his. So, Yus Yao gang didn't come last night? Instead, he was eavesdropping outside the door. Chen Yao stroked his chin and thought. Fortunately, I have the good habit of locking the door, otherwise Yus Yao gang would have taken advantage of me. Chen Yao shamelessly thinking about it, he then put Yus Yao gang behind his mind and went downstairs to deliver the letter. In the magnificent palace, a man sat high on the throne. The man was dressed in a white exquisite robe, with a handsome face and slightly curly golden hair hanging down to his waist. He looked elegant and noble, and at the same time, a sacred breath emanated from him. However, the gloom between the man's eyebrows at this moment destroyed this temperament completely, and it seemed a little awkward. Chapter 7 Return to the capital. And just as the temperature in the palace gradually dropped with the man's emotional fluctuations, an old man wearing the clothes of the elder of the spirit hall suddenly appeared at the door. The elder came to the man in 3 or 2 steps, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Your Excellency the Pope, there is news about the saint." Kyungsunji, who was sitting on the throne, relaxed his tightly knitted brows after hearing the elder's words, and the haze in his eyes dissipated a lot, and he spoke out. "What's going on?" The elder hurried forward and presented a letter with both hands. It was a peripheral deacon named Chen Yao. He said that he met the saint in the city today and ordered him to give this letter to the Pope. Letter. Kyungsunji frowned again, and then took the letter from the elder and waved the elder away. After the elder left the hall, Kyungsunji opened the letter and read it carefully. Teacher's letter. The disciple knows the teacher's good intentions, but the disciple still wants to say goodbye to Xiao Gang, so he left the Wuhun hall privately. The disciple has broken off the friendship with Xiao Gang and will never see each other again in this life. Now I want to be alone in the city for a while. I hope the teacher can forgive the disciple's willfulness. Dong. Being alone? That's fine. You should calm down during this period. I hope you won't disappoint the teacher, otherwise the teacher will have to take some unconventional measures. Kyungsunji looked at Bibi Dong's handwriting on the letter and murmured. Then he put the envelope away again, looked at the shadow beside him, and said, "Go and call back those who are looking for the saint. Don't disturb her during this period. Let her be quiet." "Yes, Your Holiness." No figure appeared in the shadow, only a voice came out. "Then what about Yus Yao Gang?" "Don't worry about it for now." Kyungsunji responded lightly. "Yes." After the voice fell, when the breath in the shadow dissipated, Kyungsunji's originally sitting posture relaxed, fell on the seat, slowly closed his eyes, and stretched out his hand to gently touch his eyebrows. This Pope who was so majestic in front of people showed fatigue at this moment. "Donger, Yus Yao Gang is not worthy of you. I hope you can handle this matter yourself and become a qualified saint and a qualified pope. After this whisper, the palace returned to silence again. Watching the guards in the city slowly gather and disappear on the street, Chen Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the situation was temporarily relieved, Chen Yao was unwilling to stay outside for a long time. After asking for a few days' leave from the spirit hall, he returned to the hotel in the slum again. Woo-woo. Pushing open the door, accompanied by a whimpering sound, what caught Chen Yao's eyes was a beautiful scenery. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was lying on the ground, had her white skin like jade already left bright red marks by the tortoise shell binding. Tears were mixed on her face, and saliva was dripping uncontrollably. Because Chen Yao was out for quite a while this time, Bibi Dong's physiological problems could not be dealt with, which resulted in a mess under her body, covered with stains and extremely smelly. Bibi Dong's ugly appearance was fully revealed. She struggled to raise her head and met Chen Yao's teasing expression. Bibi Dong's eyes were red and almost spit fire. She could imagine how unbearable and embarrassed she was in Chen Yao's eyes at this moment. If she could, she would simply want to eat the instigator alive. Ignoring Bibi Dong's angry eyes, Chen Yao smiled, walked forward, and removed the restraints from Bibi Dong's mouth. Cough cough. Bibi Dong coughed violently several times, and she felt that her jaw had completely lost consciousness. She raised her head and stopped screaming, roaring and cursing. She just stared at Chen Yao, with only endless resentment and hatred in her eyes. Chen Yao didn't care, picked up Bibi Dong, and walked towards the bathroom. This time, he bought himself a period of respite, during which he had to come up with a solution. However, Chen Yao could not let go of the culprit who had put him in such a predicament easily, otherwise, if he was really helpless and was caught by the spirit hall, wouldn't he lose a lot? Since he had already caught him, he had to get his money back. A few days later, the tightly closed door was opened again, and Chen Yao, wearing a black robe, walked out of the room. Through the narrow gap, it could be seen that Bibi Dong in the room was tied up in a tortoise shell binding again. However, compared to the last time, Bibi Dong's body was covered with scars this time. On her cheeks, the tears that had not yet dried were extremely obvious, and the originally bright and full redness had lost its blood color at this moment, and there were cracked wounds at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were extremely empty and her breath was weak. It was hard to imagine what kind of experience Bibi Dong had encountered these days. Hey! That's enough. Next I have to try and see if I can save my life. Muttered after a sound, Chen Yao closed the door heavily, leaving Bibi Dong alone in the dark room without a trace of light. In the darkness, Bibi Dong saw Chen Yao leave and the door closed. Her eyes glowed with brightness again, her lips moved, and she exhaled a hot and turbid air through the gap in her mouth. Then, her body trembled and twisted awkwardly. It was unknown how much time had passed, and Bibi Dong in the darkness felt an unspeakable anxiety. Because the room window was covered with a black barrier by Chen Yao, no light could penetrate, causing Bibi Dong to not be able to tell whether it was day or night, and how long Chen Yao had been out. She could only wait endlessly in this dark room where time seemed to be imprisoned. For a moment, she even felt a little fear in her heart. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs outside the door, which suddenly excited Bibi Dong's mind and gave birth to a strange hope in her heart. Kaka! As the door opened, a thin figure appeared in front of the door. The dim light in the corridor of the hotel projected into the room from the gap beside the figure. This dim and hazy light was so bright in Bibi Dong's eyes at this moment, making her a little excited. However, just when she was about to look up, she suddenly realized her change. She didn't know why she was like this, but she could only hurriedly adjust her mentality and restore herself to her previous bitter and vengeful appearance before looking at Chen Yao. Chapter 8, Abducting Yus Yao Gang. When Bibi Dong looked up, she found that Chen Yao had a huge package in his hand. Just when Bibi Dong was wondering what Chen Yao was holding, Chen Yao suddenly threw the bag to the ground, and the bag mouth loosened instantly, revealing the things inside. Bibi Dong, look who I brought. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Bibi Dong hurriedly looked at the ground. It was discovered that the bag contained not something else, but a man. The man was dressed very simply, with messy hair and untidy beard, which made his face a little blurry. It was obvious that he had not taken care of himself for a long time. But Bibi Dong instinctively recognized that this man was her beloved lover, Yus Yao Gang. Woo! Woo! Bibi Dong's emotions suddenly became excited, and her body struggled violently, making a series of unclear humming sounds towards Chen Yao. "Shh, don't make noise, be careful not to wake him up." Chen Yao smiled evilly, put a finger in front of his lips, and then pointed at Bibi Dong, reminding her of her current state. Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard this, and quickly calmed down. Even if she had to separate from Yus Yao gang, she would show her most beautiful side. If she woke Yus Yao gang up and let him see her in such a despicable state, she would never accept it. Tisk, so obedient. Seeing Bibi Dong calm down, Chen Yao rubbed her head. However, Bibi Dong did not react. Compared with what she had experienced in the past few days, the humiliation of Chen Yao treating her as a pet and teasing her at this moment was nothing. Even, this gentle caress made Bibi Dong feel strangely enjoyable. But Bibi Dong struggled strongly in her heart, got rid of the physical desire and instinct, raised her head, stared at Chen Yao, her eyes full of questioning. Seeing Bibi Dong's eyes, Chen Yao smiled again, and then untied the restraints on her body and mouth. After breaking free from the restraints, Bibi Dong only felt a sense of relief, but after the relief, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Bibi Dong was very scared and did not dare to explore where this feeling came from. Instead, she quickly wrapped herself in a quilt to prevent Yus Yao gang from waking up suddenly. Then she questioned Chen Yao. "I have done everything you said, why do you still want to find Xiao gang? What do you want to do?" Bibi Dong was very angry. But she didn't know whether she was angry because Yus Yao gang was hurt by Chen Yao or because Chen Yao deceived her. "Don't worry, my life depends on him, how could I kill him?" Chen Yao smiled. Bibi Dong calmed down after hearing this. Chen Yao still threatened her with Yus Yao gang, how could he hurt Yus Yao gang? Then why did Meng bring him here? Bibi Dong asked. "Saint lady, although I am temporarily safe now, I can't keep you here for the rest of my life. Maybe in a few days, if you haven't returned, the spirit hall will be in chaos, and no matter how many letters you write, it will be useless. And if you are released, the fate of my little soul master is uncertain, so I have to take some precautions in advance." Bibi Dong was shocked after hearing this. "You want to lock up Yus Yao gang?" She originally planned to pretend to be a snake with Chen Yao first, and then settle accounts with him after returning to the spirit hall, but if Chen Yao really imprisoned Yus Yao gang, it would be difficult to deal with it at that time. "I did think so, but unfortunately, although this guy is a waste, he is still the legitimate son of the current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. He is a hornet's nest like you. I dare not touch him." Chen Yao pointed at the unconscious Yus Yao gang on the ground with a look of regret on his face, and then continued. "So, for the sake of my life, I can only pay a little price." As he said, Chen Yao summoned his martial soul, and darkness condensed under his feet. The two ferocious tentacles also came out together. However, as soon as they appeared, one of the tentacles suddenly stabbed towards Yus Yao gang's eyebrows. "Stop!" Seeing this, Bibi Dong's eyes were about to burst. She screamed, climbed up from the bed, and rushed towards Chen Yao, trying to stop it. But she was blown away by another tentacle. "Anjing, I said I won't kill him, now I'm just doing some tricks on him." After Chen Yao glanced at Bibi Dong who was blown away, he retracted his gaze and focused all his attention on Yus Yao gang again. Bibi Dong struggled to get up, and hurriedly looked at Yus Yao gang nervously, but found that although the tentacle pierced Yus Yao gang's eyebrows, there was no wound and no blood flowed out. And Yus Yao gang's face did not show pain or struggle, and he looked very calm. And Bibi Dong also found that on the black tentacles, there was some kind of dark liquid flowing, which was continuously transported to the center of Yus Yao gang's eyebrows. This scene made Bibi Dong frown, but there was no way to stop it. She could only pray in her heart that Yus Yao gang would not be in trouble. As time went by, under Bibi Dong's worried eyes, Yus Yao gang's sallow face became extremely dark, not like the skin color of a normal person, but more like painted with paint. And Chen Yao's condition at the moment was not much better. His face was sickly pale, without the slightest blood color, and the fluctuation of his soul power dropped sharply, and it actually fell directly from the original limit of level 20 to level 11. Puff! Finally, Chen Yao bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on Yus Yao gang's dark face. When the blood dripped on Yus Yao gang's face, it strangely penetrated directly into his skin, and disappeared the next moment. If Bibi Dong hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was hallucinating. After doing all this, Chen Yao pulled the tentacles out of Yus Yao gang's body, and then he collapsed as if he was exhausted. On the ground. His long hair, wet with sweat, was in disarray, his face was pale and bloodless, and there was a deep red blood stain at the corner of his mouth. He looked indescribably evil and strange at the moment. Bibi Dong, who was watching this scene, was slightly dazed. But the next moment, Bibi Dong remembered Yus Yao, who was still lying on the ground, and she quickly woke up and shouted to Chen Yao anxiously. "What did you do to him?" "Ahem." Chen Yao did not respond to Bibi Dong immediately, but hunched his body, almost sticking to the ground, and coughed up blood violently. Accustomed to Chen Yao's arrogant and condescending attitude of humiliating her, now suddenly seeing Chen Yao's weak and painful appearance, she did not feel happy in her heart, but a strange unbearable. Chapter 9 Creating Twin Martial Souls. Even Bibi Dong did not notice that at this moment, she looked at Chen Yao with a complicated look. Without saying a word, without urging, she waited for Chen Yao to recover. After a while, Chen Yao's condition was better. He slowly got up, reached out and wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and then smiled and said with ease. "You should know that my energy martial soul can be separated from the body, right? Don't worry, I just injected most of my martial soul's energy and soul power into Yu Xiaogong's body. Now his soul power has broken through level 20. If he gets a soul ring, it is estimated that he will have level 25 soul power. What's the point of you doing this?" Hearing Chen Yao's words, Bibi Dong's eyes were full of confusion, and she couldn't guess Chen Yao's intention at all. Could it be that she wanted to use this method to make up for the harm Chen Yao caused her? So that she would let him go? But Chen Yao doesn't look like such a stupid person. Haha, don't guess, I'm not that kind of idiot, I hope to get your forgiveness. Chen Yao seemed to have guessed what Bibi Dong was thinking, and immediately sneered disdainfully, and then continued. You know, other people's things are not easy to take. Although I am not talented, I have a unique martial soul, which is pure energy. It has no form and can be separated. Just now, I injected most of my martial soul energy and soul power into Yu Xiaogong's body, so that my martial soul energy could be stabilized in Yu Xiaogong's body and achieve a balance with his own useless martial soul. In this way, Yu Xiaogang not only got a lot of my soul power and broke through the bottleneck, but also got a second martial soul, which is my martial soul. However, this martial soul has my soul power and blood as the guide. Even if I am far away from him, I can indirectly control it. As long as I have a thought, the martial soul I left in Yu Xiaogong's body will riot. I think as a well-known prodigy, the owner of twin martial souls, the Saint Lady, you must know what the consequences of breaking the balance of the two martial souls in your body are? Ha ha ha. After explaining to Bibi Dong, Chen Yao laughed. Although he was exhausted and weak to the limit at this moment, he laughed very loudly and felt extremely happy and relaxed. The price he paid this time was huge, but it was completely worth it. He had Yu Xiaogong's name in his hands. With Yu Xiaogang in his hands, even if Bibi Dong went back, she would not expose the fact that he had defiled her, and at the same time, she would not attack him. Even if Bibi Dong made a mistake, and he revealed this news to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, then Yu Xiaogong's father, Yu Yuanzhen, would never sit idly by and would protect him at all costs. So far, he has landed safely and his life is guaranteed. How can he not be happy and satisfied? And Bibi Dong, who was listening on the side, had an extremely ugly expression. If it is true as Chen Yao said, Yu Xiaogang has formed a second martial soul in his body and is controlled by Chen Yao. Then it can be said that Yu Xiaogong's life is in Chen Yao's mind. As the owner of twin martial souls, Bibi Dong knows very well that if there is a slight problem between the two martial souls, leading to a conflict, then the owner will explode and die, and there is no possibility of survival. I didn't expect you to be so cruel to yourself. You are so mean. Bibi Dong said with a gloomy face. Thank you for the praise, Saint. I am not talented enough. Compared with my life, I can give up this little martial soul energy and soul power. But when Saint returns to the spirit hall, please don't forget to promote me. Chen Yao smiled and responded calmly. You dare to go back to the spirit hall with me? Bibi Dong was shocked. She really didn't know how to describe Chen Yao at this moment. He was so bold and did whatever he wanted. After doing this, he dared to go back to the spirit hall? Was Chen Yao really not afraid that she would be angry and kill him regardless of everything? Of course, after all, I am only a level 11 soul master now. Leaving Wuhun City is full of dangers. If I am not careful and something unexpected happens, the beloved Saint Lady will probably not have an easy time. So I guess Saint Lady, you don't want to see Yus Yao gang have any accidents, right? Hearing Chen Yao's words, Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her fists and tremble slightly. Seeing Bibi Dong's suppressed anger, Chen Yao smiled and stood up with some difficulty, bowed to Bibi Dong on the bed, and said, I hope Saint Lady will take care of me in the future. After saying that, Chen Yao didn't care about Bibi Dong's eyes full of fire and murderous eyes, and went straight to the bed, and the whole person directly fell into the soft bed surface, and then slowly closed his eyes. Beast, beast, you will not die well. Seeing Chen Yao close his eyes and snoring faintly, Bibi Dong thought Chen Yao was extremely tired and had fallen asleep, and began to scold him non-stop beside him. However, at this moment, Chen Yao suddenly opened his eyes and met Bibi Dong's gaze. Saint Lady, although I am weak, I still have some physical strength. If you don't want to cherish this rare piece tonight, I can also satisfy you. Chen Yao's calm voice made Bibi Dong's face suddenly change, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she quickly stopped talking. Seeing Bibi Dong calm down, Chen Yao looked satisfied, and then he closed his eyes again. Ah! Looking at Chen Yao's sleeping profile, Bibi Dong's face was complicated, and after a long sigh with unclear meaning, she also lay down and closed her eyes. A moment later, a heavy feeling came over her. Bibi Dong, who was in a daze, smelled a familiar breath beside her, and her body subconsciously shrank towards Chen Yao's position. On the bed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman snuggled up to each other and slept soundly. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would think it was a perfect match. On the contrary, the lonely Yus Yao gang lying on the floor in a coma appeared in this scene, which was a bit of a spoiler. The next day, Chen Yao woke up from his sleep. In a daze, he suddenly felt a warm weight on his body. He frowned slightly and opened his eyes. He found that Bibi Dong was lying on him, snoring slightly, and there were a few crystals hanging at the corners of her mouth. She looked like she was sleeping very soundly. Bibi Dong is really bold. She can sleep so deeply in this situation, and she is not sleeping well, Chen Yao thought with a strange look on his face, and then he put these insignificant things behind his mind. After reaching out to pull Bibi Dong apart, he slowly stood up and looked at Yus Yao gang, who was still not awake on the ground. Chapter 10 The Majestic Saint. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Chen Yao picked up Yus Yao gang and walked out the door. The medicine given to Yus Yao gang at the beginning can probably make him unconscious for about 2 days. Now the time is almost up, and he should wake up in half a day. Chen Yao didn't want Yus Yao gang to wake up in this room, which would only cause trouble and bring more bad luck. Chen Yao found a garbage dump in this slum. After throwing Yus Yao gang away casually, he returned to the hotel. On the way back, he also brought a set of clothes for Bibi Dong. There was no way. When he woke up, Bibi Dong's clothes had been completely rotten. It was conceivable how crazy Chen Yao was under the influence of drugs at that time. And Bibi Dong has been in a vacuum state for the past few days. Now Chen Yao wants to let Bibi Dong go back. He can't let her walk out of the hotel like this, right? Arriving at the room, Chen Yao woke Bibi Dong up. In Bibi Dong's confused and hazy vision, Chen Yao threw his clothes on her with a flattering smile. Saintess, I welcome you back to the spirit hall today. Hearing this, Bibi Dong instantly came to her senses. She felt uncomfortable with Chen Yao's flattering attitude at first, but then she remembered Chen Yao's words and her eyes flashed with disbelief. Is her nightmare going to end today? Are you really going to let me go back? Bibi Dong said uncertainly. Saintess, I'm just a peripheral deacon of the spirit hall. It's okay here, but when you go outside, please remember not to talk to me in such a weak tone. Chen Yao still had a flattering smile on his face, but his slightly curved eyes revealed a hint of coldness, with a warning. I know. Bibi Dong spoke weakly, but she immediately reacted when she felt Chen Yao's sharp gaze. Her face changed, her expression became serious, and she spoke indifferently. I know. There was a hint of majesty in her voice. If Bibi Dong had not put on the clothes brought by Chen Yao and was naked, she would have had some of the demeanor of the saint when she was high above. Good performance, remember to keep it up outside and don't show it. Seeing this, Chen Yao nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time, a touch of heat flashed in his eyes. It must be said that looking at Bibi Dong's plump and hot body, coupled with her cold and solemn expression, made her even more tempting. It was like the collision of an iceberg and magma, which made Chen Yao's heart eager to move. Sensing that Chen Yao's eyes had become hot, Bibi Dong felt her skin was also burning and slightly red. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at him again. As her eyes randomly scanned, Bibi Dong found that the place where Yus Yao fainted yesterday was now empty. Where did you take Yus Yao? Bibi Dong frowned and asked quickly. Now he is my life-saving talisman, how could I harm him? Don't worry, I just sent him to where he should go. As Bibi Dong mentioned Yus Yao, Chen Yao suddenly thought of something and gave another instruction. By the way, if someone in the spirit hall finds out that you have lost your virginity, you should know what to say, right? Chen Yao thought of Kyungsunji, and Bibi Dong might still suffer this disaster in the future. Although in Chen Yao's opinion, Kyungsunji did indeed treat Bibi Dong as his disciple and the successor of the spirit hall at the beginning. After all, Bibi Dong was brought up by Kyungsunji, and her three views were shaped by Kyungsunji himself. If Kyungsunji really had some evil thoughts about Bibi Dong, there was no need to go through such a big detour. Why did he accept her as a disciple? Just raise her as a child bride, and use some tricks in the process of growth. Bibi Dong will be devoted to Kyungsunji, so what else will happen? It was Bibi Dong who was asking for trouble. She fell in love with Yus Yao, whose strength was completely unmatched and whose forces were even secretly hostile. This made Kyungsunji anxious and gave Bibi Dong a gift package for the pregnancy. Although Kyungsunji was in a high position and powerful, Chen Yao also felt that Kyungsunji was stupid from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention that the disciple he carefully cultivated was taken away by a waste. After doing those unethical things, he knew that Bibi Dong hated him, but he didn't care and kept her in the spirit hall. He also tried to get Tang Hao's wife, the soul ring and soul bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, for Bibi Dong. In the end, he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, and was directly injured by Tang Hao. In the end, he naively believed that Bibi Dong was moved by him, forgave him and made medicine for him. In the end, he fell under Bibi Dong's poison and was cut into pieces by her. The foundation of the spirit hall for so many years was handed over to Bibi Dong, a woman full of resentment and jealousy. Anyway, in Chen Yao's opinion, if he was Qian Sunji, even if he didn't kill Bibi Dong, he would squeeze her value dry, collect enough interest, and then directly kick her out and let her fend for herself outside. Perhaps after letting Bibi Dong, who has nothing, stay with the poor and weak Yus Yao for a while, she can taste what the suffering of the world is. What kind of paradise is the spirit hall for her? However, these are just Chen Yao's guesses. Kyungsunji has nothing to do with him. He is just a little soul master who is trying hard to survive. He can't change anything. If Kyungsunji really goes down the old path in the future, Bibi Dong must not let it slip. Chen Yao must warn her. Why did the people in the spirit hall find me? Even if they found me, what should I say? Bibi Dong was puzzled by Chen Yao's instructions, frowned slightly, and asked. Just in case, and you are a saint carefully cultivated by the spirit hall, but you are rebellious and get together with the waste of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It is hard to guarantee that your teacher, that is, our respected Pope, will be angry and do something bad to you, so if something happens, remember to push it to Yus Yao. Chen Yao is not a good guy. He even took a step ahead of Kyungsunji and gave Bibi Dong an unforgettable journey that chilled her heart and made her heart fly. He was even more excessive than Kyungsunji. But as a man, the damn possessive desire is still at work. Although I know it is unlikely to stop it, I still remind her intentionally or unintentionally. Bibi Dong. Hat. Do you think everyone is like you, a dirty, despicable, shameless scum? The teacher is the most honorable Pope of the spirit hall, how could he possibly look down on me? Bibi Dong has been extremely smart since she was a child, so she naturally heard the meaning of Chen Yao's words and sneered coldly. Kyungsunji is the man she respects most besides Yus Yao. He has been taking good care of her since she was a child, and she will not allow Chen Yao, a scumbag, to slander her like this. Chapter 11 Yus Yao is overjoyed. I didn't say that, don't make random accusations. Besides, if it weren't for you, the saint girl, who was so rebellious and found such a waste, there wouldn't be the current situation. I think it's unlucky. Chen Yao didn't get angry at Bibi Dong's scolding and abuse, but just shrugged indifferently. To be honest, he really would rather not have met Bibi Dong that night. After all, although his strength was relatively poor, he was living a carefree life. But he met Bibi Dong, which made him nervous all day long. For a selfish person like him, no matter how beautiful Bibi Dong was, she was not as good as his life. Seeing that the disdain on Chen Yao's face did not seem to be fake, Bibi Dong was furious for no reason. He worked day and night a few days ago, and he was tired. His crazy expression almost seemed to want to swallow her alive. Now he is disgusted? But it seems that he thought of something again. Bibi Dong calmed down and sneered at Chen Yao. Push it on Yus Yao gang? Isn't it the same as asking the teacher to kill Yus Yao gang? If so, why don't I tell the teacher directly about you, the culprit? In this way, I can let Xiao gang be buried with me. Hearing this, Chen Yao's face did not change, and he still looked indifferent. It's up to you, but don't forget that Yus Yao gang is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even if your teacher wants to kill him, he will be afraid. And I am just a little soul master with nothing. I have no room for resistance. Before I die, I will definitely drag Yus Yao gang with me. So between Yu Xiaogang's possible death and his certain death, it's up to you to choose. Bibi Dong heard this, her beautiful eyes glared, full of anger, and gritted her teeth. You are so despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, Saint Lady, don't dawdle. Hurry up and put on your clothes. We should go back. We have been out for so many days. The Pope must be waiting anxiously. Chen Yao calmly accepted Bibi Dong's evaluation of him, and then laughed and urged Bibi Dong. Yus Yao gang felt that he had a splitting headache at this moment, as if countless sharp blades were constantly stabbing into his brain, making him feel miserable. At the same time, a foul smell was also pervasive, constantly irritating his nerves. He gradually woke up, broke free from the chaotic darkness, opened his eyes with difficulty, and found that he was lying in the garbage dump. The stench he had just smelled was all around him, and the swill from the garbage also seeped out, soaking him thoroughly. Although he lived a simple life, he loved cleanliness. His current situation made him feel sick and he retched. However, he had not eaten for the past 2 days, so Yus Yao gang could only vomit a pool of stomach acid. Asshole? Who is it? Don't let me catch you. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot and his face was hideous. He was now roaring wildly in the garbage dump, like a madman who had lost his mind. He had recalled what happened before he fainted. He was in agony because of Bibi Dong's indescribable voice in front of the door of the room where he had an appointment with Bibi Dong. That night, he knocked on the door frantically and shouted Bibi Dong's name, but the 2 people inside seemed to have not heard him and turned a deaf ear. Finally, Yus Yao gang could only leave the hotel with a broken heart and get drunk in a nearby cheap bar. And this time, he stayed there for several days. Before he fainted, he was still pouring wine into his mouth frantically, and at the same time, the image of Bibi Dong lying on someone else's knees with a charming face kept flashing in his mind, which made him extremely painful. However, when he was half drunk and half awake, a tall black shadow appeared at the door of the tavern and walked straight towards him. Sat beside him and talked to him. In his drunken state, Yus Yao gang vented to the man in black about his disappointment in Wuhun, the betrayal of his lover, and all kinds of unhappiness and depression buried in his heart. The man in black listened quietly, and finally said something that puzzled him. If I give you a new martial soul, would you be willing? Although he was drunk, Yus Yao gang still had some basic rationality. He sneered at the man in black's words, but still said jokingly yes. But then, Yus Yao gang lost consciousness and fell into endless darkness. When he woke up, he found himself in a garbage dump full of stench. Bibi Dong's betrayal, coupled with his inexplicable experience, made Yus Yao gang almost on the verge of collapse. And in the midst of his madness he accidentally activated his soul power, causing a violent storm to surge around him. Yu Xiaogang's body changed a lot. Even though he was extremely angry at the moment, he noticed his own abnormality, and quickly stopped venting his anger in vain and checked his body. I am level 20. Yu Xiaogang looked down at the faint soul power covering his hands at this moment, his eyes full of disbelief. You know, he is now 26 years old, and it has been nearly 3 years since he reached level 19. In these 3 years, he tried every possible way, even Bibi Dong brought him a lot of precious medicinal materials, but the effect was minimal. But now, after a coma, he inexplicably broke through to level 20? Could it be that the man in black did it? Why did he help me? Yu Xiaogang's heart was full of doubts. But suddenly, Yu Xiaogang felt a chill on the back of his left hand. He quickly turned his hand over. However, he saw that the back of his hand was covered with a very strange pattern without knowing when. The pattern was pitch black and dense, forming a very twisted but very weird pattern. Yus Yao was dazed at the moment, with a guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it, because such a thing was simply unheard of. As a scholar, or a plagiarist. With the help of Bibi Dong, he almost emptied all the books about martial spirits in the Wuhun Hall. It was to improve his martial spirit and get rid of the fact that he was a waste. How could Yus Yao not recognize that the mark on the back of his left hand was the mark of a soul master's martial spirit when it was converged? This mark was not his own martial spirit Luo Sanbao, but an extra one, just like the 20th level soul power. But at this moment, Yus Yao no longer had the mind to explore where this martial spirit and soul power came from. He was crazy about confirming his guess in his heart. Yus Yao held his breath, stretched out his right hand, and tremblingly stroked the back of his left hand, subconsciously urging his soul power. Sure enough, after another burst of icy cold flashed, Yus Yao felt that something in his body seemed to be about to come out. Chapter 12 Meeting Kyung Sunji. Really? This is true. A new martial soul, really a new martial soul. Yus Yao screamed loudly, and the smile on his face was twisted and a little hideous, his eyes were bloodshot, and full of madness. This is exactly the feeling of calling out a martial soul. He really has an extra martial soul. For many years, the obsession with his own martial soul suddenly diluted the sadness in his heart caused by Bibi Dong's betrayal. Even, Yus Yao felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Bibi Dong betrayed him and made him go to the tavern to get drunk, otherwise, he would not have met the man in black, nor would he have this new martial soul. At this moment, he was in no mood to explore how this martial soul came about. His eyes were burning as he stared at the lines on the back of his left hand. This was a hope for him. It was his hope to get rid of the contemptuous and mocking eyes that had been cast on him since he was a child. It was also the hope that the name Yus Yao would no longer be associated with the word waste. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Yus Yao could not wait to activate his soul power and summon his new martial soul. Wow! Accompanied by a cold wind whistling past, Yus Yao discovered that there was a ball of pure darkness on his left hand. This is... Yus Yao who had a deep study of martial souls, recognized this dark martial soul at a glance after seeing it. This was a pure energy martial soul that was extremely rare in the records of the Spirit Hall. You must know that on the Douluo continent, the attribute energy of soul masters is affected by the martial soul carrier, whether it is a beast or a weapon. For example, there are spirits like Wind Demon Wolf, Thick Rock Bear, Flame Sword, Ice Bow, etc. The attack forms they launch are very simple and rigid, and they all need to be released through spirit carriers. On the other hand, this kind of energy spirit has no form and is very pure, which also means that it is unrestricted, highly malleable, and has a myriad of changes. And the quality of this kind of energy is also much higher than the attribute energy released through spirit carriers. Even if it is a top-level spirit like the Fire Phoenix, when encountering a spirit master with this kind of energy spirit, under the same level, the flame of the Fire Phoenix will be suppressed by the energy spirit. This shows the horror of the energy spirit. This kind of spirit is genuine, rare, and powerful. But why don't I feel a strong and domineering feeling from this spirit, but a sense of weakness? After Yus Yao was ecstatic, he calmed down again, frowned slightly, looked at the ball of darkness in his hand, and had some doubts in his heart. But soon, Yus Yao put this little problem behind him, his eyes regained the enthusiasm, and he murmured. Forget it, although I don't know what the reason is, I am well read and I remember all the knowledge about martial souls. Even if you are so weak now, I will definitely solve your problem. Because I have always believed in a saying, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Dark martial soul, choosing me is the most correct decision you have made. Yus Yao seemed to regard his new martial soul as a perfect lover, and roared in his heart confessing, telling of his ambition and determination, and his oath of loyalty to it. He completely forgot his original martial soul, Luo Sanbao, which was eager to change but never made any progress. At the same time, the martial soul mark of Luo Sanbao on the back of his right hand has begun to dim from the original bright golden color, and turned into the deep black of the dark martial soul on his left hand. Luo Sanbao in the mark is now shrouded in a boundless darkness. The faint golden light on his body can't dispel the thick darkness at all. He keeps wailing and howling, trying to attract the attention of his master, Yus Yao, but he doesn't get any response. In the end, he can only let this desperate darkness swallow up the hopeful and sacred light on his body. And Yus Yaogong's mind and energy are all on his new dark martial soul at this moment, and he doesn't pay any attention to Luo Sanbao's situation. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. How could this martial soul that brought him endless humiliation and ridicule be comparable to the dark martial soul that is expected to take him to the top? With it, I am also a twin martial soul, a genius picked out of billions. I will definitely break everyone's impression of me to the highest point of soul master. Bibi Dong, you will regret it. You will pay the price for what you did that day. Yus Yaogong's eyes were red, and he laughed up to the sky. The look in his eyes made it hard to tell whether it was joy or madness. In this messy and smelly garbage dump, he was like a madman, baring his teeth and claws. Palace of the Pope. Kyung Sunji was wearing white pope clothes and a crown on his head. He was sitting on a high seat. A sacred and majestic temperament emanated from his serious face. With a slightly suspicious look, he swept over Bibi Dong and Chen Yao below, and finally stopped at Bibi Dong, and Kyung Sunji spoke. You mean, you want this peripheral deacon to be your follower and take care of your daily life in the future? Bibi Dong heard this, her back teeth were about to break, and she secretly hated Chen Yao's meanness in her heart, but she didn't dare to show any strange color on her face, and said it with a stiff face. Yes, teacher, Yus Yao is my first love no matter what, and it is inevitable to say goodbye to him. I have no intention of taking care of myself these days, but I met Chen Yao, who handled some trivial matters for me and took care of my daily life. I thought that although this person is not talented, he is good at doing things neatly. Instead of putting him on the periphery to manage those chores, it is better to stay by my side and do things for me. Oh! Kyung Sunji heard a flash of surprise in his eyes, then looked at Chen Yao and spoke slowly. Chen Yao, right? Tell me what you think. Chen Yao, who was already slightly bent his back again when he heard this, and said with a flattering smile on his face. Your Highness, I accidentally met the saint in the city that day. I wanted to persuade her to return to the palace, but she refused. I had no choice but to follow the saint and do some small things within my ability, but I never thought that the saint would value me. I am really flattered and feel honored. I am weak and have nothing to do. I never thought that the saint would give me a chance to serve. I am really grateful. If the saint has an order in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Chen Yao's look of loyalty to death made Bibi Dong feel a chill in her heart and goosebumps all over her body. Chapter 13 Eat and Take. Bibi Dong finally understood why there were so many emperors in the history of Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire who could not distinguish between loyalty and treachery. If Bibi Dong had not clearly known what kind of dirty and sinister face Chen Yao had under his righteous face, she would probably have been deceived by him. And Kyung Sunji also saw through Chen Yao's nature after hearing what Chen Yao said, that he was a flattering villain. It seemed that what he said was high-sounding, but in fact, if there was really something for him to take the lead, he would shirk it in every possible way. It is estimated that this time Chen Yao happened to meet Donger in the city, and saw that Donger had just broken up and was restless, so he flattered and tried his best to please him. He successfully left a little place in Donger's heart when he was unstable, and won Donger's favor. If it were in the past, Kyung Sunji would never let such a person appear by Bibi Dong's side. But now after the incident with Yus Yao, Kyung Sunji changed his mind. This Chen Yao seems to be quite perceptive. If he stays by Donger's side, he can also identify others and prevent the same thing as Yus Yao from happening again. Even if he can't stop it, he can let Chen Yao inform him in advance, so that he won't have to wait until Yus Yao and Bibi Dong are almost done and plan to elope before he, the Pope, gets wind of it and stays in this empty Pope's palace helpless and furious. Thinking of this, Kyung Sunji's sharp eyes that were originally looking at Chen Yao slowed down and said. Since you are lucky enough to be appreciated by the saint, stay by her side in the future. Yes. Thank you, Pope. I will definitely follow the saint closely in the future and serve you. Chen Yao looked very excited and bowed to thank him. Even if Bibi Dong was reluctant in her heart, she could only grit her teeth and go to he swallowed the food in his stomach, and said to Kyung Sunji with a forced smile on his face. Thank you, teacher. Well, go down. Take a good rest recently. I will remove the seal on you after a while. Kyung Sunji waved his hand to indicate. Obviously, even though Bibi Dong said that she had completely said goodbye to Yus Yao, he still had doubts in his heart. He had to observe for a while before he could make a decision and remove the seal for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was not surprised to hear this. After thanking Kyung Sunji again, he took Chen Yao out of the Pope's palace. After walking out of the palace gate, the two walked to a garden. This garden is like a bright gem embellished in the Wuhun palace. Plants rarely seen on the mainland can be seen everywhere here, competing for beauty and refreshing. The cleverly arranged fountains and the exquisitely trimmed flower beds complement each other, presenting an intoxicating beauty. This is just the tip of the iceberg in the spirit hall. The rest of the corners are so magnificent and beautiful. It is completely different from the periphery. Chen Yao often came here at the beginning. Every time he was here, he felt relaxed and happy. At that time, he was still a disciple of Gui Mei. However, after being abandoned by Gui Mei, he never came here again. Now that he has returned to his hometown after a long absence, his eyes still flashed with surprise for this beautiful scenery that is like a fairyland on earth. I don't know if I will be destined to enter this place in this life. Chen Yao suddenly had a terrible idea in his mind. But then he shook his head, and a self-mocking look flashed across his face. He is now just a little soul master who is trying hard to survive, and even his soul power has dropped to level 11. And the plan is not particularly safe, there are still risks, and it is hard to guarantee that there will be no accidents in the future. A slight mistake would leave him dead, so he was walking on thin ice. Instead of fantasizing about these unrealistic things, he should make the most of every day, enjoy himself with the power of the Saint Bibi Dong, and live happily every day. The two of them walked around in the garden for about half an hour before they came out and soon came to an independent and exquisite building. This is the residence of the Saint Bibi Dong assigned by the Spirit Hall. After entering and seeing the layout inside, Chen Yao was shocked again by the inhumanity of the Spirit Hall. Except for the smaller space, the decoration inside this room was not much different from that of the Pope's palace. Especially the gorgeous big bed that could accommodate almost 9 or 10 people. Chen Yao couldn't imagine how lively and cheerful he would be if he woke up from this bed with 2 delicate beauties in his arms every day. How favored was Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall? Chen Yao felt sour in his heart. They were all human beings, but why was there such a big difference? Bibi Dong, who was standing by, watched Chen Yao enter her room, jumping up and down, touching things here and there, and muttering about how much gold soul coins something was worth. He seemed to think he was the owner of this room. Bibi Dong was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. This little house belonged to her alone. It was a holy place in her heart. Even her teacher, Pope Kyungsunji, had never come in. How could she allow Chen Yao to defile it like this? She immediately shouted. Enough! Chen Yao, since you proposed to be my follower and take care of my daily life, I hope that a servant should behave like a servant. Chen Yao turned back in surprise and looked at Bibi Dong, as if he was looking at a fool. Rules? Saint, are you out of your mind? My own daily life is taken care of by others, how can I take care of your daily life? Chen Yao really wasn't lying. Although he wasn't talented in this life, he basically lived a life of having everything provided for him. In the early years, when he was still a disciple of Gui Mei, he had maids to take care of him on a daily basis. After being abandoned, he was also in charge of the chores outside the Spirit Hall. If he lived in the Spirit Hall, there would naturally be chores to serve him. If he was outside, he would usually wake up in a brothel like Tianxiang Tower, and naturally there would be beauties who had a love affair with him to serve him. When would it be his turn to be served by others? Not even by the saint. So Chen Yao sneered at Bibi Dong's words, and then said, Lady Saint, I just borrowed your name so that I can stay in the Spirit Hall. As for you, you will remain the same as you were in the Spirit Hall before. You can find a maid if you need one, but don't count on me. By the way, since I am supposed to serve you personally, it is unreasonable to live too far away. I think the small courtyard opposite your house is good and no one lives there. Remember to apply to the Pope for me. Also, your jewelry is not bad, it is beautiful, I like it very much, give it to me. Chen Yao ate and took it all at once, and then, regardless of Bibi Dong's stunned expression, he walked out of Bibi Dong's room with the sparkling jewelry necklace in his hand. Chapter 14 It is difficult to prevent thieves in the house. Late at night, a stumbling figure came to the door of Bibi Dong's house and knocked on the door. Bibi Dong, who was about to go to bed, heard the door knock and frowned. She didn't know who would knock on her door at this time, but she still got up and opened the door. She saw the man with blurred eyes, flushed face, and strong alcohol all over his body. Chen Yao was furious. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw this. Why is it you? She didn't expect Chen Yao to be so bold. He dared to come to her at this time. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered? However, Chen Yao ignored Bibi Dong's reaction and went straight into the house. He closed the door with his heels, then picked up Bibi Dong and walked towards her gorgeous bed that could accommodate 8 or 9 people. Asshole! We are in the spirit hall now. How dare you! Chen Yao's actions instantly made Bibi Dong understand what he wanted to do, and she struggled violently. But Chen Yao was unmoved and did his own thing. He even blocked Bibi Dong's mouth because he disliked her for being too noisy. Originally, Chen Yao sold Bibi Dong's jewelry today, and his pockets were bulging. He was just thinking about going out to have some fun. He came to Tianxiang Tower as usual, but strangely, looking at the top star on the stage, playing the piano, he didn't have the impulse of the past. What emerged in his mind was Bibi Dong's breathtakingly beautiful face and her charming and seductive figure. Comparing Bibi Dong with the top star in his heart, Chen Yao found that it was hard to describe the difference between heaven and earth. For a while, he became uninterested. If he had never seen the light, he could have endured the darkness. Bibi Dong really made him suffer. Depressed, Chen Yao drank several glasses of wine in succession, and found that the nameless fire in his heart was still hard to extinguish. Finally, he mustered up the courage and went directly to the outside of Bibi Dong's courtyard. However, Kyungsunji had learned from the previous experience of Bibi Dong sneaking out of the spirit hall, so he equipped Bibi Dong with 2 guards to monitor and prevent Bibi Dong from sneaking out again. However, Kyungsunji did not go too far. He set up a guard directly at Bibi Dong's door to monitor her every move, but he placed it outside the courtyard just in case. And it was precisely because of this that Chen Yao got a good deal. Bibi Dong's courtyard was extremely empty, and there was a distance from the door of the house. As long as Chen Yao entered the courtyard, the 2 guards would not be able to detect any movement inside. As for how to get past these 2 guards and enter the courtyard, it was even simpler. They were just 2 great soul masters with strengths of about level 23 to 25. Perhaps in Kyungsunji's opinion, it was easy for these 2 great soul masters to guard Bibi Dong, whose strength was now sealed, but Chen Yao, the owner of the dark martial soul, plus the cover of the night, it was even easier to break through the defenses of these 2 people unknowingly. In this way, Chen Yao entered the courtyard without anyone noticing, came to Bibi Dong's residence quietly, and knocked on the door. So there was the scene just now. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt extremely hateful when she thought that Chen Yao would not let her go after returning to the spirit hall, and would commit atrocities against her in her beloved hut. But despite her resistance in her heart, her body gradually gave up resistance, and even subconsciously catered to her. As her body temperature rose, her beautiful eyes gradually became blurred. Perhaps she had already gotten used to it. The next day, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, and the soreness and weakness from her body was as if she had been repeatedly crushed by a carriage full of goods last night. Beast, beast! Bibi Dong lifted the quilt and looked at the new and bright scars on her body. Her face was gloomy, she gritted her teeth, and cursed weakly. She didn't know what medicine Chen Yao took yesterday, and he was even crazier than before. In fact, Bibi Dong didn't know that Chen Yao simply felt that it was not easy to come in last night, and he couldn't lose it. Suddenly, Bibi Dong thought of something, and put on her clothes with trembling hands and feet. Then she climbed up from the bed with difficulty and searched the house. Sure enough, Bibi Dong then found that there was no trace of Chen Yao in the house, and some of the items in her house were missing. It was not difficult to guess that Chen Yao had taken them away and sold them again. That bastard! Did you think that my place was a place for those prostitutes to stay? They came here to have fun after drinking, and left after waking up. In theory, Bibi Dong should be happy that Chen Yao left, because her resentment towards Chen Yao had already exceeded the limit. But now, she didn't know why, after waking up and finding that Chen Yao was missing, she was inexplicably full of anger in her heart and wanted to vent. However, Chen Yao, who was outside, didn't know Bibi Dong's impotent rage. Now, relying on his nominal confidant of the saint, he became more and more lawless, and even threw the job of guarding the chores aside. In broad daylight, Chen Yao began to have fun. In this way, for several days, Chen Yao indulged in sensual pleasures. During the day, he listened to music in the brothel, ate, drank and had fun, and at night, he stayed drunk at Bibi Dong's house, feeling ecstatic and happy. On this day, Chen Yao, as usual, came to Bibi Dong's door drunk with rouge and wine, and opened the door skillfully. Now Chen Yao has got the key, so he doesn't even need to knock on the door. When he walked into the house, Chen Yao spotted Bibi Dong sitting on the luxurious sofa. However, compared with her previous leisurely home dress, Bibi Dong tonight was wearing formal clothes, exquisite and gorgeous, and her expression seemed very indifferent. But this time Chen Yao was drunk at the moment, and he didn't care what Bibi Dong was wearing or what her expression was like. He came straight to Bibi Dong and was about to lean over. Suddenly, a strong soul power swept over and wrapped Chen Yao's whole body, and instantly threw him out and fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. This fall made Chen Yao sober up a lot, and he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then looked at Bibi Dong with a look of realization in his eyes. I was wondering why you were a little bit wrong today, it turns out that the Pope sealed it for the sake of the medium. As he said, Chen Yao wiped the bloodstains on his lips and stood up tremblingly from the ground. Why, are you going to kill me? Come on, anyway, I've had enough fun during this period, especially with you, and I have no regrets in death. I just feel sorry for Yus Yao gang, who has to be buried with me without knowing anything. Chen Yao leaned against the wall and looked at Bibi Dong. There was no fear on his face, and he even laughed heartily. Bibi Dong's face suddenly changed and looked a little gloomy when she heard it. Her jade hands clenched quietly, and a hint of paleness appeared. Chapter 15 Obsession. Bibi Dong's face changed and looked a little gloomy when she heard it. She obviously had recovered her strength and completely crushed Chen Yao. She only needed to leak a little soul power to suppress him and make him crawl on the ground like a dead dog. But even so, she still had no way to deal with the wanton and lawless man in front of her. Moreover, was she really helpless against Chen Yao because she was worried about bringing disaster to Yus Yao gang? As soon as this thought came out, even Bibi Dong herself was shocked. Besides worrying about Yus Yao gang, what other reason did she have not to twist off the head of this beast in front of her? She was just worried about Yus Yao gang. It could only be. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and calmed down, then her cold and sharp eyes swept towards Chen Yao and said indifferently. Get out of here. She really didn't want to see Chen Yao's annoying handsome face now. Because the time was approaching, her body began to stir involuntarily, and her mouth was dry. Although she was shocked and angry about this, she couldn't stop it or control it. She just wanted Chen Yao to leave quickly. She didn't want to reveal any clues in front of Chen Yao. Get out? How can that be? Saint lady, there is no routine work today. Chen Yao sneered, and at the same time, his figure approached Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw this. She really couldn't imagine that Chen Yao knew that her strength had been completely restored, but he dared to act so recklessly and speak nonsense. How dare you? Although I won't kill you, don't push it too far. Otherwise, you'll lose your arms and legs. Bibi Dong threatened fiercely. Really? It must be very painful, right? I'm most afraid of pain. If the pain is unbearable, I will take emergency measures. Chen Yao had an indifferent smile on his face, raised his right hand, revealed the mark of the dark martial spirit, and shook it on Bibi Dong's face. Oh? Why didn't I know that you just lost an arm and a leg, and you have to die with Yus Yao gang? Bibi Dong pretended to be calm and said expressionlessly. That's not the case. I'm a person who cherishes my life, but I'll take revenge for any slight. But since I can't seek revenge on you, I can only seek revenge on your lover. Chen Yao smiled, then leaned his head close to Bibi Dong's ear and whispered. What would happen if I let Yu Xiaogong's martial spirit riot at the right time when he was refining his soul power? Although it wouldn't kill him, he would be seriously injured. With his physique, I don't know if he can withstand it. And if he gets angry and his brain is congested, he might go crazy or stupid. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth in anger as she heard the cold and cruel words. At the same time, she felt a sense of grievance in her heart. Yus Xiaogang didn't know where he was now. Why should she wrong herself again and again for him and endure the insults of this beast? But this thought only flashed through her mind. After all, she loved Yus Xiaogang deeply and could not tolerate Yus Xiaogang being hurt. She was helpless against Chen Yao's threat and could only fall into silence. Tisk. Seeing Bibi Dong remain silent, Chen Yao said with a task. Sure enough, it was useless to say anything. It would be most effective to move Yus Xiaogang out. Then, Chen Yao stopped dawdling and skillfully picked up Bibi Dong by the waist, threw her on the gorgeous big bed, and leaned over. By the way, now that your strength has recovered, remember to be careful and don't use your soul power carelessly. My small body can't withstand the destruction of you, a soul emperor. However, just as Chen Yao was about to charge, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly warned. Bibi Dong's expression did not change when she heard this. She slowly closed her eyes, turned her head to the side, and said nothing. However, because of the tacit cooperation during this period, Chen Yao knew that Bibi Dong had acquiesced, and immediately smiled obscenely. "Come on, open your mouth. Go away. It's so disgusting. I can't do it again." Woo. The next day, Chen Yao woke up from his sleep and saw the familiar ceiling again. "Hey!" After a long breath, Chen Yao slowly stood up and leaned on the back of the bed. Then he turned his head and looked at Bibi Dong's flawless and exquisite face beside him. Sleeping face. There was a trance in his eyes, and there was a sense of emptiness in his heart for no reason. In theory, he is living a comfortable life now, eating, drinking and having fun during the day, and at night he has Bibi Dong, the most beautiful woman in the world, to do whatever he wants. He should feel that his life is complete and should not have such an empty feeling. But he just feels that something is missing, making him feel irritated for no reason. Strength? Is it my own obsession, or was I stimulated by Bibi Dong's powerful soul last night? Chen Yao smacked his lips, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to dispel the idea of becoming stronger and continue his carefree life of drunkenness and dreaming. But I don't know what's wrong with him. The damn idea of becoming stronger is like a maggot on the tarsal bone, hovering in his mind, and he can't dispel it no matter what. Since you are unwilling, why don't I try again? Finally, Chen Yao accepted his obsession and had an idea that went against his life creed. But then he smiled bitterly. If hard work really worked, he would not have been abandoned by Gui Mei before. And it was not because of his martial soul. His martial soul was definitely powerful. Compared with those single-weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, it had too many wonderful uses. It could make him invincible against soul masters of the same level, and even fight against masters of higher levels. The reason why he was still weak at the age of 20 was simply because he was useless. Even when he practiced the advanced meditation method of the martial soul hall given by Gui Mei, his soul power still increased slowly, like a turtle crawling. Gui Mei was also puzzled by Chen Yao's situation. In theory, a person's qualifications are linked to the strength of the martial soul. But Chen Yao obviously has a top-level energy martial soul, but his qualifications are so useless that it is speechless. It can also be regarded as a wonder. In the end, because there was really no hope in Chen Yao, Gui Mei gave up on him helplessly. In his situation, can hard work change it? I'd better continue to live my happy life, and enjoy it day by day. Thinking of this, Chen Yao lay down again, and stretched out his hands to Bibi Dong who was sleeping beside him, intending to pour out some of his depression to her. But suddenly he thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in Chen Yao's eyes. He retracted his evil hands and sat up again. Maybe there is something in Douluo's medicine garden that can help me. Chapter 16-9 Nether Immortal Embryo Lotus. It's not that Chen Yao didn't pay attention to Douluo's medicine garden before, but it was just a thought. He has no strength and no power. To plot the things of a soul Douluo is simply courting death. But now it's different. With Bibi Dong's identity, it's too easy to control a soul Douluo. Thinking of this, Chen Yao couldn't wait and shook Bibi Dong who was sleeping beside him. Asshole! What are you doing? Bibi Dong was awakened by the violent vibration, staring at Chen Yao with bloodshot eyes, her face distorted. This beast, not letting her sleep at night, and now not letting her sleep during the day? Is he still a human? The usual resentment towards Chen Yao, coupled with the morning grumpiness, made Bibi Dong a little angry at the moment. But Chen Yao seemed to be blind, ignoring Bibi Dong's rage, staring at her with shining eyes and said, I heard that there is an elder named Yuegwen in the spirit hall, are you familiar with him? Although the fairy grass is a rare treasure, it has a unique way of taking it. If you swallow it all at once like a cow chewing a peony, you may explode and die. In Chen Yao's cognition, the only people in the entire Douluo continent who can possess the knowledge of these fairy grasses, except for Tang San, who has not yet been born, are the chrysanthemum guan of the spirit hall. In the original book, just by relying on a little breath, it can be identified that Dai Mubai had swallowed the Qirong Tong Dianju. This shows that his pharmacological knowledge is rich. I am quite familiar with it. Yuegwen and his partner Gai Mei are assigned by the teacher. They are two soul Douluo masters who are responsible for me. However, they are usually responsible for my safety when I go out of Wuhun City. There are few places in the city where they are needed. Bibi Dong frowned, not knowing why Chen Yao mentioned Yuegwen, but still suppressed her anger and answered him. Because Bibi Dong knew that if she did not satisfy Chen Yao, she would still suffer. This is a good relationship. Chen Yao's eyes lit up when he heard it. He knew that the relationship between Yuegwen Gaimei and Bibi Dong was not simple. In the future, when Bibi Dong became the Pope, these two guys would be at her side. But he did not expect that at this time, these two guys could be dispatched by Bibi Dong at will, and things would be much simpler. I heard that Elder Yuegwen loves flowers and plants and has a wealth of knowledge in pharmacology. Please help me find Elder Yuegwen and ask him to compile a general outline of immortal herbs. Chen Yao said to Bibi Dong excitedly. What are you talking about? When did you become interested in a bunch of broken grass? Hearing that Chen Yao woke her up for this reason, Bibi Dong didn't know why, and she was even more angry. At the same time, she also wondered why Chen Yao would pay attention to those flowers and plants after waking up. I think why not develop some hobbies? Chen Yao casually said. Ha! Bibi Dong sneered at the words, sneering in her heart, hobbies? Maybe Chen Yao is really interested in grass, but that is definitely a verb, anyway, it is definitely not those green plants. Okay, hurry up, stop dawdling. Feeling Bibi Dong's questioning look, Chen Yao also became impatient and directly drove Bibi Dong off the bed. Bibi Dong, who got off the bed in a panic, finally managed to stabilize her body. She turned her head suddenly and looked at the beast who drove her off her bed. Bibi Dong's face turned pale and blue, and she hated it in her heart, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just put on her clothes silently, and then slammed the door and left. At noon, Bibi Dong came back from Yuegwandi's residence. As soon as she opened the door of her house, a gust of wind sounded in the house, and then her eyes blurred. When she came to her senses, she found that Chen Yao had appeared in front of her and asked anxiously. Where are the things? Bibi Dong was shocked. You know, during this period of time, Chen Yao almost slipped away before she woke up during the day. Bibi Dong thought Chen Yao would come to get it at night. How important were these introductions to broken flowers and plants to him that Chen Yao gave up his playtime and waited until now? Especially looking at his fiery eyes, it was almost the same as seeing her naked in bed. For a moment, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable bitterness and anger in her heart, and she didn't want to take out the general outline. Where is the thing? Seeing Bibi Dong was slow to act, Chen Yao was getting impatient and raised his voice. When Bibi Dong saw Chen Yao yelling at her, her eyes widened. Although Chen Yao's attitude towards her was not good on weekdays, Bibi Dong did not feel anything because there was no reference. But now, Chen Yao's eagerness for the outline and his impatience with her made it clear what the importance of the two was in Chen Yao's heart. In Chen Yao's heart, she, Bibi Dong, was not as important as a broken book. At this moment, Bibi Dong wanted to take out the outline from the storage soul guide and tear it up in front of Chen Yao. Here you go. Bastard. Finally, Bibi Dong took out the outline and threw it to Chen Yao. Then, she stepped hard on her high heels and walked towards the bedroom angrily, making a crisp sound of thump thump thump. Nerve. Watching Bibi Dong leave angrily, Chen Yao felt puzzled. He muttered and didn't take it to heart. Then he looked at the outline of the fairy grass in his hand, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Bibi Dong, who returned to the room, was venting all her anger on the soft pillow on the bed with her pink fists, and she kept cursing. Asshole! Scum! But halfway through the curse, Bibi Dong's movements suddenly froze, and then a panicked expression appeared on her face. Whether that scum cares about me or not is none of my business. Why am I so angry? Bibi Dong thought fearfully. She clearly loved Yus Yao gang wholeheartedly. Why would she be disturbed by the actions of Chen Yao, the beast? It's him, it's all his fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be like this now. Chen Yao. Beast. One day I will solve Xiaogong's problem, and then you will die miserably. Frightened in her heart, Bibi Dong pushed all the problems onto Chen Yao, and then let out a low roar of resentment. At this moment, Chen Yao had no time to care about what Bibi Dong was doing in the bedroom. He couldn't wait to carry it to the desk and study it. Chi Rong Tong Tian Ju Xiang Si Duan Hong 8-petal fairy orchid. Chen Yao quickly found the familiar fairy grass and the way to take it in this general outline, but Chen Yao just took a quick look and skipped it. What he needed was the fairy grass that matched his own martial spirit or improved his poor cultivation speed. Found it. Suddenly, Chen Yao's eyes lit up, and the movement of flipping in his hands also stopped. 9 Nether Immortal embryo lotus, of the yin nature, the whole body is pitch black, with the 9 nethers inside, entering the lotus seat, absorbing the nether world, and casting the immortal embryo. Chapter 17 Hurt by Wine and Sex? Quit drinking. Looking at the introduction of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, the light in Chen Yao's eyes became more and more eager. Although the book said mysterious things, it was not difficult for Chen Yao to see that this was a fairy grass that matched his nature and could help him to be reborn. However, when Chen Yao's eyes gradually looked at the place where the fairy grass was produced, the smile on his face gradually solidified. It was recorded above that the legend of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus could only be born in the dead and silent place where the extreme yin gathered in the world. Extreme yin, a place of dead silence where everything gathers? How come this description is so much like the underworld? If he goes to the underworld, what use will that broken grass have? Chen Yao couldn't help but want to curse. No matter whether the place described in the book is the underworld or not, Douluo's vibrant medicinal garden doesn't look like a place that can breed the 9 nether immortal lotus. Chen Yao couldn't hide his disappointment, his expression was gloomy, and he reluctantly turned the page that recorded the 9 nether immortal lotus. Bang! After a while, Chen Yao closed the book, his face full of dejection. Obviously, he didn't find the immortal grass that satisfied him in the back. But soon, this dejection was swept away, replaced by a kind of stubbornness. Damn it, I don't believe it, since there is no immortal grass, I can't believe it. The magic herbs that suit me, I ate the 9th grade purple ganoderma to strengthen my body. I ate the 8-angled black ice grass and the flaming apricot to balance the yin and yang, and I am not affected by water or fire. Finally, I ate the longing autumn water dew to increase the degree of my eyesight. I don't believe that after eating so many herbs, I can't improve my slow speed of cultivation. Chen Yao cursed in his heart, but at the same time, he was determined. This time, no matter how great the temptation was, it could not change his belief in becoming stronger. However, although his determination was as solid as a rock at the moment, it seemed that absorbing the immortal grass required some hard conditions in addition to a specific method. The first was soul power. His current level 11 soul power was obviously not suitable. And physical strength. Speaking of physical strength, Chen Yao hesitated, and then came to a mirror beside him, looking at his slightly pale cheeks and dark eye sockets in the mirror. Chen Yao lowered his head and fell into deep thought. However, when he lowered his head, Chen Yao saw his slightly protruding belly again. Suddenly, Chen Yao woke up as if from a dream, raised his head suddenly, stared at the decadent self in the mirror, and said viciously, "I was hurt by alcohol and sex, and I am so haggard. From today on, I will quit drinking." With a low roar, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he threw a punch, directly breaking the mirror that reflected his haggard image. Crackle! The mirror shattered, and the shards fell to the ground. Then, Chen Yao stepped on the broken mirrors and walked away. Bibi Dong, who heard the noise in the house, also came out. Looking at the empty house and the broken glass shards scattered all over the ground, Bibi Dong's eyes were dull for a moment, and she murmured, "My mirror." After leaving Bibi Dong's house, Chen Yao came to the exquisite small building opposite. This was the residence that Chen Yao asked Bibi Dong to apply for from the Pope. However, because he had been out in the daytime, he stayed at Bibi Dong's house at night. He had never been to this new home of his own. Inserting the key, pushing open the door, and looking at the exquisite decoration in the house, Chen Yao was very satisfied, and even the depression just now subsided a lot. Yes, this is where I rose to become a powerful generation. From today on, I will not step out of the door until I practice to level 20. Chen Yao swore secretly in his heart, and then he sat cross-legged on the soft big bed, refining his soul power for the first time in a long time. Half a minute later, someone saw the figure of our great deacon Chen in Tianxiang Tower. At this moment, he was holding the soft beauty with his left hand, and holding a piece of crystal clear meat with chopsticks in his right hand. To practice, you have to eat first to have the strength to practice, right? Late at night, Bibi Dong paced back and forth at home, and looked up at the clock from time to time, with a complicated expression on her face and uneasy mind. "Damn beast, it's already half a minute later than usual, why haven't you come yet?" Bibi Dong was tangled in her heart, and kept telling herself that she was afraid that if she fell asleep early, Chen Yao would suddenly come and disturb her sleep, so she was so anxious. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows, walked quickly to the window, and looked in the direction of the small building she applied for Chen Yao. Sure enough, The lights were bright. Has he found a new love? Bibi Dong's brows suddenly tightened. Obviously, in her heart, Chen Yao suddenly didn't come to her, and it was definitely not because of something serious. It stands to reason that she should feel relieved. After all, she didn't have to be defiled by that beast. But for some reason, she suddenly had an impulse in her heart, wanting to rush to Chen Yao's house immediately and tear all the female creatures in his house to pieces. But Bibi Dong obviously didn't want to admit the bitterness in her heart, even if she was the only one here. Humph, this is good, so that this beast won't disturb my peace. Bibi Dong looked at the bright little building with a gloomy face. She sneered, turned around, twisted her increasingly plump and graceful figure, and walked towards the bedroom. That night, Bibi Dong was not surrounded by the familiar figure and warm body temperature. At the same time, the scene of Chen Yao having sex with a beautiful woman kept appearing in her mind. It made Bibi Dong's mood fluctuate greatly. Sometimes she was full of hatred, sometimes she was depressed and sad, which made her exhausted, but she didn't sleep all night. The next morning, Bibi Dong finally couldn't stand it anymore, got up from the bed, walked to the window, with two thick dark circles under her eyes. Looking at the small house where the lights never stopped all night, she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn beast, wait, next time, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, don't even think about stepping into this place again." As she spoke, Bibi Dong dragged her exhausted body and staggered towards the bed. Just when Bibi Dong was looking forward to seeing Chen Yao's regretful expression after being stopped outside the house by her, a whole month had passed. During this month, apart from the small house with lights flickering every night, there was no news from Chen Yao, and the whole person seemed to be dead. At this moment, Bibi Dong's dark circles were even darker than a month ago. She was heavy, with disheveled hair, and was obviously in a bad mental state. She walked to the huge French window again, where she had stopped, paused and looked out countless times this month. Her jade hands were clenched, and there seemed to be a black gas of resentment lingering behind her, so thick that it was almost condensed into substance, which made people shudder. There was also a flash of resentment in her eyes, staring at the small house not far from the window, which had already turned on the lights, and she was thinking about something terrible in her heart. Chapter 18 Black Shadow, Bibi Dong's Door. However, what Bibi Dong didn't know was that when she was staring at Chen Yao's house, somewhere in the void, a figure was wrapped in a black fog mixed with the most extreme negative emotions in the world, making it difficult to see the truth. Only a pair of purple eyes full of strangeness appeared. The eyes broke through the chaos and fell on Bibi Dong. Strange, I have clearly checked that this woman's personality is extremely paranoid. According to her current performance, the negative emotions in her body should have reached the limit at this moment. Why hasn't she reached the standard of the divine test yet? Could it be that because her lover was held hostage and she was worried, the evil thoughts and hatred in her heart could not be completely released, which led to the failure of the negative emotions to break through? Looking at Bibi Dong's figure, the figure's strange purple eyes flashed with doubts, and muttered to himself. It's too slow. Even if I don't follow the rules and give her a divine test in advance to guide her to kill that kid, she won't accept it. Sure enough, I shouldn't have let this kid make trouble last time. I should have let the descendant of the angel god do these things according to the original plan. But the descendant of the angel god is too big a target. If I act rashly and pollute his spirit, if that bastard Shura finds out that I'm interfering in the human world. While talking to himself, the black shadow's eyes showed a tangled look, and he looked very distressed. Oh, forget it. I've waited for so many years. It doesn't matter if I wait for a while. If there is no effect, I will take the risk to attack the descendants of the angel god. Finally, the black shadow stared at Bibi Dong deeply, shook his head, sighed, and disappeared into the void in a flash. 3 months passed, and Chen Yao still did not move. This made Bibi Dong's original resentment disappear, and replaced by full of doubts. Even if Chen Yao was tripped by a vixen, it would be impossible for him not to step out of the door for 4 months. You know, the gentle place of the first beauty in Wuhun City can't trap Chen Yao. Although Chen Yao came to her late at night every day before, he wanted to stick to her belly when he slept. But he was still nowhere to be seen during the day, and ran to Tianxianglu to get drunk and dream. How could such a bastard stay at home obediently? As for whether Chen Yao would find a woman more beautiful than Bibi Dong and be fascinated by her, Bibi Dong sneered at this conjecture. She was not narcissistic, but in terms of appearance, she had never seen a woman who could be compared with her in her life. Where could Chen Yao find a woman more beautiful than her? Even if he really found one, how could that little beast Chen Yao win the heart of a beauty? With his ridiculous level 11 soul power? In summary, Bibi Dong felt that Chen Yao staying indoors was full of doubts. Is he in trouble? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she was shocked. But on second thought, this conjecture was not impossible. After all, when Chen Yao created the second martial soul for Yus Yao gang, he looked like he was dying. Although he was alive and kicking the next day, it was unclear whether he had any sequelae. For a while, this thought kept lingering in Bibi Dong's mind and could not be dispelled. It stands to reason that she should be gloating over Chen Yao's misfortune and feel very happy. But for some reason, she suddenly felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by a big hand, unable to beat and difficult to breathe. Suddenly, Bibi Dong could not sit still. No, I have to go and see, Xiao Gong's life is still in this guy's hands. What if he knows that he is dying and wants to take Xiao Gang to death with him? After Bibi Dong repeatedly warned herself in her heart that she was worried about Yu Xiaogong's safety, she could not wait to rush out of the house and head towards Chen Yao's courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. When Bibi Dong came to Chen Yao's house, she swung her fist and slammed the wooden door heavily, but there was no sound from inside the house. This immediately confirmed Bibi Dong's guess. If Chen Yao was really staying at home with someone, there would be no sound at all. Knowing that Chen Yao was not messing around, Bibi Dong's tormented heart was comforted. For a moment, her heart seemed to be covered with icing sugar, and she felt sweet. But at the same time, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes that she herself did not notice. There was no doubt about it. Bang! Bibi Dong stretched out her crystal clear, flawless round legs under her cheongsam and kicked Chen Yao's door to pieces. Bibi Dong stepped on the broken wood chips with her high heels and entered Chen Yao's house, sweeping his eyes around, looking around. In the room, there were traces of someone living there, but it was clean and tidy, without the slightest mess, and there was no trace of odor in the air. Bibi Dong nodded imperceptibly, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and she was very satisfied. Although there was nothing unusual in the room, she still didn't see Chen Yao, which made Bibi Dong's heart hang in the air, and she couldn't let it go. But suddenly, Bibi Dong noticed a faint soul power rising and circling in the room. This soul power fluctuation was very weak, only about 10 levels, and it couldn't even penetrate the house. In addition, when Bibi Dong came in just now, she was in a hurry and didn't pay special attention, so she missed it. As for the owner of this soul power, it was already obvious, and it was obviously Chen Yao's. After feeling this soul power, Bibi Dong's heart was also slightly relaxed, and then she followed the soul power fluctuation and slowly walked to the bedroom. Bibi Dong did not intend to knock on the door, and pushed it open directly. The moment she pushed the door open, the scene inside the room made Bibi Dong dazed for a moment. In the bedroom, Chen Yao was lying on the bed, with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. A faint soul power was lingering around him. At the same time, a ball of darkness condensed under him, and the two dark tentacles that had brought Bibi Dong a nightmare-like experience also appeared, dancing around him with fangs and claws. Chen Yao's state is very familiar to every soul master. This is the state when soul masters call out their martial souls and refine their soul power. What really surprised Bibi Dong was that she had endured so much mental torment during this period of time, and she was suspicious and couldn't sleep at night. As a result, this Chen Yao just stayed at home to practice obediently. Actually, Bibi Dong can't be blamed for this. After all, no one would have thought that Chen Yao, who was eating, drinking and having fun every day, was actually just practicing seriously by locking himself at home. Even with Bibi Dong's intelligence, she had thought of thousands of reasons why Chen Yao stayed at home, but she didn't think of this most simple and obvious reason. Chapter 19 Breakthrough 20th Level. Hat. Suddenly, Bibi Dong, who had been staring at Chen Yao, laughed. She was angry at her own stupidity. When she thought about how she had become a jealous woman who peeked in front of the window every day and complained alone because of Chen Yao's incident some time ago, she was so angry that she felt dizzy. How could she become like this? Being affected by Chen Yao's every move, she became so ridiculous and crazy? Do I hate him? Hate. Do I want him to die? Yes. At this moment, Bibi Dong seriously examined her heart and finally came to a conclusion. Yes. He humiliated me so much, I hate him, I wish he would die, I want to see him die in extreme pain, I can't bear to see him being free and easy, so I guessed before that he would lose his composure when he was having fun with other women in the house. Yes, it must be like this. Bibi Dong explained her previous strange behavior, and after confirming that Chen Yao was safe, she felt as if a big stone had fallen, and her heart became calm and stable, so relieved. She couldn't help but smile, from the bottom of her heart, beautiful and breathtaking. If there is a concrete progress bar for the negative emotion value above Bibi Dong's head, then when she was monitored by the black shadow before, it was probably 80% of the terrifying value, and it would be directly filled with a little stimulation, which met the black shadow's God test standard. But at this moment, Bibi Dong's negative emotions have reached an astonishing new low, only 30%, which is no exaggeration to say that she is happy and content. If there is no knot in her heart that is bothering her and constraining her thoughts, I am afraid that those negative emotions will be directly cleared. If the black shadow in the void before saw Bibi Dong's current state, it would definitely be horrified and make a sharp roar. Then, at all costs, kill Chen Yao, the bastard who ruined her plan. But suddenly, Bibi Dong seemed to think of something again, and the smile on her face was restrained again. Chen Yao, this scumbag, wanted to concentrate on cultivation, but he didn't even tell her, and locked himself up for 4 months, causing her to suffer alone at home, which was really hateful. Could it be that Chen Yao really had no place for her in his heart, treating her as a prostitute in Tianxiang Pavilion or a simple tool? When Bibi Dong thought of this, her eyes looked at Chen Yao with a darker look, and an unknown terror was brewing in them. Boom! At this moment, Chen Yao's originally stable soul power began to fluctuate, and then it seemed that this soul power reached a certain critical point. After a period of air solidification, it began to erupt. After a long while, the soul power fluctuations in the air slowly stopped. Hey! Finally level 20. Chen Yao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmured, and opened his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw Bibi Dong appeared in front of him. Bibi Dong's long violet hair was scattered casually, noble and extraordinary. Wearing a purple flag, the cheongsam showed her graceful figure to the fullest, full of charm. Under the cheongsam, the pair of thighs that could almost kill people were exposed to the air, white as snow, slender and round, without a trace of fat and flaws. Chen Yao was in a trance. Bibi Dong? Why are you here? After staring at Bibi Dong's big white legs for a while, Chen Yao came back to his senses, met her cold eyes, and asked in confusion. You have been practicing in seclusion for 4 months, so I naturally came to see whether you are dead or not. Don't worry, don't implicate Xiao Gang. Bibi Dong's tone was indifferent, her eyes were cold, and she looked extremely disgusted with Chen Yao. She was still angry because Chen Yao didn't care about her at all. How could she be nice to her? No. No. She wouldn't be nice to Chen Yao if she wasn't angry. No. Chen Yao is such a hateful scumbag that she will never treat him well until she dies. The inexplicable contradiction in her heart caused Bibi Dong's delicate and pretty face to be slightly distorted. But at this moment, Chen Yao was in a good mood and focused on his soul power. He didn't care about Bibi Dong's cold words, nor did he notice the change in her expression. 4 months? That's fast. I can actually practice for so long at one time. Chen Yao admired his own perseverance. He actually quit drinking and sex for 4 months. Not only did he repair the soul power that was lost when Yus Yao Gang created a martial soul, but he also broke through to level 20. Of course, this was also because he had already reached that level. There was naturally no difficulty or bottleneck in doing it again. All he had to do was to fill up his soul power. Otherwise, with his terrible practice speed, it would be good to break through to level 1 in these 4 months. But no matter what, the result of this closed-door practice was good. Chen Yao was in a good mood and wanted to celebrate and reward himself. Suddenly, his eyes began to shift and fell on Bibi Dong's proud and charming body. A hot greed flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips. Hey, Bibi Dong, you broke into a private house without my consent. You are guilty of a heinous crime. I feel I have the obligation to condemn you. Chen Yao suddenly stood up, saying something Bibi Dong couldn't understand, and kept approaching her. Although she didn't know what he meant, Bibi Dong knew what Chen Yao was up to when she heard Chen Yao's obscene laughter. Chen Yao had been in seclusion for 4 months, and Bibi Dong, who had become quite sensitive because of Chen Yao, had also been stable for 4 months. At this time, some restricted images flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, and her long legs became a little weak, and she subconsciously took a step back. Human scum, is that all you have in your head? Bibi Dong showed an undisguised look of disgust, but her voice was trembling and she was panting a little. He, Bibi Dong, you are asking even though you know the answer, aren't you? Chen Yao smiled obscenely and admitted it generously. Then, regardless of anything, he picked up Bibi Dong by the waist and threw her on the big bed, and peeled her skin with great skill. Bibi Dong struggled violently, but she did not use any soul power at all, and her resistance was weak. Her eyes were flustered, but they were also accompanied by a deep hidden expectation and desire. Time soon came to the evening. In the room, Chen Yao leaned against the back of the bed, his eyes narrowed slightly, savoring the faint aftertaste. After a while, Chen Yao opened his eyes and took a long breath. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Bibi Dong, who was now curled up and turned to the side, leaving him with only the back of her head with her hair tied up in her smooth and beautiful back. With a slight curl in his mouth, he had to say that Bibi Dong really knew how to pick the time. When he had just finished his retreat and was thirsty, she came uninvited and fell into his trap to solve his urgent needs. However, what Chen Yao didn't know was that Bibi Dong, whom he regarded as prey and could be manipulated at will. In a place he couldn't see, the delicate face turned to the side, and a satisfied smile appeared unconsciously, which was very sweet. Just when Chen Yao was satisfied, he suddenly thought of something, so he stretched out his hand and slapped Bibi Dong's flawless and smooth back roughly, leaving a red mark. Woo! Bibi Dong cried out in pain and woke up from her sweet dream. Asshole! Are you done yet? Bibi Dong stared at Chen Yao with a murderous look, gritting her teeth. It was so infuriating. She was exhausted by his torment. She finally stopped and wanted to take a rest to recover her strength. This asshole was making trouble again. Did he really think that she, Bibi Dong, had no temper? However, Chen Yao had no sense of guilt for disturbing others' sleep. He stared at Bibi Dong's murderous eyes and said with a smile. I forgot to tell you that I'm already level 20. Remember to take me to the Xingda Great Forest tomorrow to get a spirit ring for me to wear. Bibi Dong's face darkened when she heard this. He woke her up just because of this? Didn't he know that she was very grumpy when she got up? But even if she was furious, Bibi Dong could do nothing against Chen Yao. In the end, she could only yell at Chen Yao angrily. Let's talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. Now. Don't bother me. After saying that, Bibi Dong went straight into the quilt, pulled the quilt with her hands, covered her head, and he wrapped himself up and fell asleep again. Chapter 20 Leaving the City. You want to take him to the Xingda Great Forest to get the spirit ring. In the hall, Kyung Sunji looked at Bibi Dong in surprise and said. Below, Bibi Dong nodded calmly. Yes, Chen Yao has been working for me diligently during this period, without any mistakes, so I plan to personally hunt for spirit rings for him as a reward. Kyung Sunji frowned slightly when he heard this, and then looked at Chen Yao, who was bowing beside Bibi Dong, with a respectful look on his face and silent. Can't you just let an elder take him? Do you have to go in person? Bibi Dong fell silent when she heard this. Kyung Sunji saw through it and said indifferently. I'm afraid it's not just that. Kyung Sunji's voice with a faint majesty came out again. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can't hide it from you, master. It's only necessary to help Chen Yao get the spirit ring. I want to go out of the spirit city. Kyung Sunji took Bibi Dong's expression into his eyes, and his face suddenly sank. Could it be that after so long, Bibi Dong is still thinking about that waste? Release your spirit power, and let me test it. Kyung Sunji was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. Bibi Dong nodded after hearing this, and then released her spirit power without reservation. Accompanied by a violent surge of spirit power in the hall, 6 spirit rings with the best configuration suddenly appeared behind her. However, Bibi Dong did not release her spirit, and Kyung Sunji was not surprised. He naturally knew that Bibi Dong hated the ugly and ferocious appearance of her spirit when it was possessed, so Bibi Dong would never summon her spirit unless it was necessary. After feeling the fluctuating soul power of Bibi Dong, Kyung Sunji's calm face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Level 66. I remember you were only level 64 when you sealed the land? In just 4 months, Donger, you have risen by 2 levels? Great! Kyung Sunji stood up suddenly, clapping his hands and laughing, and at the same time, the haze caused by doubting Bibi Dong before was completely dissipated at this moment. Bibi Dong was suffering in her heart during this period, so she could only divert her attention through cultivation. Although it was still difficult to concentrate during cultivation, she still achieved results that ordinary soul emperors could hardly achieve in several years of cultivation in just 4 months, and broke through 2 levels in succession. It can be seen how terrifying Bibi Dong's talent is. Teacher, you are too kind. I know that I made a big mistake a few days ago, so I practiced hard and didn't want to disappoint you. Now I have achieved some results, but I feel a little bored after being in seclusion for so long, so I want to go out for a walk. Bibi Dong saw that Kyungsunji was in a good mood, and hurriedly said. When Kyungsunji heard this, his smile faded and he fell into deep thought. Kyungsunji still doubted Bibi Dong's recognition of mistakes. But now Bibi Dong's soul power has improved a lot, proving that he has been practicing well during this period. Unlike when he first discovered their relationship, Bibi Dong looked like she didn't want to eat or drink and was looking for death. This is a good sign. Even if Bibi Dong still misses Yus Yao gang, the weight of her heart is definitely much lighter than before. In this case, it would be fine to let Bibi Dong go out for a walk. After all, cultivation requires relaxation in moderation. If she is locked up in the spirit hall and kept practicing, she might get sick. If Bibi Dong relaxes and feels better, she might figure things out, see the gap between her and Yus Yao gang, and let him go completely. In that case, go out for a walk to change your mood. Finally, Kyungsunji nodded in agreement, and then looked at Chen Yao who was silent on the side. Chen Yao, this time, the Saint Lady personally hunts for the soul ring for you, which is a great honor for you. You must keep it in mind and remember to serve the Saint Lady well on the way, and don't neglect it. When Chen Yao heard this, he was about to nod and bow, but suddenly he heard a voice in his mind. When you leave the city, you must keep an eye on the saint, and you must not leave even a step. Otherwise, you will die as a sin when you come back. Also, always pay attention to the people who meet the saint, especially men, and report to me one by one when you come back. Listening to the voice in his mind, Chen Yao immediately understood what Kyungsunji meant, nodded repeatedly, and said respectfully. Please rest assured, Your Excellency the Pope, I will definitely serve the saint well on the way, and will never let down the saint's love. Fang Kyungsunji nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. In his eyes, Chen Yao was a flatterer, but it was this kind of people who knew how to judge the situation. He believed that Chen Yao could see the gap in status between the Pope and the saint, and knew who he was loyal to, and would not hide some facts for the saint. Okay, that's it. If there is nothing else, just leave. Kyungsunji waved his hand. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong thanked him with a happy look on her face, and then took Chen Yao out of the hall. Kyungsunji's eyes were fixed on the two of them. After the figure completely disappeared, he suddenly said to the shadow beside him. Let Yuegwen and Gaimei follow the saint out of the city to protect. But when he said this, Kyungsunji paused again. Thinking of the fact that Bibi Dong stayed at home and concentrated on practicing during this period of time, he suddenly sighed and said again. Forget it, the saint is just helping that villain to get a second soul ring. She is only active outside the Stardo forest. With her strength, there will be no danger. Don't disturb her. Let her relax and go down. Yes, Your Highness. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, the huge Pope's palace fell into silence again. On the other side, in a luxurious carriage driving out of Wuhun City, Chen Yao, who was humble and respectful in the Pope's palace before, was now sitting with his legs crossed, holding a bunch of crystal clear and extremely tempting purple grapes. He picked one and put it into his mouth slowly, with a lazy and comfortable look on his face, like a big boss. You are getting bolder and bolder now. You dare to let me deceive the teacher. If you are found out, aren't you afraid that the teacher will ignore my dissuasion and tear you, a sinister villain, into pieces? Beside him, Bibi Dong had a dark face and stared at Chen Yao with displeasure. If not, would your teacher let you out of the city just because you want to get the spirit ring for me? Don't let the city not leave, but suspect that it's me, isn't it more dangerous? Chen Yao said nonchalantly. Obviously, what Bibi Dong said in the spirit hall just now was guided by Chen Yao, and even the hesitant expression on her face at that time was rehearsed by Chen Yao. Chen Yao may not have a good talent for cultivation, but he is quite good at this kind of crooked way of deceiving. 3 parts false and 7 parts true, which made Kyungsun believe Bibi Dong's lies. Of course, these words only served as a prelude. If Bibi Dong hadn't worked hard and not fallen behind in cultivation during this period, which made Kyungsunji happy, it would have taken a lot of effort to come out. Can't you just let an elder go with you to hunt soul rings? Why do you have to ask me? Bibi Dong said rather depressedly. She really didn't want to go out. Relax. Relax. Yesterday, Bibi Dong's legs were so weak after being tossed around by Chen Yao that she was still trembling a little. How could she have the mind to relax? Heh, let those old guys help me get soul rings? I'm afraid they can just find a soul beast that's similar to mine to fool around. You're better at your service. I won't be lonely on the road. I'll play a little game with you. Chen Yao sneered at the words and told the truth without blushing, which made Bibi Dong furious. So she was just being used as a servant by Chen Yao? Not only do you have to work hard, but you also have to warm the bed at night? Bibi Dong's face was distorted for a moment. She really wanted to take out a big hammer and smash Chen Yao's dog head, which was resting on her soft legs, into pieces. Chapter 21 Small Town Tavern, Encounter outside the forest. Wuhun City is not close to the Xingde Great Forest, it is 5,000 miles away, but fortunately Bibi Dong's carriage is a soul beast specially raised by the Wuhun Hall, a red-haired red-brown horse, which can travel 1,000 miles a day. And it is also in automatic mode, you only need to indicate the direction, even if no one drives, it can travel by itself, which is very convenient. In this way, after 5 days of driving, the carriage finally stopped in a small town near the Xingde Great Forest. The door of the carriage was opened, and Chen Yao jumped down from the compartment, his footsteps landed steadily on the slightly moist soil, and he stretched comfortably. Although Chen Yao was exhausted from the 5-day journey, he did not feel tired at all. Instead, he was refreshed. After Chen Yao, Bibi Dong also appeared from the carriage. At this moment, her purple hair was piled high, her eyes were charming, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Although she had a delicate and pretty face like a girl, she gave people a mature charm in a variety of styles. Bibi Dong got off the carriage. However, her movements were a little stiff, her steps were a little staggering, and her pair of eye-catching white legs were also trembling at this moment. Stepping on the solid ground, Bibi Dong took a while to stand firmly. She stretched out her jade hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and the crystal residue at the corners of her mouth. She slightly raised her nose and sniffed the faint fishy smell emanating from her body. Her face suddenly darkened slightly, her eyes were full of disgust, and she glared at Chen Yao fiercely. It seemed that she was silently scolding Chen Yao for some kind of abominable behavior in the carriage. Then Bibi Dong turned around and walked towards a seemingly ordinary tavern in front without saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Yao shrugged helplessly and followed. According to his original plan, he didn't want to stop and waste time to settle down, but wanted to quickly hunt soul rings in the Xingde Great Forest. But Bibi Dong felt that the fishy smell on her body was too disgusting. She didn't agree with Chen Yao's statement that the smell would dissipate after entering the forest and being blown by the wind of nature. She had to find a hotel to settle down for a night, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. The kind of plain one. In this regard, Chen Yao couldn't beat her and could only agree. Who made Bibi Dong the main force in hunting soul rings this time, and he was just the one who shouted encouragement. Chen Yao, holding the horse reins, followed Bibi Dong to the front of the tavern. He threw the reins to the servant waiting at the door and threw out 2 silver soul coins at the same time, with a domineering look on his face. Take care of the horse, or I'll break your legs. When the servant saw the 2 silver soul coins, his eyes lit up immediately, but the next moment he saw the bright Wuhun Hall logo on the carriage, his heart suddenly became serious, and he quickly squeezed out a flattering smile and said, "So you are the 2 nobles of the Wuhun Hall. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I guess you 2 nobles are going to go into the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul rings, right? Please rest assured, our store will take good care of Grandpa Ma, and when you come out, it will be handed over to you intact." Seeing the servant's attitude, Chen Yao nodded with satisfaction and threw another silver soul coin out. "You have good eyesight, and you deserve a reward." Seeing this, the servant was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." Bibi Dong, who was standing aside, looked at Chen Yao's face at the moment, her heart full of contempt. This vulgar behavior was simply a disgrace to the spirit hall and even to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong was in no mood to care about Chen Yao at the moment. She was now extremely sticky and full of peculiar smells, which made her want to vomit. She couldn't wait to take a shower. The 2 walked into the tavern one after the other, feeling the pungent smell of alcohol. Bibi Dong frowned and was about to speed up her pace, but suddenly found that the tavern, which was originally bustling, seemed to be stopped by time at this moment and fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were directed at the two people at the door, or more precisely, at the beautiful and enchanting Bibi Dong. The eyes were hot and scorching, greedy and evil. Gulp. Finally, with a dry swallow, someone couldn't hold back any longer. It was a sturdy man with a body as bloated as a hill. The sturdy man swayed his body and walked towards Bibi Dong with a lustful look on his face. Just as the sturdy man was about to reach Bibi Dong, he suddenly felt a shock on his shoulder. He turned his head and found that this was the pretty boy who was traveling with the beauty. "Why, boy, do you want this woman to take the lead? Can you do it?" "Ha ha ha." The big man laughed wildly, and at the same time, the group of drunks around him also laughed. But Chen Yao was unmoved by the ridicule around him. Instead, he looked at the big man with a very pitying look and sighed. "No, I just want to say to the good man, don't be so impulsive in the future, and have a good journey." After saying that, Chen Yao shook his head, patted the big man's shoulder a few more times, as if to comfort him, and then walked upstairs without looking back. The big man looked at Chen Yao's back and was a little confused, but the next moment, his mind was filled with Bibi Dong's angelic face and devilish body. He turned his head and smiled obscenely. "Hee hee, beauty, your useless man left you and left. You should follow me from now on, hee hee hee." But Bibi Dong's face did not show the panic expression that the big man expected. Instead, she smiled beautifully, making everyone forget to breathe for a while. "He is really useless. Now he is still a waste who has just reached level 20, but you can't say that." Bibi Dong's smile was beautiful, but her voice was not warm at all. Everyone felt a chill rising from their spine. The next moment, a majestic soul power wave emerged, almost blowing the whole tavern away. Soul Emperor. The lustful man looked at the 6 best configuration soul rings that were floating and flashing behind Bibi Dong. In an instant, he sobered up and lost his soul. He stuttered with unprecedented fear in his voice. At the same time, all the people who had just made a fuss in the tavern were stunned when they saw Bibi Dong's soul rings. But soon someone reacted, stood up suddenly, pushed away the people around him, and rushed to the door of the tavern regardless of everything. Tisk. However, as soon as someone took action, Bibi Dong sneered coldly, and then a cold flash flashed in her eyes, and her body was suddenly covered with a touch of purple. After a while, the tavern was completely quiet, becoming extremely empty and falling into a dead silence, except for a few travelers who had never crossed their expressions before and watched the show silently. The people in the tavern before had all disappeared. Only the thick layer of blood flowing on the ground was the trace that could prove that they had been there. There was no trace of these people left. The smell of blood is even worse than that of that beast Chen Yao. I really need to take a good bath later. Bibi Dong smelled the strong smell of blood all over her body, frowned slightly, then raised her feet, stepped on the ground with her high heels, and walked up the stairs leisurely. Only the survivors in the hall were left. They looked at the stairs in horror, and after confirming that Bibi Dong had gone upstairs, they looked at each other, and then rushed to the door of the tavern at the fastest speed in their lives. The next day, the sun rose slowly from the east, making the fish belly white gradually enlarged, and the sky gradually brightened. At this time, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong had already woken up and walked out of the town. Since they all slept through the night last night, they were full of energy at this moment. After leaving the town, they hurried on their way. Of course, for Bibi Dong, it was a leisurely stroll. Most of the time they were waiting for Chen Yao who was lagging behind. As time went by, the breeze came with the fragrance of plants, and they finally arrived at the entrance of Xingda Great Forest. The trees here are tall, at least more than 20 meters, blocking out the sky, and this is only the outermost area. There is no path in the dense forest, and the shadows of the trees are heavy, so it is impossible to see the real scene inside. When they came here, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong were unwilling to delay. Just as they were about to enter the forest, they suddenly saw a pair of pedestrians not far ahead, who were about to go into the forest. And one of them was very familiar to Chen Yao and Bibi Dong. Even Bibi Dong was in a trance the moment she saw him. That person was Bibi Dong's first love, Chen Yao's life-saving amulet. Our martial soul theory master, Yus Yao. At this moment, Yus Yao was followed by a beautiful woman with bright red hair like flames and an extremely hot body. Chapter 22 Lurong. Bibi Dong looked at Yus Yao at this moment, and felt as if she was in another world, but it was only a few months since they separated. When they separated, Bibi Dong felt as if her heart was broken, and she thought that she would have trouble sleeping in the future because she often missed Yus Yao. But now Bibi Dong suddenly woke up and was shocked to find that in the past few months, the image of Yus Yao had gradually blurred in her mind. Only when Chen Yao threatened her to do something disgusting and mentioned Yus Yao would her mind reappear Yus Yao's appearance. But soon Chen Yao's face with an evil smile replaced it. Damn beast! Bibi Dong felt complicated and confused for a while, and subconsciously cursed Chen Yao. It was just because Chen Yao had done something too extreme, which made her hate Chen Yao so much that she didn't have time to miss Yus Yao. At this time, Yus Yao and the other person in front of him also noticed the gaze lingering on them and turned their heads subconsciously. When Yus Yao saw Bibi Dong, who was not far away at this moment, and had a more mature charm than a few months ago, his eyes were dazed for a moment. But the next moment, he became resentful again. He recalled that night, he was outside the door, scratching the door wall, scratching his hands until they bled, and wailing, while Bibi Dong was inside the door, moaning in ecstasy. How charming Bibi Dong's voice was that night, how heartbroken Yus Yao was. But soon, Yus Yao restrained his emotions again. He is no longer the same as before, and he will definitely become a true master with both theory and strength in the future. Even the humiliation before can't make him lose his composure. Yus Yao smiled calmly, and walked towards Bibi Dong with the red-haired woman, speaking cheerfully. Donger, what a coincidence, I can actually meet you here. Bibi Dong looked at Yus Yao walking towards her, and a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She originally thought that she would be very excited and even burst into tears when she met Yus Yao again. But now Bibi Dong found that her heart was so calm that she was a little scared. Xiao, long time no see. Bibi Dong's eyes were complicated, and she smiled reluctantly. It's been a long time, 4 months and 13 days. Yus Yao will never forget that night, and a haze flashed in his eyes. He sneered, and then he looked at Chen Yao next to Bibi Dong. That day, Chen Yao and his group deeply hurt Yus Yao's heart. How could he forget it? Donger, what is he doing? Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this, and a tangled look appeared on her face. She didn't know how to speak for a while. But Chen Yao suddenly stood up at this moment and said with a smile. Chen Yao is lucky to be appreciated by the saint lady and follow her around. Bibi Dong's expression also eased a little when she heard this, and nodded. Yes, this time I brought him to get the soul ring, and I can also come out to relax. Yus Yao showed a hint of sarcasm when he heard this. It seems that you have indeed changed a lot during this period of time. You actually accepted such a termite. Yus Yao sighed. How dare you? The saint is a saint, and everything she does must have her deep meaning. Who are you? A waste exiled by the family, you dare to talk nonsense about the saint, I think you are just a fool. Chen Yao was furious when he heard Yus Yao's words. According to Chen Yao's cautious character, he would never say or do anything in front of outsiders that is not in line with his current status as Bibi Dong's waiter. It's better to be safe than sorry, otherwise if any rumors reach King Sunji's ears, he will be doomed. So even though he is far away in the Xingda Great Forest, he is trying his best to play the role of a loyal dog protecting his master. Seeing this look, Bibi Dong's mouth twitched. Waste? After hearing Chen Yao's angry rebuke, Yus Yao hadn't spoken yet, but the red-haired woman beside him suddenly spoke. She walked forward with her full, round, mouth-watering breasts, twisting her slender waist like a water snake, looking at Chen Yao and Bibi Dong with a questioning look in her eyes. Did you make a mistake? Although Xiaogong's soul power is a little low now, he is definitely a unique genius in the world, a 1 in a million twin martial spirit owner. And Yus Yao listened on the side, and the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed, and he spoke in an annoyed tone. I'm sorry, Donger, it was only a few days after you left that I found out that I had another martial soul. I definitely didn't hide it from you before. After saying that, Yus Yao raised his left hand and released the martial soul. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and a small ball of darkness appeared in the palm of Yus Yao's left hand. In fact, even I didn't expect that I could awaken a second martial soul, and it was the rarest energy type of martial soul among all martial souls. Yus Yao chattered non-stop, his eyes full of boasting. Yes, Xiao, your martial soul is so powerful, and your knowledge is so profound. I believe you will definitely become a great strong man. This is also in line with the red-haired woman, who looked at Yus Yao with admiration. On the other hand, Bibi Dong and Chen Yao seemed to be in an awkward atmosphere at the moment. They all had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at each other subconsciously before coming back to their senses. It's really incredible. Congratulations, Xiao Gang, you have a chance to realize your wish and become a real strong man. Bibi Dong said with a far-fetched smile on her face. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. Do you know that it is because of your extra broken martial spirit that Chen Yao, the beast, is so unscrupulous that he tortured me in every way? Are you still complacent? You are really amazing. Chen Yao, who was standing aside, felt that he had finished his play and no longer said anything. He stayed quietly aside. With a hidden look, he admired the proud body of the red-haired woman, and did not pay attention to the tug-of-war between Bibi Dong and Yus Yao Gang. Thank you for your good wishes. By the way, Donger, let me introduce you. This is Lurong. I met her in Wuhun City. She is a 47-level strong attack beast soul section. Lurong stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Hello, my name is Lurong. You should be the saint lady Xiao Gang once mentioned, right? Although I am not as strong as you now, I believe that with Xiaogong's guidance, I can definitely catch up with you. Lurong smiled, but there was a hint of provocation between her eyebrows. At the beginning, she met this decadent and deep man in a tavern in Wuhan City. She was inexplicably attracted to him and wanted to know him. After sitting down and talking for a while, Lurong was overwhelmed by the other party's erudition, and because of Bibi Dong, she felt pity and sympathy for Yus Yao Gang. She had a very bad impression of Bibi Dong and even Wuhan Hall. Chapter 23 Separation, Entering the Forest. Lurong was angry at the harm Bibi Dong had caused Yus Yao Gang, and was also jealous of Yu Xiaogong's feelings for Bibi Dong. Although Yu Xiaogang said that he only had anger and hatred towards Bibi Dong, as a woman, Lurong could naturally feel that Yu Xiaogang was still obsessed with Bibi Dong. She felt sorry for Yu Xiaogang, and she wanted to prove that Bibi Dong was not worthy of him, and that she, Lurong, was the right choice for Yu Xiaogang. On the other hand, when Lurong spoke to Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogong's eyes were fixed on the expression on Bibi Dong's face. Just as Lurong guessed, Yu Xiaogang was indeed unable to forget Bibi Dong. At the beginning, Yu Xiaogong's attitude towards Bibi Dong was actually mostly to use her, and he wanted to use her identity to get in touch with the knowledge of the spirit hall and solve his own problems. If the separation between him and Bibi Dong was plain, he would at most be depressed and regretful. But that night, he was heartbroken, and even became obsessed. He believed that they loved each other so deeply before, Bibi Dong would never forget him easily, so at this moment he couldn't wait to see what Bibi Dong would look like after she knew about Lurong's existence. Angry? Wronged? Or regret? But what disappointed Yu Xiaogang was that Bibi Dong's expression was calm. With a gentle smile, she calmly stretched out her hand and held Lurong's hand. Hello, my name is Bibi Dong, Xiaogang is a very good man, you will be happy. Just as Lurong was intuitive, how could Bibi Dong not see Lurong's feelings for Yu Xiaogang? But she was not jealous, she was just relieved and relieved. She had seen through it a long time ago, and she was overwhelmed by love before, and took it for granted. The distance between her and Yu Xiaogang is too far, and there is the huge mountain of Wuhan Hall between them, which is simply insurmountable. One more thing, she has now been completely defiled countless times by Chen Yao inside and out. It is completely impossible to be with Yu Xiaogang. It is not the fault of either of them, it can only be said that they are not destined to be together. And now, Yu Xiaogang has met Lurong, who is not only beautiful, but also powerful and can protect Yu Xiaogang, which also makes Bibi Dong completely relieved and no longer have to worry about him. Next, she can concentrate on dealing with Chen Yao. Thinking of Chen Yao, Bibi Dong subconsciously glanced to the side. But just one glance, Bibi Dong almost exploded. Chen Yao, this beast, his eyes, wished to stick directly to Lurong's proud and fierce things. For a moment, Bibi Dong's face was gloomy, and she was optimistic about Lurong, but suddenly she felt that Lurong was a nuisance. For Xiaogong's sake, why not let Lurong disappear? We still have to hunt soul rings, so we'll go first. Bibi Dong let go of Lurong's hand, her face cold, even indifferent, and her tone unhappy, and then she wanted to go into the forest. But at this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke again. Donger, it just so happens that we are also going to hunt soul rings in the outer area this time. How about we go together? What do you think? No need, it's not on the way. Bibi Dong responded coldly, and walked towards the forest path without looking back. Seeing this, although Chen Yao didn't understand why Bibi Dong didn't take this opportunity to get in touch with Yus Yao Gang more, he could only blink regretfully, bid farewell to the beautiful scenery in front of him, and then followed closely. Only Yus Yao Gang was left standing there with an embarrassed face. Xiao Gang Lurong, who was standing by, spoke weakly at this moment. Yus Yao Gang suddenly woke up and forced a smile at Lurong. Erlong, I was thinking that Bibi Dong is much stronger than us. If we can travel together, it will be much safer. But since she doesn't want to, forget it. I think if we are careful, there will be no accidents. So that's how it is. Lu Erlong heard Yu Xiaogong's explanation, and the tension on her face eased, revealing a look of surprise. Of course, I said that I no longer have the same feelings for Bibi Dong as before. Yu Xiaogang said, but his eyes glanced at the direction where Bibi Dong and others disappeared just now, and his emotions were unclear. After entering the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest, there were already a few hundred-year-old soul beasts appearing here. Chen Yao put away his previous casual attitude and became more focused. He carefully identified the soul beasts he saw and looked for soul rings that suited him. However, as the opposite of light, these soul beasts were too rare. There were no soul beasts with pure dark attributes. On the first day, Bibi Dong and Chen Yao did not gain anything. They could only find a campsite and set up camp. As a saint, Bibi Dong naturally had a beautiful tent for going out. And Chen Yao was not someone who could endure hardships. He could only shamelessly get into the saint's tent and have a good rest. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Bibi Dong walked out of the tent. There was a faint smile on her lips, as if the resentment she had yesterday because of Lu Erlong had been soothed. A moment later, Chen Yao also supported his waist, yawned, and slowly walked out of the tent. However, at this moment, he had an expression of doubting life. Last night, I don't know if Bibi Dong was stimulated by Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. She, who usually endured silently, actually began to clamor in an unusual way. How could Chen Yao bear this? Immediately summoned the two tentacles of the martial soul, and fired at full power, but this time, even if Bibi Dong reached the limit, she never gave up, as if she wanted to perish with Chen Yao. Finally, after the two were completely exhausted, they fell into a deep sleep. As a woman, Bibi Dong is also a powerful soul emperor. After a short night of rest, she recovered almost everything, even refreshed. But Chen Yao, on the other hand, was in low spirits, his soul power had not yet recovered, and he looked like he was overdrawn. Seeing Chen Yao like this, Bibi Dong's mouth corners couldn't help but rise again, and she said sarcastically. What? It's not working now. Chen Yao turned his head suddenly and stared at Bibi Dong, with a ferocious smile on his face. Whether it works or not, we have to try it to know. Do you want to try it now? As soon as the voice fell, two dark tentacles appeared under Chen Yao's feet again. Bibi Dong saw this, her heart jumped, and fear flashed in her eyes. Although she was almost certain that Chen Yao should not have recovered at this moment, she still did not dare to take risks. Although she was relaxed now, she could not stand it again. Chapter 24 Yu Xiaogang realized the truth. At this time, both of them fell into silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. No one spoke first, for fear that if they were not careful, the war would be rekindled and hurt others and themselves. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the bushes on the side, distracting the attention of the two. Chen Yao's face darkened, and he retreated quietly behind Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was quite conscious and stood in front of Chen Yao, her dark eyebrows slightly raised, staring at the cluster of swaying trees. Under the gaze of Bibi Dong and the others, the cluster of trees was slowly peeled away, and then two figures walked out. After a closer look, who else could it be but Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong? You follow us? Bibi Dong was stunned when she saw the two, and then she slowly gathered her soul power and spoke. Hearing this, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Lu Erlong's face, but she didn't say anything. Instead, Yu Xiaogang didn't feel embarrassed at all, and took a step forward and said. Donger, the soul power you left along the way is too obvious, and the soul beasts on the path are also retreating. We also think that following your footsteps can reduce a lot of trouble, so we do this. If you let us, Erlong and I will apologize to you. The words and actions are appropriate, but also a bit alienated. Yus Yao does not believe that Bibi Dong, who once loved him deeply, will really forget him. He wants to arouse Bibi Dong's rebellious psychology, even a little emotional fluctuation is enough. It's not an offense. However, Bibi Dong didn't show any ripples on her face, just shook her head lightly, and then said, "But aren't you hunting for soul rings? How can you get a suitable soul ring if you avoid soul beasts?" Yus Yao was stunned when he saw this, but soon he explained with a smile. "Donner, you don't know that my new martial soul is an extremely rare energy martial soul. It is also the most mysterious and rarest dark attribute among energy martial souls. It is extremely difficult to find a suitable soul beast. At least, such a rare soul beast will never appear in the edge of the Xingda Great Forest. At least it needs to go deeper than dozens of kilometers. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I followed your path, Donger, and I didn't mean to follow you." Yu Xiaogong's voice fell. Bibi Dong hadn't reacted yet, but Chen Yao's expression moved. Although Yu Xiaogong's strength is not very good, he still has something. At least the knowledge he stole from the spirit hall in these years has been stored in his mind. On the other hand, Chen Yao spends his days drinking, and has never turned a few pages of books. He has only a superficial understanding of knowledge such as soul beasts. So this time, he only knew to find a soul ring with dark attributes, but he had no idea what kind of soul beast it was. And Yus Xiaogang happened to want to add a soul ring to his dark martial soul, so it would be better to go with Yus Xiaogang, which would definitely save a lot of detours. When he met a suitable soul beast, he could secretly intercept it. As for how to intercept it, Chen Yao believed that Bibi Dong would have a way. So, Chen Yao approached Bibi Dong, moved his lips, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Fortunately, because of the limited vision at this moment, the body positions of Bibi Dong and Chen Yao seemed normal to Yus Xiaogang. Otherwise, if Yus Xiaogang saw Chen Yao and Bibi Dong close together from the side, he would doubt his life and become suspicious. At this moment, Yus Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's expression, was stunned for a moment, then struggled, and finally sighed and said, "In this case, Xiaogang, why don't you come with us? The soul beast we are looking for is also quite rare, so we need to go deep into the forest." Yu Xiaogang did not hear the helplessness in Bibi Dong's voice, but showed a look of surprise. He thought that his performance just now worked. Bibi Dong still couldn't give up her feelings for him. For a while, Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong with a dazed look. Obviously, he had seen Bibi Dong every day before, and he had long been immune to her beauty. But now her mature and charming appearance, which was completely different from her previous slightly immature appearance, made Yu Xiaogang's heart throb. He certainly knew where Bibi Dong's transformation came from, which made his heart bleed. He secretly hated himself for pretending to be noble and treating Bibi Dong with respect, which led to the fact that they had never even touched hands in the past year of dating. As a result, he didn't know who had benefited from it now. But Yu Xiaogang guessed that it was probably the man arranged by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, who was a good match for Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang was not stupid, and it was impossible for him to believe that Bibi Dong was clearly affectionate with him in the afternoon, but went to bed with someone else at night. In this case, Bibi Dong didn't do it voluntarily that night? Didn't she deliberately call him to humiliate him? It is even possible that Qian Sunji threatened Bibi Dong with his safety and directed all this? Yes, everything makes sense. It must be Qian Sunji who arranged this scene in order to break up him and Bibi Dong. He was greatly humiliated in person, which made him feel miserable and even hated Bibi Dong completely, making him and Bibi Dong like strangers. After thinking it through, Yu Xiaogang's original resentment towards Bibi Dong completely disappeared, and was replaced by infinite heartache for Bibi Dong. He really couldn't imagine how panicked and desperate Bibi Dong was when she was forced to do it in that small and cramped hotel by a strange man. Anyway, she was definitely more desperate than him who was prying at the door outside. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang's body trembled slightly, his eyes were full of blood, his hands clenched tightly, his nails pierced his palms, and blood flowed out. Bibi Dong frowned slightly when she saw Yu Xiaogang like this. What kind of expression was this? Before, she wanted to go with them, but now she took the initiative to invite them, but she felt awkward. Lurong, who was beside Yu Xiaogang, also noticed his abnormality, pulled his sleeve, and spoke weakly. "Xiaogang? What's wrong with you?" Yu Xiaogang just came back to his senses after hearing this, and smiled at Lurong. "I'm fine." Then he looked at Bibi Dong again, his eyes flashing with heartache and pity, and continued. Donger, since you want to invite me, how can I refuse? Please take care of me on the way. Bibi Dong saw Yus Yao agreed, nodded indifferently, but she was actually very irritated. If it weren't for the beast Chen Yao's request, she really didn't want Yus Yao and the others to follow. For some reason, when Chen Yao was by her side, Yus Yao was hanging around in front of her, and she always felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Disgusted. It was far from the relaxed feeling when she was alone with Chen Yao, where she could let herself go anytime and anywhere. But now that the dust has settled, there is no point in saying anything, just a simple follow me. Then Bibi Dong turned around and took Chen Yao to the deeper part of the forest. Chapter 25 Big Black Rat. At this moment, Yus Yao looked at Bibi Dong's back and clenched his fists. Don't worry, Donger, even if you have experienced such a thing, I will never despise you. When I am strong enough, I will definitely make the Pope Kyungsunji pay the price for his crime. After taking a deep breath, Yus Yao ignored Lurong and rushed towards Bibi Dong and the others. Lurong stood there in a daze, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. But after a moment, she bit her red lips and chased forward. However, her back, which was moving alone, revealed a sense of desolation abandoned by the world. In this way, four people with different thoughts and extremely complicated relationships walked together and headed towards the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. Along the way, the team was extremely silent, and a strange atmosphere lingered around them. Among them, Bibi Dong, Yus Yao Lurong, the three Longs were all extremely worried, with tense faces and gloomy eyes. On the contrary, Chen Yao seemed to be completely unaware of the strange atmosphere of the three people behind him. He was heartless, breathing the fresh air in the forest while admiring the various ecological wonders around him that were somewhat unreal. Chen Yao was jumping and jumping, as if he was on a trip. Seeing this, Bibi Dong, who was a little depressed, gnashed her teeth and wanted to pull Chen Yao over and use her sharp spider spear to punch 100 big holes in Chen Yao's body. At this moment, there was a sudden earthquake, accompanied by the cracking of a mountain not far away, and a huge monster blocked the way forward. This was a giant scorpion as big as a hill. Behind it, a tail made of 9 tail bones was raised high, and a fiery red tail hook was connected to it. Yes, the king of the earth. It looks like a soul beast of at least 1,000 years old. Be careful of it. Yus Yao recognized the scorpion as soon as he saw it. He was surprised and began to explain. However, before he finished speaking, a purple aura surged from his side. Everyone's eyes suddenly blurred, and they saw a huge spider demon flashing by, followed by a violent wail. When their sight was refocused, they saw Bibi Dong standing on a pool of smelly black water, her skirt swaying in the wind, graceful and graceful. As for the king of the earth, it had disappeared. Hey! Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, and the depression caused by the oppressive atmosphere dissipated a lot. Then she turned around, raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen Yao, who had hidden 800 meters away at some point, with an inexplicable look on her face, and then she said. The guy blocking the road is gone, let's continue on our way. After saying that, Bibi Dong went forward on her own. At this moment, Chen Yao came slowly from behind and tidied up his clothes that were a little messy because of the emergency escape. Then he looked at Yus Yao and the other two who were stunned and had not yet recovered with contempt, and said. Master Yus Yao, what are you still standing there for? Were you scared silly by the soul beast just now? You are really useless. Didn't you see that the saint lady has gone far away? Hurry up! As he said that, Chen Yao chased after Bibi Dong slowly. Damn villain! You ran faster than anyone just now. Yus Yao reacted and looked at Chen Yao's figure that had already walked away. He gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to delay and hurried to catch up. In this way, the few people walked forward for more than 10 kilometers. The sky gradually darkened. The few people also stopped moving forward and chose a relatively open terrain to set up camp. However, due to the participation of Yus Yao and Lurong, they could not blatantly occupy Bibi Dong's tent. Chen Yao, who had nothing in his hands, was forced to be a savage for a short time and hang on the treetop to rest. Soon after, the four people gathered together, made a fire and solved a quiet dinner. Those who returned to the tent, and those who returned to the tree. The camp fell into silence. But as the lights in the tent gradually went out, it seemed that a big black rat ran into Bibi Dong's exquisite tent. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the tent, as if Bibi Dong was suddenly. The tent gradually became quiet after being frightened by the rats that came. It was unknown how long it took to calm down the fear brought by the big black rats. But Bibi Dong's tent was quiet, and there was movement in the tent on the other side. Yus Yao walked out of the tent, paced back and forth, and after hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked towards Bibi Dong's tent. After Yus Yao left the tent, Lurong also walked out of the tent opposite. Looking at Yus Yao's back as he walked towards Bibi Dong's tent, her eyes were filled with sadness. She was not stupid. She could see that Yus Yao had not forgotten Bibi Dong at all. In fact, after meeting Bibi Dong in the morning, Yus Yao began to be extremely cold to her, and even deliberately distanced himself from her intentionally or unintentionally. Lurong could see what Yus Yao meant. He wanted to sever his relationship with her and win back Bibi Dong. For a moment, Lurong felt that she was shivering with cold on this midsummer night, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. Reluctantly moving her eyes away from Yus Yao's back, Lurong rubbed her red and moist eyes, and walked out of the camp with a gloomy look. Coming to Bibi Dong's lighted tent, Yus Yao clenched his fists in front of his chest, encouraged himself, and then spoke. "Donger, are you asleep?" Yus Yao's voice startled Bibi Dong in the tent, but she quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Chen Yao, who was lying beside her, his fingers restlessly teasing the decoration on her proud body, with a lingering look on his face. Feeling Bibi Dong's gaze, Chen Yao nodded to her. Bibi Dong, who had a strange tacit understanding with Chen Yao, immediately knew that this kid had had a good time and was planning to slip away. Humph! Watching Chen Yao put on his clothes neatly, Bibi Dong snorted in her heart, then picked up the clothes scattered on the ground, put them on slowly, and said at the same time. "Xiao Gang, what do you want so late?" Yus Yao outside responded quickly. "Donger, I want to talk to you." As if afraid that Bibi Dong would refuse, Yus Yao added another sentence. "It's very important." However, after saying that, no more sound came out of the tent. Just when Yus Yao was anxious, Bibi Dong's voice finally sounded again. "I know." Yus Yao's face suddenly lit up, but the next moment, Bibi Dong spoke again, making his smile stiff on his face. "Chen Yao, you go out first. We need to investigate the matter thoroughly and report to me when you come back." "Yes, Saint Lady." Then, with Yus Yao's stiff face, Chen Yao walked out of the tent in neat clothes and met Yus Yao's eyes. Chapter 26 Pink Lady. As you said today, Saint Lady's vision is really not very good. She fell in love with a toad, and that toad shamelessly thought that he could match the white swan. Chen Yao glanced at Yus Yao, looking quite unworthy of his master, shook his head regretfully, and then walked away. When Yus Yao heard this, his fists clenched suddenly, gritted his teeth and watched Chen Yao's back as he left, feeling depressed and unable to vent. After a while, he let out a long breath, adjusted his mentality, and then lifted the curtain. When Yus Yao entered the tent, he found that it was neat and tidy, without any peculiar smell, which made him nod involuntarily. Thinking of the conversation he heard in the tent just now, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yus Yao himself knew that it was particularly stupid to link Bibi Dong with the follower, but after all, it was the middle of the night, and a man and a woman were alone in the same room, which really made him think too much. At this time, Bibi Dong calmly waved away the soul power in her hand that cleaned the air, then raised her eyes and looked at Yus Yao, wondering. "Xiao, what important thing do you have to talk to me about now?" Yus Yao asked, dispelling those unrealistic guesses in his mind, and said with a serious face. "Donger, I already know what happened on the night we parted." After hearing this, Bibi Dong's face suddenly changed and became nervous. "That night you..." "I was at the door." Yus Yao interrupted Bibi Dong before she finished. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, and a look of pity appeared in her eyes when she looked at Yus Yao. Although she was not a man, she could empathize with Yus Yao. Bibi Dong could not imagine how badly Yus Yao suffered that night. "It's my fault. If you hadn't come to me that night, our breakup might not have affected me." Bibi Dong sighed, then her expression returned to calmness. She looked at Yus Yao and said again. "Since you know everything, what else do you have to say to me? Are you here to condemn me?" Bibi Dong thought Yus Yao would be angry and hysterical, but she didn't expect that Yus Yao's emotional stability at the moment was beyond her expectations. "At first I was really angry. I didn't understand why you treated me like this, calling me over and humiliating me so much, which made me hate you so much for a while. Yus Yao smiled and said softly. Once? What about you now? Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard it. Now that I know the truth, how can I blame you? You are just forced to do it. Yus Yao stared at Bibi Dong with his eyes, very affectionate. But after hearing it, Bibi Dong couldn't keep calm anymore, and her voice rose several degrees. You know the truth? Bibi Dong's heart was in turmoil. How could Yus Yao know the truth? Could it be that Chen Yao, that idiot, did not cover up the truth well enough and made a mistake? What should she do? If Yus Yao knew the truth with his ability, wouldn't it mean that her teacher, Qian Sunji, also knew it? In this case, would Chen Yao be torn into pieces by Qian Sunji? And Yus Yao would also be implicated and exploded to death? For a moment, Bibi Dong was in a state of confusion, not knowing whether she was doing it for Chen Yao or was it because of Yus Yao safety, or was it both. On the other hand, Lurong had now seen clearly Yus Yao choice. With a heart full of reluctance and nostalgia, she finally chose to leave the camp and walk towards the outside of the Star Do Great Forest. She came to the Star Do Forest this time to help her beloved hunt soul rings. Now that her beloved has abandoned her, is there any need for her to stay? Wouldn't that just add to Yus Yao's troubles? Even if her love, Lurong, is extremely cheap, she must fight for the last bit of dignity for herself. Tactfully and quietly exited. At this moment, Lurong was walking on the forest path, feeling confused. However, just as Lurong was in a daze, a thick fog suddenly spread on the forest path. And this fog is different from the ordinary fog barrier. It is pink in color and has a faint sweetness, which makes people feel dizzy and dry in the mouth. Although Lurong was hurt by love at the moment, as an excellent attacking spirit master, her fighting instinct was also very good. In just a moment, she realized that the pink mist was unusual and threatened her, and immediately suppressed the chaotic emotions in her heart. The eyes that were originally full of sorrow also became sharp. As her spirit power fluctuated, a touch of red covered her skin, her eyes turned into majestic vertical pupils, and two beautiful but dangerous dragon horns extended from her forehead. Then the hot red completely turned into dragon scale armor, covering a large area of Lurong's body, revealing only the delicate and beautiful face, and the smooth belly with clear muscle lines and a strong sense of power. At this moment, Lurong was on guard, and the hot breath spread out from her every move, making her look full of wild beauty. The majestic vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, and finally Lurong locked onto an area. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and then she waved her sharp dragon claws, bringing a ball of hot flames, and went towards the shadow. Squeak! Accompanied by a scream, the existence hidden in the shadow finally revealed its body shape. It was a soul beast that looked similar to a scorpion. However, compared with the Earth King that Lurong met in the morning, which was as big as a hill, this soul beast was slightly smaller, and its body was pink and transparent, which looked quite dazzling. Damn it! It's the 1,500-year-old pink lady. Could it be the companion of the Earth King this morning? Waiting here for revenge. Lurong had no intention of appreciating the gorgeous appearance of the pink lady. Instead, her heart skipped a beat and her face became extremely ugly. During this period, following Yus Yao, Lurong naturally learned a lot about the habits of soul beasts and how to distinguish their strength. Although Lurong's strength makes it easy to deal with a 1,500-year-old soul beast, the threat of the pink lady is not only reflected in strength. There is also the released gas, which is the pink mist that is now permeating the surroundings. This mist can stimulate the desires in people's hearts and make them excited. Nowadays, one of the most popular aphrodisiacs in the black market of some big cities is made from the mist of the pink lady. In addition, the mist used to make these medicines was extracted from the pink lady who was only a few dozen or even 100 years old. Now Lurong is facing the pink lady who is about 1,500 years old. The mist that permeates the surrounding area is no longer something that Lurong can suppress and dilute with her level 47 soul power alone. Chapter 27 The Miserable Chen Yao. Damn it! We must fight quickly. Lurong's eyes were gloomy, and he did not dare to waste time. Second soul skill, Flame Dragon Body. Third soul skill, Angry Thunder. Fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame. Instantly, the three soul rings behind Lurong rose up and burst into dazzling light. Then, the armor on Lurong's body became more bright red, like red blood. Immediately afterwards, a thunder accompanied by flames roared out and swept towards the pink lady. Lurong also made a move, rushing out like a galloping female leopard, with the power of wind and thunder. Boom! The violent energy of thunder and fire hit the transparent head of the pink girl heavily. In an instant, a violent scream accompanied by a burnt smell burst out. However, just as the pink girl was eroded by the severe pain and struggled and screamed, the agile and hot fiery red figure also came, and a sharp dragon claw with red sparks slammed hard on the wound on the top of the pink girl's already fragile head. Puff! In an instant, pink blood splashed out with the sauce in the brain. The sharp scream of pain in the forest also stopped at this moment, and the pink body fell to the ground with a bang. Then a purple halo also floated above its corpse. The 1,500-year-old soul beast faced the full force of a strong attacking soul master, and was wiped out very cleanly. But at this moment, Lurong did not feel the slightest joy of killing the threat. Who? Who? She stood in front of the corpse of the pink girl, her eyes were red, her face was flushed, her body was trembling slightly, and her mouth was constantly spraying hot and rough air. Although she had been very careful just now, she still accidentally inhaled the mist released by the pink girl during the battle. Lurong could feel that her reason was gradually lost and her consciousness was gradually blurred. Damn it, the medicine was left in the tent and I didn't take it. Just after Lurong searched all over her body anxiously, she realized it belatedly. She was in a trance just now, and she didn't pack up her things at all, and left the camp. There was no other way. Lurong could only stabilize her trembling body with difficulty, shook her head, and maintained her remaining rationality. After vaguely recognizing the direction of the camp, she turned into a ball of fire and ran away wildly. At this time, the moonlight was soft, and the bright moonlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, scattered all over the ground, accompanied by the sparse chirping of insects around, showing a peaceful scene. Hush hush! In this harmonious atmosphere, Chen Yao faced an ancient tree, pursed his lips, blew a whistle, and looked comfortable. After a long time, Chen Yao felt an indescribable relaxation all over his body, and shook his body. Feeling the heavy feeling coming from the shaking under him, Chen Yao showed a proud smile on his face, quite satisfied, and then he was about to lift his pants up with both hands. But he suddenly noticed a ball of heat rising behind him. Chen Yao frowned slightly and turned his head subconsciously. Suddenly, he found that Lurong, who was wearing dragon scale armor and standing upright, was standing behind him. Gurgle, damn, a monster girl, dragon horns, dragon tail, and 8 abdominal muscles. Superb! Chen Yao looked at Lurong's martial spirit-possessed figure, his eyes suddenly lit up, his eyes shone, he swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and evaluated in his heart. But being tempted by beauty was only a moment, Chen Yao quickly reacted, this Lurong didn't sleep in the middle of the night, possessed by martial spirit, and ran behind him when he was peeing to do something. Thinking about it, Chen Yao raised his eyes, and the next moment he met Lurong's red vertical pupils that had lost their reason and were filled with strong animal desires. Fuck cat! Chen Yao felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. But these 2 steps seemed to touch Lurong's nerves, causing fire to emerge from his body. Chen Yao felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Lurong had already approached him. Lurong greedily stared at the humanoid creature in front of him that exuded a masculine smell, as if the dry earth had encountered nectar, and he wished he could occupy it and contain it. Lurong licked his dry lips with a scarlet tongue, and finally couldn't hold back. An evil light flashed in his eyes, and his dragon claws grabbed Chen Yao's shoulders and pressed him down. Chen Yao hadn't reacted yet, and he only felt a dizzy sensation, and then a scorching heat came from his body. Then, the pants he hadn't put on completely were directly torn off. Chen Yao's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Fuck, is it such a big deal? Don't do this kind of thing. He had thought about having a spring breeze with Lurong before, but not this kind. Looking at Lurong's crazy posture at the moment, I'm afraid she's going to squeeze him dry? Chen Yao struggled subconsciously, using his hands and feet, but was ruthlessly suppressed the next moment and was treated even more violently. Seeing that he was powerless to stop it, Chen Yao could only turn his head helplessly and look at the full moon hanging in the sky, with a sad look in his eyes. Not far from the ancient tree, inside the gorgeous tent. Yes, Donger, I already know the truth. All this must have been arranged by Kyung Sunji. He wants to break us up and let you marry the dandy sons of those powerful families. He is really vicious. Yus Yao shouted excitedly at Bibi Dong. You should be more open-minded. Hey! What did you say? Hearing Yus Yaogong's excited tone, Bibi Dong was about to speak to comfort him, but when she recalled what Yus Yaogang had said, her eyes suddenly widened, with an incredible look. Kyungsunji? Teacher? How did this get connected? What did Xiaogang know? For a moment, Bibi Dong began to doubt her life. Donger, don't worry, Kyungsunji did this to you. He is no longer worthy of being your teacher. Don't worry, I swear that I will work hard to cultivate and use my second martial soul given by God to avenge you. Yus Yaogong's eyes were red, and he summoned his second martial soul. He said resolutely with a look of deep hatred. In fact, you should avenge the god you mentioned. Bibi Dong looked at Yus Yaogong's resolute attitude and the dark martial soul in his hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She even hated the wrong person. Bibi Dong could only force a smile and said. I appreciate your kindness, but as for revenge, forget it. Don't worry, Donger, I'm still weak now, and I won't humiliate myself. I will concentrate on my cultivation, and when I break through the title Douluo, I will definitely seek justice for you. Yus Yaogang spoke with a sense of pride and confidence, which was given to him by his second martial spirit. Bibi Dong didn't know what to say anymore and fell into silence. But Yus Yaogang, without noticing Bibi Dong's strangeness, his face was full of longing and enthusiasm for the future. Then he lowered his head and looked at Bibi Dong affectionately, saying, Donger, I know that no matter what I say now, it can't heal the hurt you suffered that night, but I will accompany you silently. Even if Kyungsunji blocks me, I will watch you from afar in Wuhun City, waiting for you to get out of the pain and give you happiness. Yus Yaogong's sincere expression made Bibi Dong's mind emerge with the scene when they were in love in the past. Although there was no intimate contact, the warmth and sweetness produced by the respectful relationship penetrated into her heart. This made Bibi Dong's heart warm and moved at this moment. But suddenly the next moment, in Bibi Dong's mind, a handsome young man with a wanton evil smile appeared, shattering those sweet memories of the past. It made her gradually warm heart cool down quickly. Sometimes, long-lasting companionship may not be as deeply rooted in people's hearts as a simple and rough impact. For a moment, all kinds of feelings surged into Bibi Dong's heart, making her feel confused. I hope so, Xiaogang, I'm tired and want to rest. Bibi Dong's face was complicated and she sighed. She didn't know how to respond to Yus Yaogong's affectionate confession for a while, so she could only choose to escape. Yus Yaogang saw Bibi Dong's sad expression and thought that his words evoked Bibi Dong's memories of that night. He was sad and said hurriedly. Since Donger you are tired, then rest early. Don't worry, I will always wait for you. After speaking, Yus Yaogang looked at Bibi Dong again with expression, and then walked away slowly under her sight. Walking out of Bibi Dong's tent, Yus Yaogang smiled. Although he didn't get Bibi Dong's response just now, he still saw Bibi Dong's expression that was touched by him, and he felt excited. With excitement, he came to his tent and was about to rest, but suddenly he noticed that there seemed to be something strange in the bushes far away. Yus Yaogang was immediately alert, raised his eyes suspiciously, and looked towards the bushes, but found nothing unusual. I'm really stupid. There are traces of Donger's soul power here. How could there be a soul beast that doesn't know whether to live or die and approach here? It seems to be my illusion. Yus Yaogang shook his head, laughed at himself, and then got into the tent, smiled, and fell asleep. But what Yus Yaogang didn't know was that his self-righteous illusion was actually real. In the distant bushes, two people were fighting a bloody battle. The two fought hard and the battle was extremely fierce. The next day, the sky was bright, and the gentle sunlight spread on the earth, dispelling the night's chill. Dewdrops appeared on the green plants, bringing a burst of moistness and freshness to the air. The forest showed a vibrant scene, and the camp was also peaceful and peaceful. The people in the tent were still immersed in a comfortable sleep. But suddenly, a pig-killing scream suddenly rose loudly, directly breaking the tranquility in the camp. Bibi Dong! Save me! Chapter 28, Asking for the Crime. The voice was extremely loud, and Bibi Dong would not fall into a deep sleep in the Xingda Great Forest at this moment, so she woke up in an instant. That bastard's voice? What is he doing? With doubts, Bibi Dong walked out of the tent, and then saw Chen Yao's figure running towards her in the distance. Bibi Dong saw this and felt something was wrong. Without thinking too much, she hurried forward. When she got closer, she found out. At this moment, Chen Yao looked extremely embarrassed, with ragged clothes, black face and frizzy hair. He looked like a beggar. Behind him, there was a thunderous roar, as if he was chasing Chen Yao and approaching him. Boom! Bibi Dong did not hesitate. 6 shining soul rings appeared behind her. Then she flashed and came to Chen Yao. Seeing Bibi Dong, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief and tore off his tattered clothes. His originally fair body had become somewhat unsightly, with large areas of burns, skin peeling off, and a large number of blisters. The strong smell of burning mixed with blood and water gave off a fishy smell. Seeing Chen Yao like this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but frowned, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes, but on the surface, she looked like she was gloating, and asked with a playful smile. "What's the matter? What's wrong with you? You didn't sleep early in the morning and went to play with fire." "No, I was played by fire." Chen Yao checked his injuries and said with gritted teeth, his face was gloomy. While they were talking, the noise behind them became louder and louder. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and looked in the direction of the sound. When she looked closely, she found that the person who came was Lurong wearing a red dragon scale armor. At this moment, Lurong's eyes were excited and crazy, but they were replaced by raging anger and murderous intent. God knows how much she wanted to kill someone when she woke up in the morning, looked at her messy body, and recalled what happened last night. Although she decided to withdraw from this relationship with Yus Yao gang, it does not mean that she will allow other men to defile her body. Especially this Chen Yao. When they first met, Lurong discovered that the servant next to the saint of the spirit hall dared to openly he stared at her body blatantly, his eyes were hot and greedy, which made her extremely disgusted. If she hadn't taken Yus Yao gang and Bibi Dong into consideration, she would never let Chen Yao have an easy time. And now, she actually committed herself to such a scum. When she thought of this, Lurong almost went crazy. Not only Lurong, but Chen Yao was also the same. He stared at Lurong with a pair of eyes, and his murderous intent burst out. God can see that he has never had any crooked thoughts about Lurong. He knows himself very well, who can touch and who he can't touch, and his heart is like a mirror. Even Bibi Dong at the beginning was a helpless act under misunderstanding, otherwise, he didn't want to get into that big trouble. And now, Bibi Dong is enough to give him a headache, let alone to provoke Lurong, the daughter of the second in command of the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus Rex family. At most, he can criticize Lurong's sinful figure with his eyes. What, can't you look at it a little more to satisfy your cravings if you can't eat it? Chen Yao didn't think about having any interactions with Lurong in the future, and he didn't bother to pretend to be noble and clear-eyed to leave a good impression on Lurong. But he didn't expect that when he went down the tree to pee yesterday, he was spotted by a female Tyrannosaurus Rex who was infected with some kind of ghost thing and pressed to the ground. This was already shameful enough. When he woke up in the morning, he wanted to run away before Lurong woke up and let her calm down first. But he didn't expect that after Lurong woke up, she went crazy and chased him, swinging her third and fourth soul skills desperately. This was to kill him. If it weren't for the special nature of Chen Yao's first soul skill, he would definitely not be able to withstand Lurong's terrifying 47th level fighting soul sect and successfully return to the camp. But he also suffered a lot of injuries. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was observing from the side, also clearly saw the unrestrained murderous intent in the eyes of the two people. She frowned and said, "What's going on between you two? Hey!" Hearing this, Lurong took a deep breath, suppressed the desire to take action immediately, looked at Bibi Dong, and said, "Saint Lady, it's not that I don't respect you, but I hope you can hand him over to me." Offense. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was shocked and her face sank. Thinking of Chen Yao's previous record, she turned her head to look at him with a scrutinizing look. Saint Lady, if I want to offend someone, I have to have the capital to do so. This woman's strength is not sealed, otherwise I still need to ask you for help? Why don't you ask her yourself how I offended her?" Chen Yao, who had an unspeakable tacit understanding with her, naturally understood the meaning in Bibi Dong's eyes. He sneered immediately, and then looked at Lurong, with a murderous smile on his face, with a bit of teasing. Bibi Dong heard it and felt that this was also the truth. Although Chen Yao was lustful, he definitely cherished his life more than anyone else, and he would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to offend a soul master whose strength was far higher than his. "Your name is Lurong, right? You keep saying that Chen Yao offended you, but how did he offend you?" Bibi Dong looked at Lurong at this moment, her face was calm. But she was a little disdainful in her heart, thinking that if Chen Yao really did something wrong to Lurong, it would turn a big thing into a small one, and a small thing into nothing. It was for Yu Xiaogong's sake. Otherwise, if someone else dared to stand in front of her and question her, Bibi Dong would have slapped him away. Just kidding, if Chen Yao could be dealt with at will as Lurong said, she would have killed Chen Yao countless times, so how could it be Lurong's turn? When Lurong heard this, she gritted her teeth. How could she speak of such an unspeakable thing? She would definitely keep it to herself. However, just when Lurong was at a loss, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. Dong Erlong? What are you doing here? At this time, Yus Yao finally woke up. As soon as he came out of the tent, he saw Bibi Dong and Lurong confronting each other. Although Yus Yao couldn't hear what they were saying, he subconsciously thought that the two women were jealous of him. While he was happy, he hurried over to prevent the conflict. When Lurong saw Yus Yao he seemed to have found some kind of support in an instant. With a look of surprise on his face, he hurriedly said, Xiao Gang, this damn servant offended me. You are familiar with the Saint Lady. I want you to persuade the Saint Lady to let me deal with this servant. Chapter 29 Threats, Murderous Intentions. Yus Yao was stunned when he heard it. Obviously, the situation was different from what he thought. However, he still roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter. It seems that Chen Yao, the villain, offended Lurong. Lurong wanted to kill him, but Bibi Dong protected him? After a little thought, Yus Yao spoke out. Donger, since this servant did something wrong, it is better to hand it over to Erlong. Such a villain is not worth your protection. Although he now sees his heart clearly and avoids Lurong's feelings, it was Lurong who accompanied him in his frustrated days. Yus Yao remembered Lurong's kindness, and he also hated Chen Yao, who kept appearing. The villain next to Bibi Dong could be eliminated at this opportunity. Yus Yao didn't think that in Bibi Dong's heart, he, who had a deep relationship with her, would be inferior to a mere servant. In addition, although the effect of his confession last night was not obvious, it definitely touched Bibi Dong. So Yus Yao was sure that Bibi Dong would not refuse his request, and he maintained a confident and calm smile on his face. But what Yus Yao didn't expect was that Bibi Dong just responded calmly. I said, how did Chen Yao offend you? Explain clearly, and then we can talk about other things. Donger, you. Yu Xiaogong's face froze when he heard the words. He didn't expect that he had already spoken, and Bibi Dong would still defend this villain. He subconsciously opened his mouth to question. But the next moment, he met Bibi Dong's cold eyes, and felt that the words on his lips could no longer be said. I don't care, he just offended me, he must die. Lurong, who was standing by, saw Bibi Dong asking questions and got so angry that he lost his mind and roared angrily. How dare you? However, the only response to Lurong was Bibi Dong's cold voice full of majesty and solemnity. At this moment, Bibi Dong's pretty face was filled with anger, and she stared at Lurong with unfriendly eyes. Not to mention that even if the people of the Spirit Hall made a mistake, they can only be judged by the people of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, you want to kill my people of the Spirit Hall with just your mouth. Who do you think you are? As she spoke, the 6 soul rings on Bibi Dong's body flashed, and the 66-level strong soul power, at this moment, swept out without reservation, covering Lurong and even Yus Yao. For a moment, both of them felt an invisible pressure like a small mountain covering them, making their faces look a little ferocious and distorted, and their bodies bent slightly. Don't get excited, Erlong didn't mean that. She definitely didn't want to challenge the dignity of the Spirit Hall. Yus Yao knew that Lurong had said the wrong thing. Her words just now simply disregarded the rules of the Spirit Hall, which made Bibi Dong angry, so she hurriedly explained. When Lurong heard it, he also regained his sanity, but he thought of something again, and looked at Yus Yao fiercely, pointing at him. I'm not from the Spirit Hall, but Xiao Gang is. He is still holding the position of a nominal elder in the Spirit Hall. And he has the Pope's order. Seeing the Pope's order is like seeing the Pope. With these things, killing a servant of the Spirit Hall is in line with the rules. Lurong yelled hysterically, his eyes red and full of paranoia. Even Yus Yao was frightened by this look. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and asked. Erlong, why are you so determined to kill Chen Yao? What did he do to you? Hearing this, Lurong's body trembled, his eyes moistened, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his cheeks. Xiao Gang, don't ask, okay? In short, he absolutely deserves to die. I hope you can take out your Pope's order for the sake of our past relationship. I beg you. Yus Yao Gang looked at Lurong's pleading expression, and his heart suddenly choked. Although he didn't know the details, he still believed Lurong's words. Because he really couldn't imagine that the enthusiastic, lively, and charming girl in the past would become like this. What did she experience in just one night? Similarly, for Chen Yao, the culprit, Yus Yao Gang's original disgust in his heart completely turned into hatred. Taking a deep breath, Yus Yao Gang took out an exquisite token from his bosom, held it in front of him, and said solemnly. Donger, this is the Pope's order. I hope you won't defend Chen Yao anymore. You saw yesterday how lively and cheerful Lurong was, but he became like this today. All this is caused by Chen Yao, so let's hand Chen Yao over to Lurong for disposal. When Bibi Dong saw the Pope's order, she fell into a brief silence. This Pope's order was given to her by her teacher, symbolizing her status and dignity as a saint. Later, she was worried that when she was away, Yus Yao Gang would be alone and might encounter trouble in Wuhun. She secretly entered his name into the Taoist elders register without telling Kyung Sunji, and named him a nominal elder. At the same time, she gave her own token to Yus Yao Gang. Now, she didn't expect that Yus Yao Gang would use this token to pressure her. Had. For a moment, Bibi Dong laughed, and she laughed out of anger. You're using the things I gave you to pressure me? Xiao Gang, it seems that you've grown a lot during this period of time, and you're no longer the bookworm. Bibi Dong smiled, but there was a rare teasing in the smile to Yus Yao Gang. Wait, Donger, that's not the case. I didn't mean to take out the Pope's order. I just wanted to say that this way, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the laws of the Spirit Hall. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, I have the right to deal with a servant. Yus Yao Gang heard Bibi Dong's teasing words, which was a tone he had never heard from Bibi Dong. He panicked and hurriedly explained. Enough! Bibi Dong shouted angrily, and then glanced at Yus Yao Gang coldly. The next moment, Yus Yao Gang felt a pain in his hand, and the token fell, and then was pulled by an invisible force and floated in Bibi Dong's hand. Holding the token tightly, Bibi Dong spoke. Xiao Gang, I gave you this token because I saw that you had no talent for cultivation and was worried that you would run into trouble in Wuhan City, can help you out when necessary. But now that you have awakened your second martial soul, you don't have this worry anymore. It's a bit inappropriate to keep this token with you. After all, it symbolizes the saint and the Pope, so I want to take it back. After saying that, Bibi Dong ignored Yus Yao Gang's ugly look, turned her head and looked at Lurong, saying. Explain the matter clearly, or get out. If you keep making trouble, you'll die. Bibi Dong's voice was flat, but everyone present could clearly hear the terrifying murderous intent in her voice. When Lurong heard this, his face suddenly turned pale, his eyes were filled with despair, dim, without focus, and his trembling body was shaky. After a few seconds of silence, Lurong finally realized that it was impossible for him to kill Chen Yao. He stood up tremblingly and turned to head towards the camp. And left. Yus Yao Gang looked at Lurong's desolate back at this moment, and his heart ached, full of reluctance. But just when Lurong was about to leave, Chen Yao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Saint Lady, this woman slandered me, fabricated facts, and even provoked the majesty of the Spirit Hall. According to the laws of the Spirit Hall, she should be killed on the spot. To set an warning to others. Chen Yao spoke with great emphasis, enunciating each word. Chen Yao is a despicable, shameless, vindictive villain. Even if he did something wrong, he would not feel guilty. What's more, he was shot while lying down yesterday. He was held down for no reason and almost died in the sea of fire this morning. Almost. If it weren't for his first soul skill being so special, he would have died without a complete body. Chen Yao cherishes his life very much. If he had to watch Lurong leave safely, he would never accept such a murderous revenge. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Lurong and Yus Yao Gang turned around suddenly and met Chen Yao's eyes full of resentment. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at him sideways at this moment. She had never seen the heartless Chen Yao so angry. At this moment, Chen Yao was surrounded by soul power. Although he was only level 20 and extremely weak, the murderous intent he carried was cold and chilling, causing a chill on the backs of Lurong and Yus Yao gang. Don't go too far. You have turned Erlong into this state. It's a blessing to spare your life. Don't push it any further. Yus Yao gang couldn't help but shout. Lurong clenched his fists and stared at Chen Yao. His burning eyes seemed to pierce Chen Yao's brain. Why must it be me, and not her own fault? Chen Yao spoke expressionlessly, then turned to Bibi Dong, clasped his fists and bowed his waist, and said solemnly. I hope that the Saint Lady will act in accordance with the laws of the Spirit Hall and enforce the law impartially. Bibi Dong hesitated when she heard this. Although she had murderous intent just now, it was just to persuade Lurong to retreat, and she really didn't think of killing her. But now looking at Chen Yao's appearance, he seemed to be determined to kill Lurong, which immediately made her entangled. However, just when Bibi Dong hesitated, she met Chen Yao's suddenly raised eyes full of threats. Although Bibi Dong could not believe that Chen Yao would die with Yus Yao gang for the sake of Lurong, a woman. But for some reason, every time she felt Chen Yao's threat, her heart trembled and she subconsciously wanted to obey. Alas! Bibi Dong sighed in her heart, then looked at Lurong, shook her head, and said nothing. But the dark soul ring that began to rise and flickered violently behind her explained everything. P.S. Don't kill, don't expect, and don't abuse. There is also the Pope's order. I forgot some details of the plot. I went to check the information and found the unofficial history. But in the official history, it is inexplicable where Tang Hao got the Pope's order. So if you want me to be more rigorous, I can change it. If you think the unofficial history is good, I won't change it. By the way, I ask for a follow-up reading and monthly ticket. Smiley face, Chapter 30 My Father Yu Luomian. Dong Don't. Yus Yao gang was shocked when he saw this, and even had the urge to block Lurong. But when he was about to move, his heart retreated. He was scared. He knew Bibi Dong would not hurt him, but if Bibi Dong made a mistake and the attack fell on him, wouldn't he be dead? He finally saw the hope of becoming stronger, and he must not die so hastily. Even if it was just a small probability, he must not take the risk. In the end, Yus Yao gang did not move his steps and just stopped. Staying where he was, he kept trying to dissuade him verbally. Lurong, who was standing by, couldn't help but show disappointment when she saw Yus Yao gang, who was shouting but didn't move. Even though Yus Yao gang was extremely anxious, Lurong, as a woman, could keenly sense the cowardice in Yus Yao gang's heart. On the other side, Bibi Dong glanced at Yus Yao gang, shook her head, ignored him, and then activated her soul power. A terrifying wave began to spread from the dark sixth soul ring behind her. In Bibi Dong's in her eyes, Lurong was just a civilian with decent talent. It was a pity to kill her, but it was not too important. It was just a pity for Yus Yao gang. She had to find another confidant. Lurong felt the terrifying aura on Bibi Dong and her face turned pale. She could already imagine how miserable her fate would be if she really took this blow. Seeing that she was about to die, Lurong also panicked. She was just emotionally hurt, and after losing her virginity overnight, the blows that followed made her heart a little unbearable. But this definitely does not mean that she wants to die. She is still as young as a flower and has enviable talents. Even if there is no love, there are many beautiful and unknown things waiting for her to explore. She doesn't want to die like this. Lurong was forced to shout out and reveal her identity that she had hidden for many years and rejected in her heart. You can't kill me. My father is Yu Luomian, the younger brother of the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. If you kill me, it will definitely cause some trouble to the Spirit Hall. After these words came out, Bibi Dong was stunned, and the surging soul power also paused a little. On the other hand, Yus Yao gang was completely dumbfounded and spoke in horror. What? What happened? Yes. Lurong nodded, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Although her father was a servant in name, Yus Yao gang had also served as an elder of the Spirit Hall. Lurong didn't understand why Yus Yao gang was so shocked. And Bibi Dong, who was on the side, looked at the two of them at this moment, but there was a touch of weirdness in her eyes. What kind of development is this? Obviously, these two people were a couple who seemed to be made in heaven before, how come it suddenly became a moral drama? You said you are Yu Luomian's daughter, why is your last name Lu? However, Bibi Dong did not want to explore the story between the two too much, and raised her own questions. Yu Luomian was unwilling to bring my mother back to the family, but just settled her outside, so I took my mother's last name. If you don't believe it, my martial spirit can prove it. As he said, Lurong released his martial spirit form, and a giant dragon wrapped in scorching flames appeared behind him. What was surprising was that this giant dragon, except for the flames, was almost the same as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. I inherited Yu Luomian's Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, but it mutated, and the attribute changed from thunder to flame. Lurong explained. How could it be? How could you be the daughter of the second uncle? After Lurong finished speaking, Bibi Dong hadn't spoken yet, but saw that Yus Yao stared at the specific form of the martial spirit behind Lurong in a daze, muttering in his mouth. Second uncle. Xiao Gang, you are the son of the eldest uncle. Yus Yao was distracted, but his voice was not restrained. Lurong heard all his words. She was struck by lightning and looked incredulous. As an illegitimate daughter who was raised outside, Lurong was not qualified to access the family's information. After meeting Yus Yao, although Yu Xiaogong's surname once made Lurong wonder if it was related to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, she gave up the idea after seeing Yu Xiaogong's martial spirit. The naive Luo Sanbao and the majestic blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, let alone similarities, are simply unrelated. She expressed her admiration without hesitation. But now, Yu Xiaogong's words made Lurong feel like she was falling into an ice cave. It turned out that her first budding feelings were just a joke from beginning to end. Even without the saint lady, Xiao Gang, and I would have ended up in an absurd tragedy. It seems that I have to thank the saint lady this time. At this moment, Lurong laughed bitterly, with an indescribable sadness and sorrow. But Bibi Dong was not moved at all by this, just shook her head calmly and said. You don't have a future, Yu Luomian is not as deterrent as you think, not to mention, you are just an illegitimate child that no one cares about. Bibi Dong's murderous intention was not concealed, which made Lurong despair in his heart. Even if Yu Luomian was moved out, would he still die? Saint Lady, I am a lowly person, and it is not worth it for the Saint Lady to provoke the hatred of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family for me. Just when the atmosphere was about to solidify, Chen Yao suddenly spoke. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw that he was standing beside Bibi Dong, bowing his head, with his long hair covering his eyebrows and eyes, making it difficult to see his expression. All they could hear was his respectful speech that seemed to be loyal and for Bibi Dong's sake. Chen Yao was angry just now, and his heart was filled with hatred, and he completely forgot about the background behind Lurong. Now that they reminded him, Chen Yao calmed down. When he thought of the consequences of killing Lurong, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Once Yu Xiaogang went back and told Yu Luomian what happened today, Bibi Dong might not be in trouble, but he would definitely be in trouble. Although Yu Luomian has not yet broken through to the title Douluo, he is also a genuine soul Douluo. Being hated by such a strong man, even if Chen Yao stays in Wuhun City, he will be worried. It seems that Lurong really cannot be killed. Chen Yao does not want to see himself running around to avoid Yu Luomian for the rest of his life. But if he lets Lurong go, what will Chen Yao do? I am unwilling to give up. Chapter 31 Obtaining the Soul Ring. Chen Yao glanced at Lurong with a malicious look, and then said. But letting her go will also damage the dignity of our spirit hall. In my opinion, it is better to disperse her excess soul power at this time. It just so happens that this girl has been wandering outside since she was a child. She has never undergone systematic soul power training and her soul power is extremely weak. The saint's move can also help her consolidate her foundation. Maybe after Yu Luomian knows about it, she will not only not blame the saint in her heart, but will also come to thank her. Chen Yao's words seem reasonable, but the malicious meaning contained in them makes Lurong and others change their faces. What soul power is weak? Consolidate the foundation, it is completely nonsense. If we talk about soul power weakness, among these people, Chen Yao, who is hollowed out by alcohol and sex, is the first to bear the brunt. He simply doesn't want to let Lurong go so easily. However, even if this is the case, it is much better than being killed by Bibi Dong on the spot. Thinking about it, the anger on Lurong's face also slowed down a little, and she slowly closed her eyes, waiting for her punishment. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Yao in surprise, wondering why Chen Yao suddenly became so broad-minded. He actually wanted to let Lurong go. But on second thought, Bibi Dong realized something in her heart. Chen Yao was afraid that Yu Luomian would cause trouble for him later. He was afraid. It really fits his nature of fearing death. For his own life, he can put aside such a murderous revenge for the time being. Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully and said, "You have a point, so let's do it." After the words fell, Bibi Dong's face was restrained, without a trace of emotion. A touch of purple light was in her eyes, accompanied by a whistling sound of wind, and a soul power swept out. Puff! The next moment, Lurong flew backwards and stopped after crashing into a thick old tree. She curled up on the ground, her face became hideous because of the severe pain, and she kept coughing up blood, staining the moist soil red. Yus Yao, who was standing by, saw this and felt distressed, but because of Bibi Dong's presence, he hesitated for a moment and did not step forward to help. Cough cough. After an unknown amount of time, Lurong, who was struggling painfully on the ground, finally recovered, coughing and trembling. Her face was extremely pale, and her soul power was weak and sluggish, only level 20 left, which was exactly the same as Chen Yao. The color of the two purple soul rings behind her also dimmed, and they could no longer be used before her soul power recovered. Lurong felt that the soul power she had cultivated for many years, with all her energy and perseverance, had been lost by 60% in an instant, and she was in great pain for a while. But she didn't dare to show it. There was hope only when she was alive, and death would be the end of everything. Take a deep breath, Lurong glanced at Yus Yao, but quickly moved away and put him on Chen Yao, staring at him deeply, then bowed and clasped her fists, and said to Bibi Dong, "Thank you for your teachings today, Saint Lady. If there is nothing else, Erlong will say goodbye." After saying that, Lurong turned around without waiting for Bibi Dong's response, dragging her seriously injured body and slowly left. Hey! Watching Lurong leave, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lurong was miserable enough now, he still felt sad that he couldn't bury her completely in the ground, and he always felt regretful in his heart. But now it was the best he could do. Chen Yao didn't think about it anymore. He glanced at Yus Yao, who looked distraught at the moment, and then said to Bibi Dong, "The matter that the Saint Lady asked me to investigate has already made some progress. Do you want to listen to my report now?" Bibi Dong immediately knew that Chen Yao had something to tell him alone, so she nodded. "Okay, let's talk in my tent." Then, the two of them left Yus Yao, who was alone and sad, and walked into the tent. After entering the tent, Chen Yao finally couldn't bear it anymore and lay directly on the soft blanket. He coughed up a stream of blood from his mouth, staining the blanket red. Reaching out to wipe the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong. "Healing medicine." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, took out a pill-like thing with an extremely irregular shape, and handed it to Chen Yao. "This is a healing medicine made by the Healing Soul Master of the Wuhun Hall. Although it is not as good as the Healing Soul Master's own medicine, it is a must-have item for emergency in the wild." Without being polite, Chen Yao swallowed the pill in one gulp. Suddenly, his pale cheeks recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hey!" After exhaling a turbid breath, Chen Yao said to Bibi Dong again, "I am too seriously injured, so I will stay here to recuperate. Next, you and Yus Yao can go to find soul rings together. This camp has traces of soul power left by Bibi Dong. In the outskirts of the Stardo forest where it is difficult for soul beasts to appear even after 1,000 years, no soul beast dares to approach here. Chen Yao is not worried about encountering any danger." When Bibi Dong heard this, she immediately understood what Chen Yao meant. After sighing in her heart, she nodded coldly and turned to leave. When she came outside, Bibi Dong came to Yus Yao. "Xiao, Chen Yao is too seriously injured to hunt for soul rings. Stay in the camp to recuperate. I will take you to get soul rings first." After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yus Yao, who was still in a state of dismay, suddenly came back to his senses, with a look of surprise on his face. "Really? Donger, how dare you ask me to hunt for soul rings?" Bibi Dong looked at Yus Yao's smile, and felt a sense of guilt for no reason, but still forced out an ugly smile on her face. "Of course, it's just a soul ring, what's the big deal? In that case, let's hurry on. The soul beasts I need, their habitats are a distance away from here." Yus Yao's mouth corners could not be suppressed, and he said happily. Bibi Dong nodded, and then the two walked out of the camp together. At night, there was a noise outside the camp. Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes and then saw the curtain being opened. Then, Bibi Dong came in from outside. In one hand, she held a dying soul beast with a pitch-black body and ferocious horns on its head, and in the other hand, she held the unconscious Yus Yao gang. So fast! Seeing this, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Bibi Dong and the others to be so efficient that they found it in just one day. Chen Yao thought he would have to wait for a while. Lucky, I just happened to meet this soul beast out foraging. Bibi Dong explained, and then put the dying soul beast and Yus Yao gang on the ground. Chapter 32 Chen Yao's first soul skill. Chen Yao nodded when he heard it, covered his right half of his body, which was still in pain, and staggered to the soul beast. Are you sure you can absorb the spirit ring smoothly like this? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't let Xiao Gang get in trouble. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Yao like this, her eyebrows could not help but frown slightly, and she spoke harshly, but there was a subtle worry in her eyes. Don't worry, do I look like someone who would want to die? Chen Yao didn't care about Bibi Dong's sharp words, he shook his head slowly, then pointed at the dying spirit beast on the ground and asked. Did you Xiao Gang say what kind of spirit beast this is? Bibi Dong nodded. Xiao Gang said this is a very special soul beast called Posya Dark Fang. This kind of soul beast usually lives deep underground, feeds on shadows and darkness, and is extremely rare. Compared with those soul beasts that can easily cultivate to the level of 100,000 years, Xiao Gang was so excited when he saw this soul beast that he almost fainted. In the end, it was still a bargain. Bibi Dong's voice was full of regret, as if she was feeling sorry for Yus Yao Gang. But she didn't have much regret in her heart. Instead, she felt strangely relieved for Chen Yao. Of course, she would definitely not admit her thoughts. I gave him his martial soul. Haven't you seen how proud he is recently, as if he has regained his second spring? What's the big deal if I take his soul ring? Chen Yao smiled indifferently. It's as if your martial soul has given him a lot of benefits. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes upon hearing this, unable to complain, and then kicked the soul beast under her feet and said. If you are sure, just kill the soul beast and absorb it quickly. Chen Yao nodded upon hearing this, and then the soul power and courage around him shone with the pale yellow soul ring behind him. His body was wrapped in a layer of darkness, as if he was wearing a black robe, making it impossible to see his face, and his temperament became cold and evil. And his figure seemed no longer so solid, as if it would decompose at any time. This is his first soul skill, the body of darkness. After using it, he will merge his body into the darkness, and his flesh and blood body will be converted into a semi-energy form, between reality and illusion. In this form, Chen Yao can penetrate any material and hide in the shadows, which has a very terrifying concealment effect. At the same time, he can also be immune to 80% physical damage and 50% energy damage. Although this ratio will continue to decrease as the opponent's level increases, generally when encountering an opponent that is more than 40 levels higher than himself, this dark body will lose its effect. But this is also extremely terrifying. This almost unsolvable concealment method and damage immunity make Chen Yao invincible in the same level. And don't forget, such a miraculous skill is only his first soul ring. Generally speaking, after soul masters become soul Douluo or title Douluo, their first soul skills will not keep up with their pace and will be abandoned by them. Almost no one has ever seen a strong man above soul Douluo use his first soul skill in a battle. The attack brought by such a weak soul ring is tantamount to exposing one's own flaws to the opponent. But if Chen Yao can really cultivate to title Douluo in the future, he will not be outdated and it can bring him extremely terrifying help. It is precisely because of this soul skill that Chen Yao has the courage to do business outside the Wuhun city with only a dozen levels of soul power. He was able to sneak into the saint's room in the middle of the night under the nose of the Wuhun hall. And he escaped by chance under the bombardment of the 47th level fire dragon soul master, Lurong. This shows the power of this soul skill. And this soul ring was taken by Gui Mei to hunt in the habitat of a soul beast called Shadow Fox. This kind of soul beast is not precious, but it is not rampant. Gui Mei's first soul ring was also hunted from this kind of soul beast. It was just that when Gui Mei brought Chen Yao to the habitat of the Shadow Fox, it was found that there was a 10,000-year soul beast that was different from other shadow foxes. Its hair was extremely pure, deep black, and frightening, as if it had mutated. And it happened that this mutant shadow fox was giving birth. After giving birth, the cultivation fluctuation of the mutant shadow fox cub happened to be in the range of about 400 years. At that time, Gui Mei was still very optimistic about Chen Yao, and a 10,000-year mutant shadow fox was still in a weak state after giving birth. For Gui Mei, a soul fighter, it was not difficult to deal with it. It was to obtain this soul ring for Chen Yao. That is, by absorbing the soul ring of this mutant shadow fox, Chen Yao obtained the extremely powerful soul skill of the dark body. Chen Yao still clearly remembered that after absorbing the soul ring, when he told Gui Mei about his soul skills, Gui Mei's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Chen Yao had no doubt that if the soul ring could be stripped and reinstalled, Gui Mei would definitely cut him into pieces and take the soul ring for himself. After obtaining this soul ring, Gui Mei also became more and more fond of Chen Yao. It's a pity that Chen Yao himself was too disappointing. In addition to his powerful martial soul and soul skills, his training speed was still like a pile. Finally, Gui Mei's patience was completely worn out, and Chen Yao was forced to roll to the periphery of the martial soul hall to fend for himself. Chen Yao released his first soul skill, naturally because of this dark body, which also greatly helped to absorb the soul ring. The dark body allowed Chen Yao's body to transform into a semi-energy form, which allowed him to absorb the soul ring condensed by the energy of the soul beast more smoothly and immune to most of the impact. This is why Chen Yao dared to drag his injured body and forcefully absorb this soul ring. In fact, in Chen Yao's plan, he was thinking that the second soul ring would absorb the 1000-year soul ring. However, Bibi Dong and Yus Yao encountered this extremely rare dark attribute soul beast. Although it was only about 900 years of cultivation, Chen Yao decided to absorb it without hesitation. After all, between a 1000-year soul ring produced by an ordinary soul beast and a 900-year soul ring produced by an extremely rare soul beast with extraordinary potential, anyone knows how to choose, right? Bibi Dong, who was standing aside, looked at Chen Yao, who was wrapped in darkness and could not see his face clearly, and pulled the soul ring, sat cross-legged on the ground, and absorbed it. A strange color flashed in her eyes. Although Bibi Dong had also learned about Chen Yao's martial soul and soul ring from Gui Mei, one of her right-hand men. At that time, Bibi Dong was amazed at the peculiarity of Chen Yao's martial soul and soul skills after hearing it. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes for the first time, his curiosity was even greater. Chapter 33 Chen Yao, will repay a favor. Bibi Dong was carefully sensing the flow of Chen Yao's soul power in this form at this moment, wanting to figure him out thoroughly. Unfortunately, Chen Yao, wrapped in this layer of darkness, was covered with a thick veil, making Bibi Dong see it very vaguely. This is the concealment ability in his soul skill. Even with my strength, it is difficult to see the reason. Is this soul skill really so terrifying? Could it be that this was the reason why he killed me? If he was not so afraid of death, I am afraid that this beast would find a place to hide after killing me, and it would not be easy for the spirit hall to find him, Bibi Dong said in her heart, sighing at the horror of Chen Yao's soul skill. Then, she gave up the idea of observing Chen Yao's soul skill and stayed aside. Her thoughts diverged unconsciously, and suddenly an idea sprouted in her mind. If Chen Yao is in this form, is the source of sin still there? Is it in energy form or physical form? If it is in energy form, what would it feel like to be harmed by this beast? Bibi Dong thought, and her face suddenly turned a startling red. But the next moment, she suddenly woke up again. Bah! How could I have such a disgusting idea? It's all this beast's fault. It made me think wildly. Bibi Dong immediately spat at Yuju, cursed in her heart, and then quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, guarding Chen Yao and protecting him, not daring to think about it anymore. But looking at his eager eyes on Chen Yao and his squirming body, it shows that Bibi Dong's heart is not calm at the moment. After all, some ideas, once rooted, are difficult to get rid of unless they get what they want. As for the other piece, Yus Yao was lying on the cold ground and was directly ignored by Bibi Dong. As a level 66 Soul Emperor, Bibi Dong controlled her strength very accurately. With the help of soul power, it was not difficult to control Yu Xiaogong's coma time to within 2 to 3 days. She was not afraid that he would wake up suddenly. The next day, a trace of white appeared in the sky, illuminating the drowsy earth. Hey! In the tent at this moment, Chen Yao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. This soul ring is only 900 years old. Under the form of the dark body, Chen Yao did not experience any pain and absorbed it completely. And at this moment, he also knew his second soul skill. It is called the Evil Fang Core. As for the effect, it is simple and crude. Soul power is increased by 200%. The total amount of dark attribute energy is increased by 500%. The quality of dark attribute energy is increased by 500%. And under the state of the evil Fang core, any attack of Chen Yao has a 10% chance of triggering Black Devouring, and the power cost is increased by 1000% on the original basis. After learning the effect of his second soul skill, Chen Yao's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth that were raised could not be suppressed. The first two are easy to understand, soul power and his dark martial soul energy increase. When he uses his martial soul, he is more at ease, such as the last time when he tortured Bibi Dong, Chen Yao used the self-created soul skill Evil Touch. If he had the blessing of the evil core, without considering his own mental fatigue, he could last 5 more nights, which directly made Bibi Dong's scalp numb. The soul skills of some rare soul beasts on the mainland can also provide such soul skills, so Chen Yao can still remain calm after knowing these two functions. But after knowing the last two functions of the evil Fang core, Chen Yao can no longer remain calm. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and the improvement of the quality of Chen Yao's dark energy directly produces qualitative change, and it is still an astonishing 500%. In layman's terms, ordinary flames in a certain world will become beast fire after a 500% quality improvement. And if the beast fire gets a 500% quality improvement, it is afraid that it will be directly promoted to strange fire. And Chen Yao's dark martial soul is already extraordinary. After the quality improvement, it should be called strange black. As for the last one, black bite, it makes Chen Yao ecstatic. It's a bit like a spell crit in the game. Although there is only a 10% chance of triggering, every attack of Chen Yao is calculated, and his martial soul can release 2 dark tentacles to assist him in attacking. If Chen Yao launches 2 tentacles at the same time, then the superposition is 1-80% times 80, is a 36% probability. And Chen Yao does not have 2 tentacles as soon as his martial soul awakens. At the beginning, there was only one lonely one, but after he obtained the first soul ring, the second one was strangely extended. That is to say, now that Chen Yao has obtained the second soul ring, his martial soul is about to extend the third tentacle. 1-80% times 80, is a total of 48% probability. An algorithm is copied from the comment area. Although I don't understand it, it seems to make sense. Let's calculate it this way. If he obtains the fairy grass smoothly and improves his qualifications, then his tentacles can continue to extend. At that time, every attack of Chen Yao will trigger the effect of the black bite. For a moment, Chen Yao simply couldn't stop laughing. The soul skills brought to him by this soul ring had far exceeded his original expectations. Although Chen Yao now has 2 soul skills, one is a functional defense soul skill, and the other is a buff soul skill that enhances his own status, he does not have an offensive soul skill. He is not too worried about this aspect. After all, his martial soul is pure energy, complex and diverse, and has strong plasticity. As long as he is willing to settle down and study, he can easily create his own soul skills based on the dark martial soul and the 3 tentacles now. At this moment, Bibi Dong on the side looked at Chen Yao grinning to himself, and she was also suspicious. I don't know what kind of soul skills this beast has obtained to make him so happy. Just when Bibi Dong wanted to ask a question, Chen Yao's face suddenly became serious and he looked out of the tent. Something has entered the camp. Chen Yao said with a faint color flashing in his eyes. How is it possible? Why didn't I feel it? Bibi Dong was stunned and stood up in disbelief. It has the same aura as this poxy dark fang, and it is well hidden. If I hadn't just absorbed its soul ring, I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Chen Yao pointed to the corpse of the soul beast on the ground and said. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and she also remembered how much effort she had spent in the forest to find this soul beast. In this case, it was normal that she didn't notice the arrival of the soul beast. It seems to be here for revenge. I didn't expect that this rare soul beast would also travel in groups. Bibi Dong spoke and stood up. Then soul power burst out around her body. Her beautiful eyes were dyed with purple light, and she began to carefully inspect the camp. Soon, Bibi Dong noticed the unusual soul power fluctuation somewhere in the camp. 800 years of soul power? I don't know whether to say you are infatuated or stupid. After feeling the trace of my soul power, you dare to come here alone to seek revenge. Surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but her hands did not slow down. With a wave of her jade hand, a touch of purple energy turned into a sharp spider spear, which shot out and headed towards a shadow. Puff! A sound of flesh being pierced suddenly sounded, and then the shadow twisted, and then turned into a soul beast exactly the same as the evil dark fangs in the tent. Dying. Looking at a precious soul beast that was about to die, Bibi Dong's heart was not without waves. Afterwards, Bibi Dong planned to kill him. Because she knew that according to Chen Yao's vengeful nature, he would definitely not let Yus Yao, who had troubled him several times, absorb the soul ring of this precious soul beast. Chen Yao did what Bibi Dong thought, but when Bibi Dong was about to take action, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had thought of something, and he hurriedly stopped him. Wait! Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard the voice, and then looked back in confusion, but saw Chen Yao rushing over with an inexplicable smile on his face. Master Yu has worked hard to find this precious soul ring for me. I am not ungrateful. Why not let Master Yu absorb this soul ring, which can be regarded as a reward for him? Chapter 34 Bibi Dong's Martial Spirit Possession. Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard the words, and then looked back at Chen Yao, her eyes full of doubts. Would you be so kind as to let Xiao Gang absorb the soul ring of this soul beast? Stop talking nonsense, wake up Yus Yao Gang quickly and let him absorb the soul ring, otherwise this guy will die. You don't want Yus Yao Gang to wake up and find that the soul ring he identified is gone. Don't you have a hard time explaining it? Chen Yao urged impatiently. A trace of awkwardness flashed across Bibi Dong's face when she heard this. Explanation? Who should she explain to as the saint of the spirit hall? But in the end, Bibi Dong still did not refute. She waved her jade hand and shook the soul power towards Yus Yao Gang. Suddenly, Yus Yao Gang frowned, hummed softly, and then woke up slowly. What's going on? Yus Yao Gang woke up, his mind was in chaos, and he was a little confused about the situation. His eyes were full of confusion, and he spoke weakly. Xiao Gang, I'm sorry. When we went to hunt soul rings before, we encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. When I fought with it, I accidentally hurt you and caused you to faint. Fortunately, I saved the soul beast for you, but now it is about to die. You should kill it and absorb the soul ring. Bibi Dong stood in front of Yus Yao Gang and explained. Yes, soul ring. Yus Yao Gang instantly recalled the precious soul beast he encountered before he fainted. He struggled to get up and looked at the dark and hideous soul beast at Bibi Dong's feet. That's right, it's the Boxia Dark Fang. Yus Yao Gang was immediately excited and ecstatic. Although the injuries on the soul beast looked like they were newly caused, Yus Yao Gang would never think so much at this moment. He quickly took out a small fine steel dagger from his arms and stabbed it into the eye socket of the soul beast. The next moment, this precious Boxia Dark Fang died, and a dark yellow soul ring slowly floated above its head. Xiao Gang, don't worry about absorbing it, I will protect you. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's ecstatic look, Bibi Dong said from the side. Yu Xiaogang nodded repeatedly, and then couldn't wait to touch the soul ring. Yu Xiaogang was in a state of meditation, and Bibi Dong also sat on the ground beside him. It seemed that she was protecting Yu Xiaogang, but her body twisted quietly, and her eyes flew towards Chen Yao without a trace. Now Yu Xiaogang is concentrating on absorbing the soul ring and has no time to pay attention to the outside world. According to Bibi Dong's understanding of Chen Yao, he will definitely not miss this opportunity to torment her. For a moment, she felt a sense of anticipation inexplicably. Sure enough, after Yu Xiaogang's soul power stabilized, Bibi Dong felt a breeze behind her. Before she could come to her senses, she found that her weakness was being held tightly in someone's hand. Damn it! Let me go! I still have to protect Xiao Gang. Bibi Dong's face was ferocious, and she gritted her teeth, but her body was strangely soft and weak, as if she was about to melt completely like a pool of soft water. When the saint lady does things, I naturally have to follow her. I will protect Yu Xiaogang with the saint lady. Chen Yao's voice was respectful and his face was solemn, but the action of his hands was so rebellious, it was a violation of the law. After a while, Bibi Dong blushed and said weakly. Don't do it here, go inside the tent, I beg you. Saintess, you are joking. If we go inside the tent, how can we protect Master Yu Xiaogang? It would be bad if he is taken away by a soul beast if we are not careful, right? Saintess. Chen Yao sternly rejected the request of the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. You bastard! You are so shameless! What if Xiaogang wakes up in the middle of the journey? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth in anger when she heard this. I have my first soul skill to protect me, and it takes a night to absorb it. How long do you think our master will need? So Saintess, just rest assured. Chen Yao smiled nonchalantly, without missing a beat. and Bibi Dong seemed to have completely thrown away her weapons and her mind was a mess. Just when she was about to give up the resistance, the last bit of clarity in her mind reminded her of yesterday's wonderful idea. In this state, Bibi Dong no longer cared about shame or not, and said with trembling lips. If you really insist then you use the form you used when you absorbed the soul ring yesterday, let me see it. Hearing this, Chen Yao paused for a moment and looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so good at playing. Asshole! What did you say? Bibi Dong was furious when she heard this and was about to scold him, but was interrupted by Chen Yao. Okay, I'll do as you wish, but... But what? Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with doubt. But I heard that the Saint Lady's martial spirit is a spider, but I have never seen the Saint Lady's martial spirit possessed. Why don't you let me see it for myself? Chen Yao changed the subject, and the smile on his face became playful, with expectations in his eyes. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically when she heard this, and she refused. The way the martial spirit was possessed has always been a thorn in Bibi Dong's heart. How could she agree to Chen Yao's unreasonable request? Saint, you are naughty again. It seems that I can only teach you a lesson on behalf of the Pope. This is the important task entrusted to me by the Pope before leaving. Chen Yao raised the corner of his lips, and then the soul power surged around him. 3 dark evil tentacles completely occupied Bibi Dong's sight. Seeing these 3 tentacles, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with fear. At the beginning, she was overwhelmed by only 2 tentacles, let alone now that there are 3. She really couldn't imagine how unbearable she would become with these 3 evils. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Finally, Bibi Dong compromised and gritted her teeth. Then Bibi Dong's body also fluctuated with soul power, and then a ball of purple light covered her body. Chen Yao suddenly felt that the warmth and softness in his hand became hard, with a cold and sharp meaning. Bibi Dong seemed to be covered with a layer of armor. Hiss! Chen Yao looked up when he saw this, and his expression was sluggish. He took a breath of cold air, and the 3 tentacles around him began to wriggle violently. What? Regret it? Looking at Chen Yao's sluggish look, Bibi Dong thought that her martial spirit had made Chen Yao ugly, and she sneered, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 35 Octopus vs Evil Spider. Although Bibi Dong was also aware of her ugly appearance when possessed by her martial spirit, she was still unhappy when she was denied in person. But Bibi Dong's beauty and ugliness were only defined by the eyes of normal people, and she didn't understand Chen Yao's perverted aesthetics at all. Just when Bibi Dong was about to take back her martial spirit, the 3 dark and evil tentacles wrapped around the spider's legs that were shrinking violently and imprisoned them. What are you doing? Bibi Dong's face changed and she exclaimed. Chen Yao's expression was unclear, and he said in a hoarse voice. When did I say I regretted it? I just want to say that you are so fucking awesome like this. Then Chen Yao ignored everything and rushed forward. Bibi Dong felt the weight on her body, her face was stunned, and her eyes were full of disbelief. But the next moment, after she came to her senses, her cheeks were stained with a layer of amazing red, her eyes were suddenly wet, and 2 lines of hot tears ran across her delicate cheeks. She spread out a pair of white and flawless arms, covered Chen Yao's back, and her soft lips moved gently, saying in a voice that only she could hear. Chen Yao, you deserve to die, but you are the first person who did not resist my martial soul. For the first time in her life, someone recognized the appearance of her martial soul. Bibi Dong's heart was simply indescribable, and she was almost crazy with joy. Suddenly, a terrifying scarlet light burst out from her eyes, and the whole person seemed to turn into a bloodthirsty demon spider. She wanted to dismantle the stinky octopus with many tentacles in front of her, chew it up with her sharp mouth parts, and then swallow it completely. The sun gradually set, and the earth was covered with a layer of black gauze. There were also bursts of chill in the air, but this did not affect the heat in the camp at all. The 5-limbed octopus with 3 tentacles had many means and pointed directly at the enemy. But the fierce demon spider was not to be outdone. It forcibly resisted the evil tentacles of the octopus with a terrifying spirit, and used its 8 spider legs to counter the moves. For a while, the 2 beasts fought evenly and were inseparable. Finally, the long cold night passed, and a hint of white appeared in the sky. The desperate fight between the 2 beasts finally ended with both sides suffering. At this moment, the battle ended, and the octopus and the spider were exhausted. They no longer cared about Yus Yao, who was in great pain, trembling, and licking his wounds due to the strong impact of his weak body when absorbing the soul ring. They walked towards the beautiful tent in the back, one after the other, to recuperate and lick their wounds. At noon, after a short rest, the two finally recovered and walked out of the tent. Coincidentally, at this time, Yus Yao's absorption of the soul ring was also coming to an end. Accompanied by a surge of soul power around him, it solidified for a moment and gradually converged again. After his breath was completely stable, Yus Yao finally opened his eyes, and then an indescribable ecstasy appeared on his face. It was obvious that the soul skills he obtained were very much in line with his wishes. After a brief surprise, Yus Yao came back to his senses and looked at Bibi Dong, who was standing awkwardly. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Donger, you have been protecting me for a day and a night. You have worked so hard." As for Chen Yao, who was following Bibi Dong, he was ignored by her. When Bibi Dong heard this, her face looked a little embarrassed. She was not only working hard, but also exhausted. Her legs were still weak. But she would not show it. She said with a forced smile, "It's okay. Your soul ring comes from such a precious soul beast. It is much more difficult to absorb it. You can't be careless." Yus Yao nodded seriously and sighed with a lingering fear. Yes, it was really dangerous to absorb the soul ring this time. But fortunately, it was all worth it. Then Yus Yao's mouth showed an irrepressible smile again. Bibi Dong saw this and said, "Xiao Gang, it seems that this soul ring brings you a good soul skill." She took the time to ask Chen Yao about his second soul skill last night, but Chen Yao never told her about it. Why not ask Yus Yao directly? Anyway, their martial souls and soul rings are the same, so their soul skills should not be different. When Yus Yao heard this, he immediately showed a proud look on his face and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's just as I expected. This wave of evil dark fangs brought me very powerful soul skills." Then Yus Yao said his soul skills in a boastful tone. "It's almost the same as Chen Yao's, the same evil fang core. The attributes added in the front are exactly the same, except that the last and most important one is missing, which is black bite." Chen Yao was also listening at the side. When he heard that Yus Yao's evil fang core did not have the effect of black bite, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes, but soon it was restrained. Bibi Dong, who was standing by, was stunned after hearing Yus Yao's introduction. "Are you sure you are talking about the soul skills brought by the 800-year soul ring? Soul power and energy quality, multiplied? It's even more terrifying than the blessing of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the first auxiliary martial soul on the continent. How could this wave of evil dark fangs be recorded as a rare soul beast in the book when they can provide such a terrifying soul skill? This is clearly against the sky. Or is this soul skill related to Chen Yao's martial soul?" Bibi Dong, who also has a deep understanding of martial souls, thought quickly at this moment. But after all, there were too few clues, and Chen Yao kept silent about his martial soul and soul skills, leaving Bibi Dong with no clues. In the end, she could only suppress her doubts and said to Yus Yao with a smile, "Xiao Gang, congratulations on obtaining such a powerful soul skill." Bibi Dong blessed from the bottom of her heart. After all, although she had changed a lot during this period, Yus Yao had always been a man she loved deeply. Now that Yus Yao had undergone a transformation, Bibi Dong was really happy for him. "Congratulations, Master Yu." Chen Yao also echoed on the side. He was also happy from the bottom of his heart that Yus Yao had obtained such a powerful soul ring. But the strange smile on his face at this moment was a bit intriguing. After Yus Yao absorbed the soul ring, this trip to the Xingda Great Forest was also a complete success. After escorting Yus Yao out of the forest, Bibi Dong said goodbye to Yus Yao. "Xiao Gang, the teacher does not allow me to see you again, so I will send you here. You can return to Wuhun City by yourself. Don't worry, Donger, I'm not that hypocritical. Be careful on the way back. Don't worry, it won't be long before I will change the current situation." Yus Yao waved his hand and acted carefree. Bibi Dong nodded absent-mindedly, then turned around. Under Yus Yao's gaze, she and Chen Yao slowly disappeared into the afterglow of the sunset. Chapter 36 Tripping. After several days of running around, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong finally arrived at the gate of Wuhan City. At this moment, Chen Yao was sitting outside the carriage, looking like he was driving a carriage. If it were far from Wuhan City, Chen Yao would be unscrupulous and take the comfortable wing room for himself, but if it was close to Wuhan City, where there were many people and eyes, Chen Yao would naturally put himself in the right position. After seeing the carriage driven by Chen Yao, the 2 Wuhan Hall guards stationed in front of the gate immediately looked solemn and saluted. Deacon Chen. To be able to serve as the guard of the Wuhan City gate, his cultivation level must not be weak, at least around level 30, which is stronger than Chen Yao now. But you have to know that Chen Yao is not only a disciple of a sole Douluo elder, but also recently he has been trusted and favored by the saint. This is known to almost everyone in Wuhan City, which is why they have to salute Chen Yao when they see him. Chen Yao nodded lightly and was about to throw the rope and drive into the city, but suddenly he thought of something, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and then he lowered his head and asked the 2 guards. Has a red-haired woman entered the city in the past few days? Yes, a red-haired woman entered the city yesterday, but she looked like she had suffered some kind of shock and was in a daze. When my brother and I were checking her, we called her several times before she responded. One of the guards blurted out without even thinking, which was obvious. However, he was very impressed by the person Chen Yao mentioned. Yesterday? Ha! Chen Yao heard this and sneered. He has always been vindictive. Although Lurong's strength has been destroyed by half, Chen Yao still feels unsatisfied. He wants to let Lurong know what it means to be easy to see the king of hell but hard to deal with the little devil. This woman offended the saint lady outside the city, but the saint lady is not convenient to come forward. You go down and ask the brothers on duty during this period to treat this woman well, but remember, you can't reveal the name of the saint lady. Chen Yao took out a black card from his pocket, but finally left the guard behind. The guard understood Chen Yao's meaning instantly and took the black card quickly. When he saw the balance of nearly 200, his eyes lit up. Although they are soul masters, the allowance from the spirit hall plus their salary is close to 50 gold soul coins a month, but the expenses are also high. This black top stores nearly 200 gold soul coins, which can allow the 2 brothers to have a good time for a while. Chen Yao looked at the 2 guards with shining eyes, and a trace of heartache appeared in his eyes. It can be seen that Chen Yao's revenge is heavy. He does not hesitate to hurt the enemy 1,000 and hurt himself 800, but fortunately Bibi Dong is now his mobile vault, and he can withdraw cash from her at any time. Thinking of this, Chen Yao felt better in his heart, and then glanced at the 2 guards and said lightly. Don't disappoint the saint lady, or you'll have to spit out the money you eat with interest. Hee, don't worry, Deacon Chen, we brothers have done this kind of thing countless times, and we will definitely satisfy the saint lady. The sturdy guard grinned, showing his big white teeth, and patted his chest to promise. That's the best. Chen Yao nodded when he heard it, and then drove the carriage towards the city. The guard who collected the money watched the carriage leave, and didn't forget to say. Deacon Chen, take care, saint lady. After the carriage completely disappeared from sight, the guard slowly retracted his sight, shook the black card in his hand, and said with a click of the tongue. Damn, Chen Yao is really getting better now. He just offered 200 gold soul coins. I don't know what kind of shit luck he got. He got close to the saint lady and even used the saint lady's name to do things. These guards have been working in the spirit hall for so many years, so they are naturally shrewd. They don't believe anything that offends the saint lady. It must be that man who offended Chen Yao. Chen Yao was so angry that he wanted to trip him up and even used the saint lady's name. Although he said contemptuously, their eyes were full of envy. Who said it wasn't? And I heard that this kid doesn't even work now. He goes into Tianxiang Tower during the day, goes to the top floor, eats meat and drinks with the top star. I don't know what kind of life he lives. Another guard heard the words and echoed them, with a sour taste in his voice. Compared to him, our life is simply too outrageous. The sturdy guard heard this and couldn't stop his envy, but then he thought of something and asked the person beside him. But I saw that Chen Yao was eating and drinking in Tianxianglu during the day, but he never stayed at night. I don't know where he went. Humph. Where else can he go? He must have booked a beauty from an unknown family and had fun every night. Do you still expect Chen Yao to go and practice obediently? The guard on the side sneered. Hearing this, the sturdy guard immediately had some unbearable scenes in his mind, his face was slightly distorted, and after a long time, he slowly exhaled and waved his hand. Okay, don't talk about him. The more you talk about him, the more unbalanced I feel. Let's check that woman quickly. We have to do the job after receiving the money. The guard beside him was also slightly serious when he heard this. It was related to work, so he couldn't be careless. After all, things like this were also one of their main sources of income. He must not mess it up and ruin his reputation. On the other hand, after Chen Yao and Bibi Dong returned to the spirit hall, they went to visit Kyungsunji as soon as possible. When asked about the encounter on the road, Chen Yao sold Bibi Dong without hesitation and reported to Kyungsunji that Bibi Dong met Yus Yao Gang and Lurong in the Stardo forest. Kyungsunji was furious when he heard this, and felt that Bibi Dong had failed his expectations. However, after hearing the latter, Bibi Dong and Yus Yao Gang did not overstep the line, and they parted quickly after leaving the Stardo forest. Kyungsunji's anger suddenly dissipated a lot, and he smiled with relief. He could feel from Chen Yao's words that Bibi Dong deliberately distanced herself from Yus Yao Gang. This was a sign that Bibi Dong had listened to his teachings. Feeling that Bibi Dong was gradually getting back on track, Kyungsunji was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly rewarded Bibi Dong with the ability to enter the treasury of the spirit hall and choose 2 treasures at will. And Chen Yao, who was listening behind him, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Rewarding Bibi Dong with treasures, wouldn't that be rewarding him? For a moment, Chen Yao's heart became active. After praising Bibi Dong, Kyungsunji asked Bibi Dong and Chen Yao to leave. As for the purpose of their trip out of the city and the second soul skill Chen Yao had obtained, Kyungsunji did not even ask. Chapter 37 Whale Glue. After leaving the Pope, Chen Yao separated from Bibi Dong and went into his own house. Now that he had obtained such a terrifying second soul skill, Chen Yao suddenly felt that he seemed to be saved, and he couldn't wait to practice. Moreover, the process of absorbing the fairy grass was very risky. With Chen Yao's fear of death, he had to at least have the same cultivation level as Tang San when he absorbed the fairy grass before he dared to act. That is, the Soul Master Realm. With a goal in mind, Chen Yao locked the door of his house in front of Bibi Dong without saying a word, and couldn't wait to practice. 3 days later, Chen Yao opened the door and walked out of the house with a dark face. Good guy, after 3 days of hard training, there is no movement in the body, and the soul power does not move at all. If he practices at this speed, it will take several years to become a soul master. At that time, Bibi Dong will be in an unknown state. Who knows if she can still help him get the immortal grass? No, I have to think of a way. Chen Yao gritted his teeth and thought, looking at the dim sky, and activated the first soul skill, instantly blending with the surrounding night. Then he passed the guards and came to Bibi Dong's manor and knocked on her door. Teacher, did you forget to take something? A voice came from the room, and Chen Yao was alerted instantly. Kyungsunji just came? He looked around quickly, with a nervous look in his eyes. However, after seeing that there was no movement around, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief and then said to the door. Donger, open the door. I'm the Pope. Inside the house, Bibi Dong, who was about to open the door, was stunned when she heard the words, and then her face turned black. She suddenly pulled the door handle open, looking at Chen Yao outside the house, gritting her teeth. You are getting more and more courageous now. You even dare to make jokes about the teacher. Chen Yao scratched his ears nonchalantly when he heard the words. Bibi Dong could not see any respect for the spirit hall and the Pope from him. I really don't know how the spirit hall recruited this rebellious thing. That is to say, Chen Yao is weak now, and he calls him the Pope all the time. If his strength reaches the title Douluo, he probably dares to call the Pope Xiaoji. Chen Yao ignored Bibi Dong's scolding, just waved his hand, and then said. Okay, I came to you for something important, come in and talk. After speaking, Chen Yao closed the door, grabbed Bibi Dong's arm, and walked into the house. As if he regarded himself as the master of this place. Bibi Dong was a little angry when she saw this, but she didn't say much. Chen Yao sat down suddenly on the sofa, took a breath, and then said. The Pope promised to give me a reward for my son. Is this the important matter you mentioned? That's my reward. Don't think of any crooked ideas. Bibi Dong had long guessed that Chen Yao would not find anything serious, and thought that Chen Yao had been alone for a few days and couldn't sit still, so he wanted to torment her. Although she looked disgusted, she didn't resist in her heart, so she didn't dwell on Chen Yao's offense to the Pope outside the door just now. But Bibi Dong didn't expect that Chen Yao was not trying to attract her attention, but to attract her reward, which was more hateful than the former, and she refused it at once. Why are you so determined? Although there should be a lot of 10,000-year soul bones in the treasury of the Spirit Hall, with your qualifications, you should not look down on it, right? Chen Yao wondered why Bibi Dong was so angry. Humph! No matter what, that's my reward, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, with your strength, trying to absorb the soul bones in the treasure house is tantamount to seeking death. If you want to die, find a place to go quietly, don't drag Xiao Gang down. Bibi Dong also realized that she had lost her composure, and hurriedly explained to cover up her embarrassment. Who said I want soul bones? I want something that can help me improve my soul power. Can you help me see if there is anything in the treasure house? Chen Yao spoke. Increase soul power? Bibi Dong looked Chen Yao up and down. During this period, Chen Yao was indeed like a demon, and he would practice in seclusion at any time. But unfortunately, although his martial soul was unique, his aptitude was really not commendable. Bibi Dong thought about it, then shook her head. I have actually been to that treasure house more than once. Most of it was some soul bones and some precious collections from the mainland, or soul guides, and there was nothing to improve soul power. Even if there was, it would not be kept and would have been used up long ago. After all, none of those things were extremely precious. Would they be left in the treasure house and let it rot? Hearing this, Chen Yao frowned. Is there really no other way? Must he practice step by step? But soon, Chen Yao's mind flashed with inspiration and his brows relaxed. In today's Douluo continent, apart from the fairy grass, there is really no external object that can improve soul power, but it does not mean that there will be no external objects in the future. 10,000 years after Tang San became a god, people on the continent studied whale glue, which was originally only used as a drug to enhance the aphrodisiac of the nobles, and found other uses. It is extremely beneficial to soul masters. Although it cannot directly improve soul power, it can strengthen the body and improve qualification. Perhaps this thing can help him improve his current situation? Chen Yao's requirements are not high, as long as he can reach level 30 as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Yao said to Bibi Dong with an excited face. Is there whale glue in the treasure house? Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this. Yes, there is, but... As she spoke, Bibi Dong looked up and down at Chen Yao, and finally stopped at Chen Yao's crotch, with a suspicious look in her beautiful eyes. Seeing that misunderstanding was about to occur, for the sake of his reputation, Chen Yao hurriedly explained. Don't think too much, I don't need tonic, don't forget who was lying half dead in the tent a few days ago. Bibi Dong's face flushed when she heard this, and a hint of shame flashed in her eyes. But she also recognized Chen Yao's words. With the ability of this beast, there is no need to nourish it. Then why do you want whale glue? Bibi Dong was puzzled. Do you believe me when I say whale glue can improve my aptitude? Oh, do you think I believe it? Are you desperate? Bibi Dong sneered when she heard this. What a joke! If whale glue had this function, would it only be used as aphrodisiac for those disgusting nobles? It would have been snatched away by the spirit masters, right? Bibi Dong sneered at Chen Yao's statement. Forget it if you don't believe it. Anyway, you help me get the whale glue from the treasure house. The older the better. I believe that with the strength of the spirit hall, they are at least 10,000 years old, right? Chen Yao didn't want to argue with Bibi Dong so much, and kept telling her. Chapter 38 Lurong at the end of his rope. Wait. Seeing Chen Yao's resolute attitude, Bibi Dong rolled her eyes and was too lazy to persuade him. Then she stood up and walked out of the house. Saint lady, what do you want this whale glue for? At this moment, the elder in charge of guarding the treasury saw Bibi Dong carrying the whale glue that was as big as a longan and grey in color. His face was a little stiff, and he spoke in disbelief. I heard that the dignitaries in the city are eager for this whale glue, and it is hard to get it. Anyway, there is nothing suitable for me in the treasure house, so I took this whale glue to study what is so special about it. Bibi Dong pretended to be unaware of what this whale glue was, and said calmly. This saint, why don't you change one? The elder's mouth twitched when he heard this, and then he wanted to dissuade him. Why, I can't take this whale glue. Bibi Dong glanced at the elder lightly when she heard this. Although Bibi Dong's eyes were calm, the elder felt a strong deterrence. Suddenly, cold sweat soaked his back. No, it's just that this whale glue is not suitable for you, saint. Its function is, however, before the elder finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bibi Dong. Okay, as long as I'm interested, there is no such thing as whether it is suitable or not. I'll take this whale glue. Come back to the Pope. After speaking, Bibi Dong took the whale glue and left. Only the elder was left with a bitter face. This how can I report this? In the room, Chen Yao looked at the whale glue brought back by Bibi Dong, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The whale glue of about 1,000 years old was golden yellow, which looked very eye-catching. But if it reached 10,000 years, it would be the opposite, with a dull color and ordinary. And now the grey-brown whale glue in Bibi Dong's hand was obviously the whale glue that reached 10,000 years old. After taking the whale glue from Bibi Dong, Chen Yao played with it for a while, and then recalled the description of whale glue in his memory. Whale glue is a very precious ingredient with a hard skin. It cannot be taken directly, but needs to be softened by burning it with extremely high-intensity flames before it can be swallowed. This time made Chen Yao a little troubled. If it was just high temperature, it would be simple. He could just ask a flame-type soul master to help him roast it. But the extremely high-intensity flame obviously cannot meet the conditions of ordinary flame soul masters. However, the top flame spirit masters in Wuhun City all hold important positions, and even Bibi Dong is not easy to invite. For a while, Chen Yao was a little distressed, but not long after, he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. There is a top flame spirit master in Wuhun City now, isn't there one soon? It is Lurong's fire dragon spirit that is comparable to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Lurong crushed him and made him run around, now Lurong's strength has been mostly wasted, and he has changed his offense and defense. I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Thinking of this, Chen Yao couldn't sit still, and then after leaving a sentence, he ran out of the house in a hurry. Leaving Bibi Dong, who was about to take a sip of water, with a confused face. When Bibi Dong reacted, her face turned black, and her hands exerted force subconsciously. The exquisite water cup suddenly broke and scattered all over the floor. This bastard, he ran away without a word of thanks or leaving anything behind. Looking at the wide-open, empty door, Bibi Dong said with a gloomy face and gnashing teeth. On the other side, Lurong was in a messy room with a dull look. The room was in a mess, with broken tables and chairs, broken pieces of vases and decorations scattered all over the floor, a scene that had been smashed. This was an office she had originally opened in Wuhan City. In her spare time from practicing, she accepted some commissions to ensure her quality of life. But since she returned to Wuhan City from outside that day, some people from Wuhan Hall appeared in the store from time to time. First, they told her that her documents were incomplete and she was operating in violation of regulations, and then they beat and smashed her store. At that time, Lurong was already in a low mood, and when she encountered this kind of thing, she was even more furious. But in the end, reason still defeated her temper. First of all, let's not talk about the fact that the Wuhan City where she was at the moment was owned by the Wuhan Hall. Besides, with her half-wasted strength, she was not good enough to deal with these soul master law enforcers. If she dared to resist, she would appear in the Wuhan Hall's prison the next moment, and her life would be worse than death. And Lurong knew very well why these law enforcers who appeared inexplicably targeted her. If she had offended anyone recently, it must be Chen Yao who almost ruined her life in the Stardew Forest. She felt that revenge was hopeless and gave up on herself, thinking that the matter was over. She never expected that Chen Yao, the hateful man, would be so vindictive and come to trouble her after returning to the city. But Lurong was helpless about this. She could only grit her teeth and bear it. But her patience did not bring back the retreat of those people in the Wuhan Hall. Instead, they became more aggressive and came to her store to smash and destroy things almost every day. Almost all her repeat customers were scared away. The landlord of her house was also scared and ordered her to move out within 2 days without asking for the reason. It happened that at this time, Lurong, who always spent as much as she had, was running out of money. And a soul master like her with a top beast spirit had a much larger appetite than ordinary people. After 2 days of suffering without food, Lurong finally couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards the spirit hall to collect the soul master allowance that she had always regarded as just a false spirit from the spirit hall. But as expected, she was beaten out with sticks. It was said that according to the records, Lurong was a 4-ring battle soul master, but now she only showed the strength of 2 rings, which was suspected of fraud, so she would not be given the allowance, and would be punished as a warning to other soul masters with evil intentions. She dragged her scarred body back to the dilapidated hut that only had 1 day left. Enduring the severe pain and hunger, she stared at the mess in a daze. At this moment, she had completely reached the end of her rope. Recalling the past, she was so excited when she left Wuhan City to accompany Yus Yao gang to the Xingde Great Forest half a month ago. But she didn't expect that time to be a step into the bottomless abyss. In the Xingde Great Forest, she met Chen Yao, which not only destroyed her most important innocence as a woman, but also directly destroyed most of her hard-earned strength. After returning to the city, she was still targeted like this. Such a cruel reality made her feel like she was deep in the bottomless abyss, and the shadows of the man named Chen Yao were constantly wrapped around her. It made her heart feel like she was in the cold winter, covered with frost, freezing her blood, and she couldn't feel a trace of warmth. Finally, her heart finally collapsed. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of hot tears oozed from her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. In the messy house, there was also an uncontrollable sound of sorrow and pain. Chapter 39 Miss Lu Erlong, how are you these days? Erlong? What happened here? What's wrong with you? At this moment, Yus Yao and a slightly thin, flat-faced, hooked-nosed young man with a treacherous look between his eyebrows appeared in front of Lu Erlong's office. After he parted with Bibi Dong, he did not leave the Xingde Great Forest immediately. Because he only attached the first soul ring to the Dark Martial Soul, he still needed to attach the second soul ring to the Dark Martial Soul. Originally alone, Yus Yao planned to retreat and use money to hire a powerful soul master to hunt soul rings for him. But he accidentally ran into this young man named Flanders. Not only was he outstanding in strength, but he also chatted with him very speculatively. Flanders also had a good impression of Yus Yao, who was well educated. So, when he heard that Yus Yao was going to hunt for the second soul ring, Flanders volunteered to help him get the soul ring. Yus Yao was naturally overjoyed to see that Flanders, who was almost as strong as Lu Erlong, was willing to help him. Finally, they entered the forest. Although they were not as lucky as when they got the first soul ring and encountered the poxy Dark Fang, it was also an excellent dark attribute soul beast. He gave Yus Yao an offensive soul skill, which made him very satisfied. After absorbing the soul ring, Yus Yao's soul power reached level 25 as Chen Yao had expected. It made him even more overjoyed. So, with a joyful mood, Yus Yao and Flanders returned to Wuhun City together. They wanted to see Lu, who was seriously injured by Bibi Dong first. Erlong, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he arrived. At this moment, looking at the mess in the office and Lu Erlong crying bitterly, Yus Yao was dumbfounded. And Flanders on the side, looking at the shabby room and Lu Erlong with disheveled hair and crying with his face covered, frowned slightly. At this moment, the dirty environment and the embarrassed Lu Erlong obviously gave him a bad impression. Xiao Gang. Hearing the voice, Lu Erlong stopped crying, raised her head, and looked forward dully. Looking at the familiar face, Lu Erlong felt as if she was in another world. At the beginning, when she and Yus Yao left, she laughed so happily, and now she is so desperate. If it wasn't for that time, Yus Yao insisted on rushing to find Bibi Dong. How could these things happen, and how could she fall to this point? And now, Yus Yao actually ran to her and asked her what happened to her? For a moment, Lu Erlong's mind was a little twisted. However, Yus Yao didn't know that Lu Erlong had many terrible thoughts in his mind at this moment, and was about to continue to ask with concern. But suddenly, there was a cold metal collision sound behind him. Several people turned around and saw that a team of armored soldiers appeared at the door of the office. Lu Erlong, right? You were complained by the residents of Wuhan City because of suspected unlicensed operation, which caused trouble and harm to them. Come with us. The sturdy leader at the head had an indifferent look and made a cold voice. How is it possible? Erlong's office has been open for almost 2 years, and there has never been any mistakes, let alone complaints. You are slandering. However, before Lu Erlong said anything, Yus Yao couldn't stand it anymore, stood up, and said excitedly in front of Lu Erlong. Yes, everyone, is there any misunderstanding here? At this time, Flanders, who was originally not interested, also stood up with Yus Yao. Although he was not very clear about the reason, he saw Lu Erlong stop crying and reveal her true face, which was a pear blossom in the rain and lovable. He firmly believed that Lu Erlong was not wrong. Oh, it seems that the sister King Xiu is not arrested and is fighting against the Spirit Hall. Facing the soul power leaked by Flanders and Yus Yao, the leader was not panicked, but had a little amusement on his face. This is not it, I just want to say that there may be some misunderstandings here, and we can't just jump to conclusions. Hearing this, Flanders, who was dazzled by the beauty, finally thought about where he was at the moment, secretly scolded himself for being too reckless, and then explained with a smirk. Yus Yao, on the other hand, clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. If his Pope's order had not been taken back by Bibi Dong, he really wanted to throw it out and let these people get out. Get out of the way, I'll go with them. However, just when the atmosphere between the two sides became a little subtle, Lurong finally spoke. Her voice was extremely calm, as if she was not surprised by such a scene. Erlong you. Yus Yao Gang turned back abruptly and looked at Lurong in disbelief. However, Lurong just shook her head, then walked out from behind the two of them, came to the front of the law enforcement team, and sneered. I want to see what he wants. This time, it was the team leader who was a little surprised. Looking at Lurong, surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that this woman could see clearly and knew that she had offended someone. Unlike those people before, they thought they were framed until they died. But then, he shook his head again, feeling sorry for this sharp-minded and beautiful woman, and his face regained its indifference. Retreat. With an order, the law enforcement team took Lurong away, leaving only Flanders, who was standing in front of the office with a look of regret, and Yus Yao Gang, who was shaking with anger. Deacon Chen, the people are here. The previous team leader took Lurong and pushed open the door of a luxurious private room on the top floor of Tianxiang building. He said to Chen Yao, who was hugging two disheveled beauties inside and tasting the good meat and wine that the two women kissed. Hearing this, Chen Yao raised his eyes, and after seeing Lurong's exquisite face, his eyes lit up, and then he took out a bulging bag from his arms and threw it to the team leader. Thank you, Commander Gao. He opened the purse and glanced inside. Then a smile appeared on his solemn face. He handed over the purse and laughed. No trouble. No trouble. If Deacon Chen encounters such a thing again in the future, you can call me. After that, Commander Gao left very tactfully. At the same time, Chen Yao also gave a look to the two graceful girls beside him. Suddenly, the two girls looked bitter, gave Chen Yao a resentful look, and then reluctantly left. When there was no one else in the box, Chen Yao looked at Lurong with a fake look on his face. The smile could no longer be fake, and he spoke out. Miss Lurong, I wonder how you have been these days. Chapter 40 Climb Over. Shouldn't Lord Chen know whether I am doing well or not? Lurong sneered when she heard this. Although she has nothing now thanks to Chen Yao, her innate pride makes it impossible for her to bow to Chen Yao. What does Miss Lu mean by this? This deacon doesn't quite understand. Chen Yao did not admit it, but just smiled and shook his head, then raised his hand to pick up a piece of crystal clear, full-colored meat and put it into his mouth. You hypocritical villain, I have nothing now, what's the point of you denying it? Lurong snorted coldly and scolded without hesitation, but seeing Chen Yao eating with a mouth full of oil, a look of enjoyment on his face, accompanied by the aroma of meat and the smacking chewing sound. Instantly, her hungry mouth began to secrete saliva uncontrollably, and her belly, which was almost sunken due to hunger, began to scream wildly. Lurong swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva fiercely, trying her best to control her trembling body and restrain the urge to rush up and eat recklessly. Seeing that Lurong was enduring so hard, Chen Yao raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Miss Lu hasn't eaten lunch yet, so why don't you sit down and eat together? As he said, Chen Yao patted the seat next to him. Hearing this, Lurong's body instinctively wanted to rush up, but she was controlled by her reason, and her heart was full of doubts. She didn't believe that the culprit who caused her current situation would be so kind as to reward her with a meal. What do you want to do? Lurong stared at the table of delicious food, swallowed hard again, and expressed her doubts. It's not a big deal. I want to ask Miss Lu to do me a small favor within my ability. After the matter is done, I promise that Miss Lu will not only have a full meal, but also no one in Wuhun City will come to trouble you in the future. I wonder what Miss Lu thinks. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Lurong sneered in her heart, and then said. Ask me for help? It's not impossible, but I'm not very satisfied with the conditions of each, I need to change it. What conditions? Chen Yao raised his eyes and glanced at Lurong. The condition is your life, I wonder what Deacon Chen thinks. Lurong's voice was cold and her expression was resentful. However, her answer did not seem to be beyond Chen Yao's expectations. Chen Yao just sneered lightly, and did not reply. He filled the glass with half a full of wine, drank it all, and then ate the food on the table by himself. Lurong could only watch helplessly at the side, and her heart was extremely tormented at this moment. A table of delicious food was clearly placed in front of her, but she could only watch others enjoy it. For a hungry person, this was a torture worse than lynching. Lurong wanted to escape from here at this moment, but the faint soul fluctuations emitted by the many guards outside made Lurong very clear that if Chen Yao did not agree, her desire to leave here in the near future would be nothing but a foolish dream. She was desperate in her heart, but she was powerless and could only silently endure the aroma of the dishes that rushed towards her and made her unable to hide. Under Chen Yao's deliberate control, he had been eating slowly for more than an hour with wine and food. After this hour, Lurong, who had originally looked extremely determined, now had bloodshot eyes and crystal saliva oozing out of the corners of his mouth completely uncontrollably. It was like a beast that had been tortured by hunger and completely lost its mind, and wanted to devour it madly. Finally, the last stubbornness in her heart was finally swallowed up by the instinct and madness from her bones. I promise you. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Lurong roared with all her might, her voice extremely hoarse and dry. The large amount of saliva that was constantly secreted and accumulated in her mouth was like a flood, flowing down the corners of her mouth, along the exquisite jawline, and soaking the collar on her chest. Hearing this, Chen Yao smiled with a triumphant smile on his face, gently placed the chopsticks in his hand on the bowl, looked at Lurong, and saw that she was completely out of control, and said, "Do you want to eat?" I want. Lurong said impatiently. Chen Yao pulled away the chair next to him, and then put a pot of exquisite dishes on the table that were still warm on the ground. Then he summoned his martial spirit and rubbed the condensed black energy in his hand. Then, a spiked collar appeared in Chen Yao's hand. One end of the collar was connected to a pitch-black chain. Chen Yao held the chain in one hand and threw the collar to the ground. Then he pointed to the food at his feet, with a sinister smile on his face, and said, "Crawl over here, put it on yourself, and then eat on your knees." Lurong was stunned when she heard this, but her body was completely out of her control. With a thump, she knelt on the ground very neatly. Then she used her hands and feet to crawl to Chen Yao's feet. Then she trembled with her hands, picked up the pitch-black collar on the ground very clumsily, and put it on her in the neck. Then, the head was raised high, looking at Chen Yao, with a hint of hope in his eyes. "You are so funny like this. Ha ha ha. Eat. Eat." Chen Yao saw the pleading look on Lurong's face, and couldn't help clapping his hands and laughing. At this moment, the anger accumulated in his heart because of being chased by Lurong before was all gone. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Lurong seemed to have received some instructions. His eyes lit up with a scarlet light. He bent down, lay on the ground, and desperately put the food in the pot into his mouth with both hands. Chen Yao leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, looked down at Lurong, and was amazed. He couldn't help but exert a little force on his hands. Suddenly, the chain connecting Lurong's neck collar tightened. Lurong, who was eating frantically, suddenly felt a pain in his neck, followed by a strong feeling of suffocation. Cough, cough, cough. Lurong lay on the ground, coughing violently. After she recovered, she suddenly froze, spread her hands, and fell into a daze as she looked at her hands full of oil stains and food residues. At this moment, because of the sudden suffocation and the fact that she had eaten, her stomach was filled. The hunger that almost tortured her to madness disappeared. This made her rationality return, and she recalled what she had done just now. Chapter 41, Disdain. Boom. Recalling everything, Lurong felt that the faith in her heart collapsed, her emotions completely collapsed, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed from her eyes without warning, and the dam broke instantly. At the same time, looking at Chen Yao's eyes, there was an indescribable ferocity and viciousness, as if she would tear him apart completely if she had the chance. "What, you are full and you have the guts to be violent? It seems that the training is not enough, you need to starve again." Chen Yao smiled at Lurong's gaze, and then tightened the chain in his hand. The familiar feeling of suffocation came up again, and then after hearing Chen Yao's hungry, Lurong seemed to be stimulated, and her delicate body trembled violently. Then she lay on the ground meekly again, just like before, with tears mixed with misery, gritted her teeth, and swallowed the remaining food one bite at a time. In less than a blink of an eye, the basin was completely clean, without any oil stains left. Then Lurong slowly raised her head and wanted to stand up. "Did I say you can get up?" However, at this time, Chen Yao's voice like a devil's whisper reached Lurong's ears, making her tremble subconsciously again. She stopped moving, knelt at her feet, buried her head deeply, and people could not see her expression clearly. Chen Yao nodded upon seeing this, then took out the whale glue from his arms, threw it in front of Lurong, and said in a commanding tone. Use the flame of your martial spirit to burn this thing. Lurong seemed to have accepted her fate, followed Chen Yao's order, and immediately activated her soul power without any hesitation. Then a ferocious and domineering fiery red shadow appeared behind her. Tisk, this dragon is really wrong to follow you. Looking at the domineering martial spirit that was completely different from Lurong's humbleness, Chen Yao said with a playful tone. However, Lurong seemed not to hear it, and controlled the deep red flame on his own, falling on the grey-brown whale glue. Soon, the hard whale glue was in the fire dragon flame without resistance and began to melt, and finally turned into a gel state, soft, but solid. Chen Yao's eyes lit up when he saw this. He knew that the time had come. He stretched out a tentacle, took out the whale glue from the fire, and put it into his mouth impatiently. But as soon as he swallowed it, Chen Yao suddenly felt a ball of fire rising from his lower abdomen. "Wu too hasty, I forgot the other function of whale glue." Chen Yao muttered in annoyance, and then his eyes, which were filled with desire and turned scarlet, suddenly looked at Lurong who was still kneeling on the ground. When Lurong saw Chen Yao looking at her, her body trembled violently. Without the support of any power behind her, she had relied on herself to climb up step by step since she was a child to reach her current strength. How could she not know what Chen Yao had just eaten and what state he was in now? A sense of despair and powerlessness rose from her heart. Could it be that not only her soul was humiliated so much today, but even her body could not escape, and she had to be humiliated by Chen Yao again? However, just when she thought she was doomed, she found that Chen Yao curled his lips, then looked away, his face full of disgust. Lurong's expression froze, and then a stronger humiliation than the one that was about to be violated arose in her heart. Why did he do that? Why? In Lurong's heart, there seemed to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring wildly. Although this whale glue has improper uses, it is only used to blend and enhance pleasure. It is not harmful to the human body, and it will not make people lose their minds and behave uncontrollably like the mist of the Pink Lady. This is why whale glue is so popular among nobles. Originally, after Chen Yao felt the effect of whale glue, he wanted to find Lurong to solve it on the spot. But when he saw her face full of oil stains, mixed with unknown liquid, emitting an unpleasant odor. Her clothes were also dirty and unsightly. It made Chen Yao feel nauseous and he lost interest in an instant. He would rather walk a few more steps back to the spirit hall to find Bibi Dong than to make do with Lurong in such a state. Chen Yao wrinkled his nose and stood up, looking down at Lurong. Every little resentment, I am very happy that you helped me solve this whale glue, but I don't like the attitude you talked to me before, so my previous promise is invalid, and your store in Spirit City will still not be able to open. But seeing that you were so obedient later, I will come to feed you on time every day. Chen Yao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and smiled with evil taste. Then he pulled the chain in his hand again and continued. Take this with you, it will give you a sense of belonging. By the way, if you dare to eat anything else besides what I feed you, I will punish you. After saying that, Chen Yao pushed open the door of the box and left with a big laugh. Chen Yao knew what Lurong was thinking. She treated him like a pet, and she would be so angry that she would be torn into pieces. But Chen Yao didn't care about that. Since he couldn't kill Lurong, he would be more satisfied as long as he humiliated her more. Only in this way could he heal the psychological trauma caused by the deaths in the Xingda Great Forest. Looking at Chen Yao's figure walking away, Lurong's red lips with oil stains pursed tightly, her fists clenched, her body trembled, and her eyes dimmed. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. Such a strong resentment, such negative emotions, almost surpassing Bibi Dong. At this moment, in a void far away from the sky of Douluo continent, only a pair of strange purple eyes were revealed, and a fuzzy figure wrapped in thick black had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Today, she wanted to see how Bibi Dong was progressing, but she didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, so she hurriedly looked towards the position where Lurong was. When she saw Lurong, her brows couldn't help but frown. Such a strong negative emotion, if it encounters an opportunity, it will burst out, and it can reach the standard of the god test. It's a pity that it turned out to be a fire dragon martial spirit, which has nothing to do with my inheritance. The black shadow murmured to himself with some regret, but then, as if he thought of something, the topic suddenly changed. But there is no need to give up in a hurry. Although Bibi Dong is the main target, this woman's martial spirit is a mutation. If we manipulate it, there is still a chance. She can be a backup. PLS, please vote for me and read on. Chapter 42 Yus Yao Gang is here. On the other side, in front of the gate of the spirit hall, Yus Yao Gang was grabbing the collar of a guard and said anxiously. I am an old acquaintance of your saint. I have something important to ask her. Please inform her for me. However, the guard showed disdain. You said it is? I said I was a relative of the saint. Go away, go where you should go, the spirit hall is not a place for people like you to act wild. We are old acquaintances. If you delay the saint's important event, can you bear the responsibility? Yus Yao Gang was furious when he heard this, but reason still made him suppress his anger, and said with a stern look. Okay, since you said you are an old acquaintance of the saint, then take out the saint's token. The guard raised his eyebrows and said. Yus Yao Gang's face froze when he heard this. If it was before, he could just take out the Pope's order and throw it in the face of this guard who didn't know the height of the world. However, now that the Pope's order has been taken back by Bibi Dong, he no longer has the token that can prove his relationship with Bibi Dong. Seeing Yus Yao Gang's embarrassment, the guard sneered. I see you speak so confidently, do you really think you are someone important? Turns out, you are just another pretentious fellow. Come on, get out of here, don't embarrass yourself here. Yus Yao Gang was so angry that his face almost turned the color of liver. At this time, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Flanders, who had a flat face and a hooked nose, said helplessly. Xiao Gang, forget it, let's think of other ways. Flanders didn't really believe that Yus Yao Gang was an old acquaintance of the saint. After all, the saint of the spirit hall was so noble, how could she know a second ring soul master like him? But Flanders didn't think Yus Yao Gang was bragging on purpose, he just thought that Yus Yao Gang was desperate and exaggerated for Lurong, wanting to lure the saint out and get justice for Lurong. But this method obviously doesn't work. The people in the spirit hall are not fools. How could they disturb the saint for such a small matter? Flanders saw through it and thought about leaving here first. Otherwise, if they made a big noise and attracted the strong men of the spirit hall, they would not have a good time. However, just when Flanders was about to drag Yus Yao Gang away and stop him from making trouble. Inside the gate, a man with a simple face and wearing armor walked out slowly, shouting loudly. What happened? What happened? Who is so bold as to make trouble in front of the spirit hall? Sir, it's this kid. He said he was an old acquaintance of the saint girl and wanted me to inform her. It's really funny. Nowadays, anyone can come and claim to be a relative. Don't worry, sir, I will chase this kid away. The guard sneered, then looked at Yus Yao Gang and the other two with a fierce look on his face. He was about to scold them, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. He looked at Yus Yao Gang meaningfully, then waved his hand and shouted. Immediately, with the sound of metal collision, a large number of martial spirit guards swarmed out of the door and surrounded Yus Yao Gang and Flanders. Flanders was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't seen that these guards didn't take action immediately, he would have wanted to summon the owl martial spirit and fly away. But Yus Yao Gang had a calm expression. He knew that the middle-aged man recognized him. Watch them, don't let them run away. The middle-aged man gave an order, then glanced at Yus Yao Gang and the other two, turned around and left quickly. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's soul power lingered around her body, running along a specific route. Kyungsunji stood aside with his hands behind his back, his majestic eyes glowing with golden fluorescence fixed on Bibi Dong, and from time to time he spoke, pointing out the subtle flaws that appeared when Bibi Dong ran her soul power. However, at this moment, the tightly closed door was knocked, breaking the harmonious atmosphere between teachers and students. Kyungsunji raised his eyebrows and said, "Come in." After the words fell, the door opened, and the middle-aged man trotted to Kyungsunji's front. He glanced at Bibi Dong who was also present, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, he returned to his calmness, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Yus Yao Gang is at the entrance of the spirit hall, and wants to see the saint lady." Kyungsunji was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Bibi Dong with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Bibi Dong shook her head and sighed when she heard the words. "Teacher, I thought my previous behavior could make him understand. Now it seems that I should go and explain it to him again, so that he won't come here again." Bibi Dong's explanation made Kyungsunji's tightly knitted brows slowly relax, and then he said with a chuckle, "Go, it's better to explain it clearly. It just so happens that the time is almost up today, and the practice ends here. Bibi Dong nodded after hearing this, then slowly stood up and walked out of the hall. As soon as Bibi Dong left, Kyung Sunji's smile faded. Turning his head, he looked at the middle-aged man who reported back with an expressionless face, and said indifferently. If Yus Yao gang comes again in the future, just beat him away. There is no need to report again. I don't want to hear any news about him, and the saint doesn't need to know. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man was sweating profusely and spoke respectfully again and again. Yes. Your Holiness. After saying that, he quickly stepped back. Walking out of the gate of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong saw Yus Yao gang and the other person who were surrounded by the spirit hall guards. Your Holiness. Seeing Bibi Dong coming, the guards immediately put their weapons on the ground, knelt on one knee, and saluted respectfully. No need to salute, you can leave. Bibi Dong nodded lightly, then waved her hand and spoke. Yes. The guards responded respectfully, and then walked towards the gate in unison. In the blink of an eye, the originally crowded entrance became extremely empty, with only Bibi Dong and the other two left. At this moment, Flanders looked at Yus Yao gang and Bibi Dong who were facing each other, and suddenly felt a little helpless, tapping his toes on the ground, with embarrassment on his face. Originally, he thought Yus Yao gang was bragging, but he didn't expect Yus Yao gang to be so powerful and really know the saint. He really underestimated this friend who he had just met. Xiao gang you. Bibi Dong was about to speak after seeing Yus Yao gang, but she didn't expect to be interrupted by Yus Yao gang. Donger, you have already given Erlong such a severe punishment, and most of the soul power she has worked hard to cultivate has been wasted. Why doesn't that Chen Yao let her go? Not only did he smash her shop, but he also took her away. Is he going to put her to death? Chapter 43, House Arrest in Wuhun City. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She didn't expect Yus Yao gang to come to her because of Lu Erlong's matter, but she soon regained her composure. Bibi Dong was not surprised that Chen Yao sent people to smash Lu Erlong's store. How could Bibi Dong not guess that Chen Yao was afraid of Lu Erlong's soul father when he didn't kill Lu Erlong? But he couldn't kill her. According to Chen Yao's vengeful character, it was completely expected that he would take revenge on Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong was too lazy to care at first, but when she heard Yu Xiaogong's last words, her eyes darkened and she asked. He sent people to capture Lu Erlong? When did it happen? It was at noon today. Yu Xiaogang said angrily. Bibi Dong clenched her jade hands quietly when she heard this. This beast, he said he was studying whales. Glue, and ended up studying Lu Erlong. In Bibi Dong's impression, Chen Yao, a lustful villain, kidnapped Lu Erlong for no good reason. However, just when Bibi Dong felt that an uncontrollable fierce fire in her heart was about to burst out. In front, a figure staggered towards the gate. When he got closer, it was Chen Yao. Seeing this, Bibi Dong loosened her clenched fist, raised her eyebrows, pointed at Chen Yao, and then looked at Yus Yao gang, with questioning eyes. Yus Yao gang looked in the direction of Bibi Dong's finger, and when he saw that it was Chen Yao, he was furious, rushed to Chen Yao, and questioned him harshly. Where did you take Erlong? What did you do to her? Lu Erlong was complained about for illegal business operations, and the spirit hall naturally interrogated her as usual. Now that the interrogation is over, she has naturally gone back. Are you satisfied with this answer? If you are satisfied, get out of the way. I have something important to report to the saint lady. Chen Yao was no longer interested in arguing with Yu Xiaogang. After his hoarse voice fell, he walked towards Bibi Dong. Saint lady. Outside, Chen Yao would definitely be polite to Bibi Dong, bowing and saluting. But as he bent his waist, he spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Take me to the Mei Nai Feng Ying quickly. Bibi Dong is now a well-informed person. Naturally, she can see what kind of state Chen Yao is in. She raised her eyebrows, then looked at Yu Xiaogang and said. Chen Yao said that Lu Erlong has gone back. Xiaogang, do you have any questions? Yu Xiaogang was speechless for a moment. If you have nothing to do, go back and see Lu Erlong. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. After that, Bibi Dong led Chen Yao to the spirit hall. Walking on the path in the spirit hall, the two kept a safe distance and talked. Why did you take Lu Erlong away? Bibi Dong expressed her doubts. The skin of whale glue is thick and needs to be roasted with strong fire before it can be taken. Lurong's fire dragon spirit is just right. I asked her to roast the whale glue for me and eat it. As a result, I forgot that whale glue also has the effect of strong fire. Chen Yao cursed weakly at this moment. Then what? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and asked again. Then I'll come to find you. Hurry up, I'm so strong now, just bear with it. When Bibi Dong heard Chen Yao's rebellious words, she was not angry at all. Instead, her lips slightly lifted and her eyebrows curved. Obviously, she was very pleased with Chen Yao's behavior of being in such a state, preferring to bear it and come back to find her instead of touching the nearby Lurong. Even her steps were much happier at this moment. On the other side, after leaving the spirit hall, Yus Yao and the others rushed to Lurong's shop without stopping. As soon as they arrived, they met Lurong, who had just returned from Tianxianglu and was in a state of dismay. Seeing this, Yus Yao looked anxious and hurried forward to ask with concern. Erlong, are you okay? Did that bastard do anything to you? Looking at Yus Yao's concerned look, Lurong was stunned. Now you know you are anxious, then why did you insist on following Bibi Dong when I was unwilling to do so? If we hadn't joined them, how could the following things happen? Such a thought flashed through her mind, but soon Lurong was frightened by herself. She seemed to treat everyone and everything with dark thoughts. It was obvious that Yus Yao's greetings were concerned because he was worried about him, but in her eyes, she didn't know why, she hated him very much. I'm fine. After I admitted my mistake to Deacon Chen, he let me go back. But Lurong didn't show it, but buried her terrible evil thoughts deep in her heart, and squeezed out a forced smile on her face. Hearing this, Yus Yao's eyes showed a touch of heartache. Lurong was so straightforward and clear about what she loved and hated before, but now she has become so timid because of Chen Yao. It seems that the stubborn flame before is about to wither and extinguish. But Yus Yao was powerless to do anything about it. Because behind Chen Yao stood Bibi Dong, that is, the entire spirit hall. Yus Yao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Erlong, although we are not destined to be together, you are still my sister, a sister connected by blood. Although I don't have the ability now, when I become stronger, I will definitely help you kill this bastard who bullied you, brother swears. Yus Yao swore in his heart, but did not show it on his face, and then said to Lurong. Erlong, since Spirit City can't accommodate you, then we will leave here and not suffer this grievance. Although you have lost most of your strength now, with the special nature of my spirit and the help of my new friend, we can definitely start over in another city. When Flanders saw that Yus Yao finally mentioned himself in front of Lurong, he was immediately excited, but his face looked calm. He coughed lightly and spoke out. My name is Flanders, a 42nd level agility attack system combat spirit master. He briefly introduced himself, and then the corner of his eyes was fixed on him. Stared at Lurong, wanting to see how she would react. However, Lurong showed no reaction to Flanders. At the same time, he shook his head at Yus Yao's suggestion, and then pointed to the Spirit Hall law enforcement team that was vaguely monitoring the area when they patrolled nearby. When my store was smashed for the first time, I had already guessed the reason, and I also thought about leaving. Unfortunately, if I hadn't let Deacon Chen vent his anger, I might not be able to leave the Spirit City. Lurong's weak voice revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Chapter 44 Chen Yao who recognizes reality. This damn Chen Yao actually abused his power by relying on Donger's background. Yus Yao was angry and gnashed his teeth, but then he thought of something and spoke again in a hurry. Don't worry, Erlong, I'll go find my second uncle and ask him to rescue you. However, Lurong shook her head without hesitation and said with a miserable smile. It's useless. He has never had a daughter like me in his heart. He has long cut off ties with me and even forbade me to take the surname Yu. In this case, how could he risk offending the Spirit Hall to save me? Besides, he once told my mother that he would be in seclusion in the sect in recent years to challenge the realm of titled Douluo. In this case, even if you go, you will not be able to see him. Yus Yao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the relationship between Lurong and his daughter was so complicated. Damn, my second uncle is so confused. Yus Yao clenched his fist and hated it secretly. Ahem. Actually, there is no need to be so pessimistic. The situation is not that bad. Since the law enforcement teams of the Spirit Hall are targeting Sister Erlong's store, just don't open it. With Xiaogang and I helping out on weekdays, there won't be any big problems. Wait until some time later, when the guy who had a conflict with Sister Erlong forgets about it, then we can leave the Spirit City together. At this moment, seeing that Yus Yao was about to get angry again, Flanders quickly spoke up and analyzed his own views. In fact, he was deeply attracted by the charm that Lu Erlong exuded in every gesture. Otherwise, how could Flanders be so willing to spend money and people like this? He would have left long ago and stayed away from such troubles. After hearing this, Yus Yao felt that what Flanders said made some sense. He gradually calmed down, nodded, and said helplessly. It seems that this is the only way now. Lu Erlong lowered her head and remained silent. Her hair fell down, covering her eyes, making it difficult to see her expression. In that case, let's go eat first. I've been with you around Wuhun City this morning, and I haven't eaten yet. Seeing that Yus Yao agreed with his point of view, Flanders was relieved. He was really afraid that Yus Yao would make trouble again. Okay, let's go. I know a restaurant that tastes pretty good. Yus Yao nodded when he heard this. Like Flanders, he hadn't eaten yet. When he was mentioned like this, he felt a little hungry. However, Lu Erlong, who was standing by, froze when she heard about eating. She had not forgotten what Chen Yao had said to her before he left. I've eaten. I've experienced too many things today. I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest. After saying that, Lu Erlong walked towards the dilapidated shop on her own amid the stunned looks of the two. How could she not know that Chen Yao didn't let her eat anything else and could only accept his feeding because he wanted to humiliate her as a domestic animal? Lu Erlong was filled with hatred, but she was helpless. She didn't dare to resist, and didn't want to tell these things to Yus Yao and the others. Speaking out would do nothing except make Yus Yao say a few meaningless curses in anger. In Wuhun City, Chen Yao, who had the support of Saint Bibi Dong, was almost invincible to them now. They couldn't fight him. At midnight, in the Spirit Hall, in Bibi Dong's residence. Roar! At this moment, a low, hoarse roar sounded in the bedroom. Chen Yao finally felt that the effect of the whale glue in his body had dissipated. Don't touch this thing if you can. Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong, whose body was still twitching from time to time, almost completely paralyzed, with tears on her face, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Chen Yao was already vigorous, and with the blessing of whale glue that had miraculous effects on certain parts, he almost overdosed. The feeling of being filled with energy to the point of almost exploding, although it made him achieve extraordinary results, was really not comfortable. Bibi Dong also suffered a lot because of this. Hey! After taking a long breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Yao dispelled the messy thoughts in his mind, then sat cross-legged and felt the situation in his body. Soon, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yao's mouth. In addition to the miraculous effects that the nobles flock to, whale glue also has the effect of strengthening the body, strengthening muscles, bones and meridians. And the limit of the number of years of soul ring absorption is directly linked to the strength of the body. And his original first soul skill, Dark Body, is to reduce the impact when absorbing soul rings. Now, after this extremely precious 10,000-year whale glue to improve his body. Combined with each other, his ability to withstand soul rings has reached a terrifying level. However, Chen Yao had expected this result earlier, and he was not so excited that he lost his composure, and he quickly recovered. What he is more concerned about now is whether this whale glue has improved his speechless qualifications. If his cultivation speed is still as lame as before, then it will be useless to absorb soul rings of more years and obtain more powerful soul skills. Without the support of soul power, no matter how powerful the soul skills are, they are just illusions and will break at the touch. However, a moment later, Chen Yao opened his eyes, revealing the gloomy color in his eyes. Damn it, what's going on? The speed of soul power growth has not improved at all. Is my qualification as bad as Yus Yao's? The clown is actually me. Chen Yao doubted his life for a while, but then he thought about it and found that he was different from Yus Yao. At least, he was not stuck by a bottleneck like Yus Yao, and his soul power could not be stored for several years or even decades. Although his soul power grew slowly, he never had a bottleneck. At least from the time of cultivation to now, every level of his growth has not been hindered at all, and he has been promoted naturally. But what's the use of this? It's natural, but it's too slow. The difficulty of soul power improvement gradually increases with the level. Chen Yao doubted that with his cultivation speed, could he break through to the Soul Emperor in this life? It seems that he is not much better than Yus Yao Gang. The two people are useless in their own ways. Is it possible that I'm not cut out for this? Chen Yao thought gloomily, and then looked at Bibi Dong, who was still in the afterglow. Chen Yao always felt that there was a depression in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Chapter 45. Going to the doghouse. After glancing at Bibi Dong, Chen Yao put on his clothes silently. Chen Yao's action of getting up finally made Bibi Dong turn around. After glancing at Chen Yao, who was putting on his clothes, she was stunned and said subconsciously, "It's so late, where are you going?" Although she still showed hatred towards Chen Yao on the surface, deep in her heart, she had already adapted to his existence. After this hearty and enjoyable time, if this dog thing didn't sleep next to her, she would feel empty in her heart and it would be difficult for her to sleep particularly well. Go feed the dog. Chen Yao was hit by his own situation at the moment, so he didn't pay attention to the strange emotions in Bibi Dong's words. He said without looking back, then stood up, went to the living room, picked up a plate of meat left over from dinner, and walked straight out the door. Bibi Dong, who was lying on the bed, wrapped in a damp, smelly quilt, looked at Chen Yao's back, and confusion flashed in her eyes. When did Chen Yao raise a dog? How come she didn't know? And why didn't she find that Chen Yao had the kind of love for raising a dog? Late at night, in Wuhun City, everything was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Chen Yao walked on the dim streets in the city, and his footsteps were very obvious. When he arrived in front of a shop that looked very dilapidated, Chen Yao stopped. Bang! Chen Yao kicked the already shaky door open with a very clean kick. The noise was so loud that it woke up Lurong, who was sleeping soundly on a simple bed made of weeds. Lurong jumped up from the mat reflexively and saw Chen Yao striding in. Instantly, Lurong fixed her eyes on the plate of food in Chen Yao's hand, and saliva was unconsciously secreted from the corners of her mouth. Now, half a day has passed since the full meal at noon. As a beast martial spirit master with extremely huge consumption, she is obviously hungry again. Although she was not as hungry as at noon, she even lost her instincts, but it was also extremely tormenting for her. Previously, she had tossed and turned for a long time before she overcame hunger and fell asleep with difficulty. And now, smelling the aroma of meat, Lurong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha! It seems that you didn't eat secretly in the afternoon. You performed well. Here's a reward for you. Chen Yao laughed and threw the dish on the ground. Suddenly, the porcelain plate broke into pieces and the dishes on the plate were scattered all over the ground. Lurong knew that this was Chen Yao's way of humiliating her. Resisting the anger and humiliation in her heart, Lurong wanted to bend down and reach out to pick it up, but she found another problem. She pointed to the dusty food on the ground and gritted her teeth. This here not enough. Chen Yao heard this and glanced at Lurong squatting on the ground and said lightly. Really? Then what about the food? How could Chen Yao not know that these things were not enough for a beast soul master to fill his teeth? Especially for a top beast martial soul like Lurong. However, when raising a dog, you naturally cannot feed the dog too much, so that she is always at a critical point of hunger. In this way, all her energy is used to fight hunger. Naturally, there would be no other thoughts about how to devour the master. Looking at Chen Yao's cold and indifferent gaze from above, Lurong's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Then she buried her head deeply and reached out to pick up the food on the ground. Looking at the current state of her former enemy, Chen Yao felt indescribably happy, and even the depression caused by the poor progress of cultivation just now dissipated a lot. Lurong endured the humiliation, picked up the food on the ground, and was about to put it into her mouth, but at this time Chen Yao's voice came into her ears again. Have you forgotten that I taught you how to eat in Tianxiang Pavilion before? Chen Yao's voice was plain, but like a sharp blade, with a strong and incomparable penetrating power, directly piercing her heart. Lurong put the food back on the ground with trembling hands, and bent down with difficulty. Her lips moved, swallowing the food that was originally delicious but now covered by the hardness of dust. At the same time, 2 lines of hot tears silently slid down from the corners of her eyes. This room looks like a doghouse now, but it is very suitable for you to live in. You can live here in the future. I will talk to the owner, but remember, don't change the existing layout of this room. Looking at Lurong eating at his feet, Chen Yao curled his lips, in a good mood, looked around the room, and after saying a word, he turned around and prepared to go back to sleep. After Chen Yao's figure completely disappeared, Lurong slowly raised her eyes, and the fragmented moonlight shone on her body through the broken window, reflecting the crystal in her eyes. A moment later, a faint but heartbreaking sobbing sound came from this dilapidated room. If it weren't for the lack of time, Kyungsunji really wanted to pass the position of Pope directly to Bibi Dong and throw away the tedious affairs and shackles of the spirit hall. Since his birth, he has been strictly taught by his father, Jian Daoliu, and has never slacked off for even a day. Others envy his noble status and respect for him. But no one knows that he, the most noble person in the spirit hall, actually wants to have a sweet love that belongs to him like ordinary people. He wants to be with the person he likes, do some simple but happy things, and live freely and unrestrained every day. Instead of being immersed in these tedious affairs every day, exhausted. And Bibi Dong's rapidly improving cultivation now gives Kyungsunji hope of early liberation. He is so anxious that he even lets Bibi Dong live in the Pope's palace, wishing to watch Bibi Dong practice 24 hours a day. Chapter 46 Street Encounter. However, in the Pope's palace where the conditions for cultivation are extremely favorable, Bibi Dong became uncomfortable instead. She often seemed depressed and always felt that something was missing in her heart. And the low mood naturally slowed down the improvement of her soul power. At this moment, looking at Bibi Dong who had her mood written on her face, and thinking of Bibi Dong's recent cultivation progress in the Pope's palace, Kyungsunji's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed in his heart. It seems that cultivation is really something that cannot be forced. He shook his head helplessly, then waved his head and said to the absent-minded Bibi Dong. Donger, you go back. You don't need to come to the Pope's palace. Just practice at home. Really? When Bibi Dong heard this, the original laziness on her face was instantly swept away, her eyes lit up, and she spoke with joy. Seeing this, Kyungsunji sighed and nodded. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong hurriedly thanked him, then stood up and rushed out of the training room. In a blink of an eye, she disappeared. During this period of time, Bibi Dong had been staying in the training room of the Pope's palace. The environment inside was a scene of a dead and deep underground cave. This was an environment mimicry that Kyungsunji had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to create for Bibi Dong. It was the most suitable environment for her Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. And Bibi Dong felt very comfortable in such an environment mimicry, and her martial soul was always emitting joyful and happy emotional fluctuations. But Bibi Dong didn't know why she couldn't calm down, and a certain hideous figure often appeared in her mind. Of course, Bibi Dong would not admit that she was absent-minded because she stayed in the Pope's palace and didn't see Chen Yao for a long time. She kept suggesting to herself in her heart that it was because of Kyungsunji's strict supervision made her too uncomfortable, which led to her neglect of practice. Now that she got Kyungsunji's signal, Bibi Dong couldn't wait to run towards home. Chen Yao didn't know that she was released by the teacher yet. She had to go back and turn on the lights in her house as soon as possible, so that a certain bastard would know to sneak over after drinking. Of course, Bibi Dong would never admit that she was so eager for Chen Yao. She just felt that her house had been empty for so many days, and she had to add some popularity quickly. It seems that I am still too hasty. With Donger's current mentality, even if her strength is improved, I am afraid she can't handle the things in the spirit hall well. She still needs to polish it. Kyungsunji looked at Bibi Dong's back as she ran away in a hurry, thinking that she was too playful, and rubbed her eyebrows weakly, with a bitter look on her face. His retirement plan was going to be postponed again. Just when Kyungsunji was secretly complaining about himself in his heart, he didn't know that at this moment, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at this scene closely. Damn it! What happened during this period of time? Why did Bibi Dong's negative emotions almost disappear? You were defiled by that ant-like little thief, and because of the coercion of the spirit hall, you had to give up your beloved lover. Shouldn't you be full of resentment? What's going on with your current happiness index? In the void, the vague shadow with deep purple pupils was clenching his fists at this moment, his eyes followed Bibi Dong's figure, and he roared hysterically. At this moment, in the Spirit City, Yus Yao, Flanders, and Lurong walked side by side on the bustling streets. Now, thanks to Yus Yao and Flanders, who has other ideas, Lurong is dressed very luxuriously, which is in line with her status as a soul master, even though she has not had any income for nearly half a year. However, only Lurong herself knows that under her bright and beautiful appearance, she hides a soul that has been forcibly dragged into the abyss, becoming turbid and humble. Like a dog. Every day, she wags her tail and begs for mercy, hoping that someone will come to feed her. She hates herself like this, but every time she is hungry, she longs for someone to appear and bring her food to fill her stomach, even if it is only a little. Perhaps her mind has long been twisted and extremely sick, but it is just that the normal state she usually shows outside makes it impossible for people to detect. At this moment, Yus Yao, who was walking with her, glanced at Lurong unconsciously, his eyes full of worry. During this period, although Lurong accepted their help, her personality changed drastically, and she became silent. She never ate with them. When it was time to eat, she would always disappear inexplicably. When she appeared again, her expression became extremely strange, and then she responded to them lightly, "I'm full." Although Yus Yao didn't understand where Lurong's change came from, he was very worried about her condition. Just when Yus Yao was in a serious mood, he suddenly found a sloppy figure beside him. This person's face was flushed, his steps were weak, and his eyes were cloudy and blurred. Walking to their side, it was Chen Yao who was going to return to the spirit hall after getting drunk. Seeing Chen Yao, Yus Yao subconsciously felt disgusted. When he thought of Lurong's current state, he was immediately angry and grabbed Chen Yao, who was walking unsteadily. Chen Yao felt the tug from his side and was startled. He subconsciously activated his soul power, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared behind him. When he was about to summon his martial soul, he found that the person who pulled him was Yus Yao. Flender and Lurong were also by his side. Looking at Lurong's stiff expression, Chen Yao immediately guessed the reason, restrained his soul power, and showed a smile on his face. "Hey, isn't this Master Yu? What's the matter with stopping me?" As he said, Chen Yao's playful eyes drifted to Lurong beside Yus Yao. His blatant sight made Lurong tremble. If they were not on the street at this moment, with many people, otherwise, Lurong would have almost knelt on the ground because of the habit she had developed in the past 6 months. Yus Yao naturally noticed Chen Yao's exposed eyes, and he couldn't help but grab Chen Yao's collar, his eyes almost spit fire. "Asshole, the girl from the Mei family destroyed most of Erlong's cultivation, why didn't you let her go? Why torture her like this? Look at what she has become now. So, you are planning to seek revenge on me now? Attacking a deacon on the streets of Wuhun City?" Chen Yao's expression remained unchanged, with a playful look on his face. Chapter 47 Lurong's Angry Roar. "So what?" At this time, Flanders, who was beside Yus Yao, stepped forward and said unkindly, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shining behind him, and the soul power of the Soul Master was revealed without any cover. Half a year ago, after Flanders learned that Lurong was Yu Xiaogong's cousin, he no longer had any concerns and launched a fierce pursuit. But the results were minimal, and Flanders was only responded to with a cold rejection, which made him see no hope. According to Yus Yao, Lurong's previous enthusiasm incomparable, but only after meeting Chen Yao did his temperament change drastically. This made Flanders, who had always been reluctant to part with Lurong and could not forget her, even hate Chen Yao. This was contrary to his usual cautious character, and he attacked Chen Yao on the streets of Wuhun City. However, just when the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, a sound of footsteps that made the ground tremble slightly came from all directions. A moment later, a large number of Wuhan Hall law enforcement teams arrived with weapons, and instantly surrounded Yus Yao and others. "Who dares to hold Deacon Chen hostage?" Accompanied by the scolding of a leader of the law enforcement team, followed by a stream of soul power radiating out, covering Yus Yao and Flanders. Feeling the huge pressure from the countless soul powers, Yus Yao and Flanders' faces suddenly changed slightly, and they thought it was not good. They didn't expect that the people from the spirit hall would come so quickly. On the other hand, Chen Yao's smile became more and more intense. How much he valued his life, and now that he was in power, even if he was free and easy in the spirit city on weekdays, he had to ask a law enforcement team member on patrol to keep an eye on him all the time. If he had any abnormality in the city, he would immediately summon other law enforcers in the city. That's why the law enforcement team arrived so quickly after just a few conflicting words. "Enough. Let go of Deacon Chen, what's the use of you doing this except throwing all the trouble to me?" However, just when the atmosphere in the field became a little awkward, and Yus Yao didn't know whether to let go or continue, Lurong's roar broke it. Yus Yao was stunned when he heard the words, then let go of the hand that was grabbing Chen Yao's collar, turned back stiffly, and explained. "Erlong, I'm doing this for you. Don't keep saying it's for me. You're angry because of me, and then you go to Deacon Chen to vent your anger, but what happens next? You vented your anger, but I'm the one who suffers in the end. Lurong's eyes were red, staring at Yus Yao, roaring at the top of his lungs. No no! Erlong! Listen to me! Yus Yao panicked when he heard this, and explained a little helplessly. What? Because you have a good relationship with the saint, Deacon Chen can't do anything to you, but I have no power, and in the end I can only pay for your momentary anger. Why? For the first time in half a year, Lurong showed a different emotion besides indifference in front of Yus Yao and Flanders, but it was so violent that the two were at a loss for a moment. Yus Yao was also speechless when he heard this, and didn't know what to say. If you really want to do this for my own good, either solve the problem thoroughly or calm down and don't create more trouble for me because of your emotions. After saying this coldly, Lurong left the chaotic scene and walked away. Yus Yao and Flanders were left dumbfounded. Chen Yao smiled with a playful look on his face, straightening his wrinkled collar and watching the dramatic ending. Master Yu, you should be thankful that the saint lady is nostalgic, otherwise, today's matter would not be so easy to resolve. It's just a pity for Lurong. I don't know how much more suffering she will have to endure because of your willfulness this time. After the voice fell, Chen Yao turned around and prepared to leave. Yus Yao listened to Chen Yao's words, veins popped up and he was furious. Besides relying on Donger's power, what else do you have? If you have the ability, come to me, don't make things difficult for Erlong, a little girl. However, Chen Yao did not even turn his head and said lightly. Wait until you have completely cut off your relationship with the saint lady before you say this to me. I naturally know that my current situation is all due to the saint lady. I respect and look up to the saint lady. Unlike some people, who obviously rely on the influence of the saint lady but don't know it, you have published a lot of articles over the years. Why do I see that they are so similar to those recorded in the classics of the Spirit Hall? Do you know why no one came to you? If it weren't for the saint lady, you would have been caught and torn into pieces by the strong men of the Spirit Hall for leaking the secrets of the Spirit Hall. Even if your father is Yu Yuanzhen, he can't save you. Yu Xiaogong's face suddenly became ugly when he heard this, and he hesitated. It's because the Spirit Hall has been keeping to itself. Over the years, how many spirit masters have gone astray because they didn't get the right guidance? I'm doing this for the sake of all spirit masters in the world. However, Chen Yao sneered when he heard this. Hat, you sound righteous, but why don't you publish the results of your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect on dragon spirits? It's not your own hard work, so you don't feel bad about it. After leaving this sentence, Chen Yao ignored Yus Yao, who was gloomy because of the weird looks of the people around him, and left. In fact, Chen Yao didn't feel anything about what Yus Yao did. After all, he was also a bad guy, so he just had to take care of himself. However, since Yus Yao mentioned it today, he didn't mind arguing with him, standing on the moral high ground. Point, he is a professional. Late at night, Lurong was lying on a tattered straw mat as usual, enduring hunger and tossing and turning. Suddenly, outside the leaky house, a slight sound of footsteps came from a far distance. But when he heard the familiar footsteps, Lurong was suddenly startled, his heart was filled with joy, his eyes were shining, he stood up suddenly, sat upright, and waited quietly. Bang! Not long after, a familiar sound of kicking the door sounded, and Chen Yao's slightly thin figure, shrouded in the dim sky, slowly walked in. After he walked in, Lurong followed the sparse moonlight and saw Chen Yao's face clearly. Different from the previous arrogant and happy playful smile, but a face of indifference. Looking at Chen Yao's unfamiliar expression, Lurong's body trembled. She didn't dare to think about whether Chen Yao would blame her for the conflict with Yus Yao today and let her endure more severe humiliation. Chapter 48 finally made up his mind. Chen Yao walked into the room and looked at Lurong, who was lying on the ground sensibly. Looking at that delicate and beautiful face, Chen Yao nodded secretly without leaving any trace. It must be said that Lurong was also born very beautiful. Her skin was like cream, and her eyebrows were beautiful. Her eyebrows were like paintings, her soft and plump red lips, and her delicate and exquisite little nose were born on her beautiful face. Add to that her beautiful and smooth cheeks and her delicate and tender cheeks, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. At least except for Bibi Dong, Chen Yao has never seen anyone in Wuhun City who can compare with her. When he was absent-minded occasionally, he would also be tempted to move towards Lurong. However, although Chen Yao was tempted, he did not take action. He knew his ability very well. Lurong was his enemy, and he wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. He could not wait to torture her. How could Chen Yao let Lurong have fun? In that case, was Chen Yao torturing her or rewarding her? At this moment, when Lurong was staring at Chen Yao with expectant eyes, begging for food, Chen Yao did not throw the food in her face as usual, but a cold voice came. Summon your martial soul. Lurong was stunned when she heard the words, but she obeyed subconsciously and summoned her martial soul immediately. A group of hot breath rose in the house. Then the domineering and ferocious shadow of the fire dragon condensed behind him. Feeling the soul power of the fire dragon, Chen Yao narrowed his eyes and said in his heart. Recovered so quickly, already reached level 28. Lurong's strength has fallen, but his realm is still there, so, just like Chen Yao at the beginning, as long as he absorbs enough soul power, he can recover quickly. Now, in half a year, he has recovered to level 8 of soul power. Chen Yao sighed with regret in his heart. It seems that his daily feeding fun is about to end. Although Lurong can't pose a threat to him for the time being. Although his soul power is lame, his martial soul and soul skills are no joke. Lurong only has 6 levels of soul power more than him, and he can still handle it with ease. However, at this speed, it is probably not long before Lurong's strength will recover to a height that he can't reach. At that time, if Lurong endures humiliation and takes advantage of his negligence to give him a fatal blow and die with him, he will lose a lot. This is not impossible. After all, during this period of time, he had so much fun that he knew how much Lurong hated him. So in order to be safe, Chen Yao could only end his happy feeding journey in advance. What's more, he had made a major decision in his heart recently, and he could not care about Lurong. During this period of time, he said that he was drunk and dreaming every day, but in fact he was just struggling in his heart. According to his own calculations, even if he practiced with all his heart and ignored worldly affairs, he would probably break through to level 30 at around the age of 26. By that time, his bones would have been formed long ago, and even if he absorbed the fairy grass, it would probably not have much effect. So Chen Yao has been struggling, whether to risk his life and absorb the fairy grass with a soul power of level 20. Now that he has the improvement of whale glue and the blessing of the first soul skill, it stands to reason that the success rate of absorbing the fairy grass is still very high. But Chen Yao is afraid. While thinking about gaining powerful strength, he is also afraid that if something goes wrong, his body will explode and die, and it will be over. But finally, recently, he made his decision. Nowadays, such days are beautiful, but in the previous life, as a mortal who lived less than 100 years and had no power to tie a chicken, he came to such a miraculous world. He really couldn't accept it if he didn't go up to a higher place to take a look. What if he succeeded? What if he really improved his qualifications and had the potential to become a titled Douluo? Even, what if he became a god? It's just a life anyway, it's not like he hasn't died before. Chen Yao kept hypnotizing himself in his heart at that time, and finally, he succeeded in convincing himself. He planned to take the step that determined his own destiny and changed his life trajectory. And since he had made up his mind, then the hatred for Lurong seemed dispensable. After all, if he failed, then everything would be over. And if he succeeded in improving his qualifications and increasing his cultivation speed, Chen Yao asked himself, he would never be afraid of anyone in the same level, no matter what kind of martial spirit. On the contrary, it was easy to deal with Lurong. No matter how much hatred she had in her heart, it would be useless. However, even if he was going to leave, Chen Yao still planned to take some insurance on her. Thinking of it, Chen Yao also summoned his martial spirit, and a cold breath swept out, dispelling the heat around the fire dragon. Then, 3 twisted and hideous black tentacles emerged. Seeing these black tentacles, a trace of fear flashed in Lurong's eyes. Although Chen Yao did not do anything strange to Lurong with these tentacles. But Chen Yao would always use these tentacles to whip her from time to time. It was called dog training. Not only did she have to endure severe pain in her body, but her mind would also be in a violent turmoil, making her feel miserable. Lurong trembled in her heart and tried to explain, but Chen Yao moved first. The 3 tentacles stretched out and extended towards Lurong. Lurong closed her eyes with despair, intending to grit her teeth to bear the punishment from Chen Yao. But the next moment, Lurong did not feel the cold pain coming from her body. She opened her eyes in surprise and found that Chen Yao's 3 tentacles were not coming towards her, but towards the phantom of her martial soul behind her. Lurong was stunned when she saw this, and then she realized that Chen Yao's 3 tentacles could actually touch the phantom of her martial soul. This is simply what you smell. But as the 3 tentacles slowly wrapped around the body of the fire dragon, Lurong felt that all parts of her body were also experiencing a sticky and soft touch. It was as if the tentacles were crawling all over her body. As the strange and strong stimulation came, Lurong's pretty face suddenly turned red, and her breathing gradually became heavy. Her eyes became blurred and scattered. Hey! Soon, Chen Yao exhaled a long breath and retracted his tentacles. He did this to leave some traces of breath on Lurong so that he could detect Lurong's movements at any time through this breath. It's not like Yus Yao gang, forcibly stuffing energy into Lurong's body. Now half of his martial soul energy has been divided to Yus Yao gang, but there is no surplus to divide to Lurong. Chapter 49. Do you want to become a god? There was also a strange flash in his eyes. I didn't expect that his tentacles could touch the martial soul and affect its owner, making him feel the same. And, it seems that there are other effects? At this moment, Lurong had a pink look in her eyes, her pupils were deformed, like a heart shape, and there was a touch of crystal at the corners of her mouth, and she crawled to Chen Yao's feet. With trembling hands, he pulled Chen Yao's trouser legs, stared at Chen Yao with his eyes, and his lips moved, making a ho-ho whimpering sound, as if he was craving for something. Chen Yao looked at Lurong under his feet, and then looked at his tentacles. Somewhat Yuning, never thought that his tentacle would have such an effect. Is this an aphrodisiac effect? Chen Yao slowly leaned down and observed Lurong's current state with a look of surprise. But then he shook his head again. He had used this tentacle on Bibi Dong countless times. If it had such an effect, he would have known it long ago. Is it because his tentacles touched Lurong's martial soul? These tentacles of his originally had an effect on the spiritual soul, and the martial souls of the soul masters on the Douluo continent were the concrete words derived from the energy in their own souls. It can be said that the martial soul is their alternative soul. So, his tentacles touched Lurong's soul, and the effect was more direct, causing pollution to it. The reason why Lurong looked like she was drugged was because he actually had evil thoughts about Lurong in his heart, so Lurong's mental state at the moment was deviated in this direction. Chen Yao observed with interest, but then shook his head with some regret, because this kind of mental pollution seemed not to be able to last forever, and could only temporarily affect others. However, Chen Yao was not too disappointed, because if Chen Yao unexpectedly touched the embodiment of others' martial spirits in the battle, it would definitely produce unexpected results. After figuring out some clues, Chen Yao slowly stood up, shook his feet, and shook off Lurong's clenched hands. In Lurong's urgent eyes, Chen Yao looked around, then pulled out a slender wooden stick from a corner and threw it in front of Lurong. It's a little thin, but it's long enough. You can use it for now. Also, you don't have to wait for me here in the future. It's time to eat and drink. After saying that, Chen Yao turned around and left without any nostalgia. Although he was a little angry because of Lurong's attitude. But, as I said, he couldn't let Lurong feel happy no matter what. After Chen Yao left, Lurong stared blankly at the direction where Chen Yao disappeared, her eyes were dull, and the saliva at the corners of her mouth stretched out uncontrollably. Then, suddenly, her eyebrows frowned and she looked at the branch on the ground, his expression changed constantly, his eyes struggled. Finally, Lurong gritted her teeth, her palm trembling as she reached out to the branch. But just as her hand was about to touch it, suddenly, a gust of wind came from nowhere and blew the branch away, and at the same time, it also dispelled the strange emotional fluctuations in Lurong's heart. Why is this kid's martial soul so strange? I have never seen it before. It can actually pollute the mind. It's a pity that it's not a woman, otherwise it would be the most suitable inheritance for me. At this moment, somewhere in the void, someone who was furious because of Bibi Dong's change of mentality suddenly noticed the abnormality of another person she was observing, sighed slightly, but then muttered to herself. But the aura left by this boy in her martial soul is consistent with the artistic conception of my inheritance, so it can be manipulated. In this way, it won't take so much effort to transform her martial soul. Although Bibi Dong is still the best candidate, if her martial soul is transformed now, if something unexpected happens to Bibi Dong, I can take timely measures. So many years have passed, I really don't want to wait any longer. At this moment, Lurong was suddenly awakened by the gust of cold wind, and her mind instantly recalled everything that had just happened. In her beautiful eyes, disbelief instantly appeared. She could not imagine that the person who had just been lying on the ground, begging for the devil's favor, was actually herself. And that bastard actually looked down on her and threw a stick that was only as thick as a chopstick to humiliate her. What can that width do? Thinking of the disdainful look that Chen Yao gave her before he left, Lurong almost bit her teeth to pieces. Asshole! Why don't you die? Why don't you die? Lurong roared in her heart. In fact, as Chen Yao thought, Lurong's hatred for him had already reached its limit. At the same time, she was also accustomed to her humiliation. All her pride has now being crushed to pieces by Chen Yao. She hated him in her heart, but she was obedient on the surface. She was waiting for an opportunity to kill him, to die together with this scum who trampled her personality on the ground and completely destroyed her life. But now, Chen Yao's disdain for her was like a knife, which once again opened a huge hole in her already devastated heart. The only dignity she had left as a woman was also completely wiped out. She was kneeling on the ground at this moment, her eyes were red, and she whimpered, wanting to cry. But except for the red eyes, there was no moisture in her eye sockets. Her tears had long been dried up in the humiliation and torture in the past 6 months. However, just when his heart was extremely desperate, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Can you become a god? After returning to the spirit hall, Chen Yao came to the residence, and suddenly saw that the light was on in Bibi Dong's house. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Before, Bibi Dong was called by Kyungsunji for special training. Chen Yao thought it would be a long time, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. This made Chen Yao feel entangled for a while. If Bibi Dong was still practicing in the Pope's palace, he would not be able to obtain the immortal grass, and he would have to prepare himself mentally for a while. But now that Bibi Dong is back, he is a little overwhelmed. But soon, Chen Yao took a deep breath again. Since he had made a decision, he should not delay it anymore, and he should not regret it anymore. Thinking of it, Chen Yao's eyes became firm, and he went towards Bibi Dong's residence. Chapter 50 Snow Swan Kiss. Walking into the house, Chen Yao saw Bibi Dong, who was wearing casual furniture clothes, lying on the sofa, relaxed and elegant. She exuded an irresistible charm in her every move. However, Chen Yao, who was well informed, had long been immune to this fatal temptation, and walked slowly towards the living room. This bastard is so impatient. He came to my house just after I came back. It seems that I can't avoid another toss. Alas, for Xiao Gang, I can only bear it. Bibi Dong glanced at Chen Yao and saw him coming straight. She sighed in her heart, as if she was extremely resistant, but the corner of her mouth, the irrepressible arc, exposed her true emotions, but she herself had not yet noticed it. However, just as Bibi Dong was expecting and nervous in her heart, her face was extremely calm, and she looked at Chen Yao with a hint of disdain as he came to her. Unexpectedly, Chen Yao did not pounce on her like a hungry wolf as before, but sat down on the sofa opposite her, with a solemn expression, without a trace of evil desire. Bibi Dong was a little confused when she saw this. Chen Yao changed his temper? What was he doing? However, just when Bibi Dong was confused, Chen Yao spoke. Do you know a soul Douluo named Douluo? Bibi Dong frowned slightly when she heard this, and she didn't understand why Chen Yao suddenly asked her this, but she still thought about it in her mind and answered. Douluo? I have heard of him. He is a poison-type beast soul master. His individual strength is not outstanding. Among the same level, he is the existence of the last, but his poison has a miraculous effect when facing low-level human wave tactics. The Spirit Hall also took a fancy to his ability and wanted to recruit him, but he refused on the grounds that he did not want to be bound by power. What? Why did you suddenly ask him? Which relative of his did you offend? Bibi Dong's suspicion is not without reason. After all, Chen Yao is too troublesome. If the dirty things he did are exposed, it can be said that he directly offended the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, the two top forces in Douluo continent. Several lives are not enough to die. Chen Yao said after hearing this. I didn't offend them, but it will be soon. I found out that Douluo's son and daughter-in-law are in the Spirit City recently, but their strength is not weak, at the level of Soul King. I have no right to mobilize the law enforcement team of that level, so I want you to give the order to invite his son and daughter-in-law to the Spirit Hall to lead Douluo out. Bibi Dong was even more confused when she heard this. Chen Yao was usually afraid of death and would be the first to run away when in danger. Why would he take the initiative to provoke a soul Douluo this time? Could it be that he fell in love with someone's daughter-in-law? This guess flashed through her mind, and combined with Chen Yao's character, Bibi Dong felt that she had guessed the truth for a while. She was furious, raised her eyebrows, and said coldly, "Why should I help you and provoke a soul Douluo-level enemy for the spirit hall?" Chen Yao knew that Bibi Dong would never take a soul Douluo who used poison seriously, and he was a little confused as to why Bibi Dong refused so firmly. However, Chen Yao was not annoyed. After all, his future plans still needed Bibi Dong's help. The poison gas barrier in front of Douluo's medicine garden was an insurmountable obstacle for him. But those poisonous gases were even fresher than the air for Bibi Dong. So Chen Yao did not intend to hide it from Bibi Dong. Then, Chen Yao took out a book from his arms in Bibi Dong's confused eyes. It was the general outline of the immortal grass that Bibi Dong had brought from Yueguan before. Chen Yao opened one of the pages and pointed to a plant painted on it that was pure white and had 2 petals that looked like a swan with its head drooping. He smiled. The snow swan kiss amplifies the toxins thousands of times. Ordinary people avoid this kind of terrifying poison, but your martial soul, as the top poison martial soul on the continent, must be able to absorb it easily. If it is successfully absorbed, the toxin in your martial soul will be enhanced, and it is hard to guarantee that your martial soul will not evolve again. You hate the form of the martial soul possession, right? You said that after your martial soul is evolved, can you change the form of the martial soul possession? Chen Yao explained the effect of the snow-colored swan kiss confidently. She didn't believe that Bibi Dong would not take the bait. As soon as Chen Yao spoke, Bibi Dong's sight was attracted by the white and beautiful plant with deadly danger. Her eyes were full of desire. But soon, Bibi Dong's sight was retracted with difficulty, and she sneered. What does this have to do with your attention to Douluo's son and daughter-in-law? This snow-colored swan kiss is in the ranks of fairy grass, and countless people will hardly encounter it in their lifetime. Elder Yueguan had been searching for a strange chrysanthemum for most of his life, but he could hardly see it. The preciousness of this snow-colored swan kiss is even more precious than that of the strange chrysanthemum. Can you get it? Bibi Dong sneered at Chen Yao, with an impatient look on her face. This damn Chen Yao, instead of getting down to business, came up with some unrealistic things to deceive her. What a bastard. Although I speak out of tune, I won't use such things to deceive you and humiliate myself. I want to tie up the couple to lure Douluo away. Douluo himself is proficient in poisons, but does not understand pharmacology. He occupies a medicinal garden, but does not understand the preciousness of it. That medicinal garden is unique, even fairy herbs can be seen everywhere, among which there is the snow-colored swan kiss. Bibi Dong's face was dull when she heard this, and then she stood up suddenly, grabbed Chen Yao's shoulders heavily, and said with rapid breathing, "Are you serious?" When Chen Yao saw Bibi Dong's reckless look, he looked disgusted, and slapped Bibi Dong's hands expressionlessly, and then said unhappily, "Why do you think I have nothing to do and offend Douluo's family? You send people to capture the couple, and after luring Douluo out, let Elder Yueguan and Elder Gaimei hold Douluo, and we go to his medicine garden to get medicine." Bibi Dong nodded excitedly when she heard this, but then she was puzzled again. Why bother so much? Can't I just let my teacher kill Douluo directly? But Chen Yao sneered immediately. If you let your teacher do it, will I still get the things in that medicine garden?